Chapter 14 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Deportment. Richard left us on the very next evening to begin his new career, and committed Ada to my charge with great love for her and great trust in me. It touched me then to reflect, and it touches me now more nearly to remember, having what I have to tell, how they both thought of me, even at that engrossing time. I was a part of all their plans, for the present and the future. I was to write to Richard once a week, making my faithful report of Ada, who was to write to him every alternate day. I was to be informed, under his own hand, of all his labours and successes. I was to observe how resolute and persevering he would be. I was to be Ada's bridesmaid when they were married. I was to live with them afterwards. I was to keep all the keys of their house. I was to be made happy for ever and a day. And if the suit should make us rich, Esther, which it may, you know, said Richard to crown all. A shade crossed Ada's face. My dearest Ada, asked Richard, why not? It had better declare us poor at once, said Ada. Oh, I don't know about that, returned Richard, but at all events it won't declare anything at once. It hasn't declared anything in heaven knows how many years. Too true, said Ada. Yes, but Richard urged, answering what her look suggested rather than her words. The longer it goes on, dear cousin, the nearer it must be to a settlement one way or another. Now, is that not reasonable? You know best, Richard, but I'm afraid if we trust to it, it will make us unhappy. But, my Ada, we are not going to trust to it, cried Richard gaily. We know it better than to trust to it. We only say that if it should make us rich, we will have no constitutional objection to being rich. The court is, by solemn settlement of law, our grim old guardian, and we are to suppose that what it gives us, when it gives us anything, is our right. It is not necessary to quarrel with our right. No, said Ada, but it may be better to forget all about it. Well, well, cried Richard, then we will forget all about it. We will consign the whole thing to oblivion. Dame Durden puts on her approving face, and it's done. Dame Durden's approving face, said I, looking out of the box in which I was packing his books, was not very visible when you called it by that name, but it does approve, and she thinks you can't do better. So Richard said there was an end of it, and immediately began on no other foundation to build as many castles in the air as would man the Great Wall of China. He went away in high spirits. Ada and I, prepared to miss him very much, commenced our quieter career. On our arrival in London, we had called with Mr. Jarndyce at Mrs. Jellyby's, but had not been so fortunate as to find her at home. It appeared that she had gone somewhere to a tea-drinking, and had taken Miss Jellyby with her. Besides the tea-drinking, there was to be some considerable speech-making and letter-writing on the general merits of the cultivation of coffee, conjointly with natives, at the settlement of Borriboolagar. All this involved, no doubt, sufficient active exercise of pen and ink to make her daughter's part in the proceedings anything but a holiday. It being now beyond the time appointed for Mrs. Jellyby's return, we called again. She was in town, but not at home, having gone to Mile End directly after breakfast on some Borriboolan business, arising out of a society called the East London Branch Aid Ramification. As I had not seen Peepy on the occasion of our last call, when he was not to be found anywhere, and when the cook rather thought he must have strolled away with the dustman's cart, I now inquired for him again. The oyster shells he had been building a house with were still in the passage. He was nowhere discoverable, and the cook supposed that he had gone after the sheep. When we repeated with some surprise, the sheep, she said, oh yes, on market days he sometimes follows them quite out of town, and came back in such a state as never was. I was sitting by the window with my guardian on the following morning, and Ada was busy writing, of course to Richard, when Miss Jellyby was announced, and entered leading the identical Peepy, whom she had made some endeavours to render presentable by wiping the dirt into corners of his face and hands, and making his hair very wet, and then violently frizzling it with her fingers. Everything the dear child wore was either too large for him or too small. Among his other contradictory decorations, he had the hat of a bishop and the little gloves of a baby. His boots were on a small scale, the boots of a ploughman, while his legs, so crossed and recrossed with scratches that they looked like maps, were bare below a very short pair of plaid drawers, finished off with 2 frills of perfectly different patterns. The deficient buttons on his plaid frock had evidently been supplied from one of Mr. Jellyby's coats. They were so extremely brazen and so much too large. Most extraordinary specimens of needlework appeared on several parts of his dress, where it had been hastily mended, and I recognised the same hand on Miss Jellyby's. She was, however, unaccountably improved in her appearance, and looked very pretty. She was conscious of poor little Peepy being but a failure after all her trouble, and she showed it as she came in by the way in which she glanced first at him and then at us. "Oh, dear me," said my guardian, "due east." Ada and I gave her a cordial welcome, and presented her to Mr. Jarndyce, to whom she said, as she sat down, "Ma's compliments, and she hopes you'll excuse her because she's correcting proofs of the plan. She's going to put out 5,000 new circulars, and she knows you'll be interested to hear that. I've brought one of them with me, Ma's compliments," with which she presented it sulkily enough. "Thank you," said my guardian. "I'm much obliged to Mrs. Jellyby." Oh, dear me, this is a very trying wind. We were busy with Peepy, taking off his clerical hat, asking him if he remembered us, and so on. Peepy retired behind his elbow at first, but he relented at the sight of a sponge cake, and allowed me to take him on my lap, where he sat munching quietly. Mr. Jarndyce then withdrawing into the temporary growlery, Miss Jellyby opened the conversation with her usual abruptness. "We are going on just as bad as ever in Thavies Inge," said she. "I have no peace of my life. Talk of Africa, I couldn't be worse off if I was what's-his-name, a man and a brother." I tried to say something. "Oh, it's of no use, Miss Summerson," exclaimed Miss Jellyby, "though I thank you for the kind intention all the same. I know how I am used, and I am not to be talked over. You wouldn't be talked over if you were used so. Peepy, go and play at wild beasts under the piano." "I shan't," said Peepy. "Very well, you ungrateful, naughty, hard-hearted boy," returned Miss Jellyby with tears in her eyes. "I'll never take the pains to dress you any more." "Yes, I will go, Caddy," cried Peepy, who was really a good child, and who was so moved by his sister's vexation that he went at once. "It seems a little thing to cry about," said poor Miss Jellyby apologetically, "but I'm quite worn out. I was directing the new circulars until 2 this morning. I detest the whole thing, so that alone makes my head ache till I can't see out of my eyes. And look at that poor unfortunate child. Was there ever such a fright as he is?" Peepy, happily unconscious of the defects of his appearance, sat on the carpet behind one of the legs of the piano, looking calmly out of his den at us while he ate his cake. "I have sent him to the other end of the room," observed Miss Jellyby, drawing her chair nearer ours, "because I don't want him to hear the conversation. Those little things are so sharp. I was going to say, we really are going on worse than ever. Pa will be bankrupt before long, and then I hope Ma will be satisfied. There'll be nobody but Ma to thank for it." We said we hoped Mr. Jellyby's affairs were not in so bad a state as that. "It's of no use hoping, though it's very kind of you," returned Miss Jellyby, shaking her head. "Pa told me only yesterday morning, and dreadfully unhappy he is, that he couldn't weather the storm. I should be surprised if he could, when all our tradesmen send into our house any stuff they like, and the servants do what they like with it, and I have no time to improve things if I knew how, and Ma don't care about anything. I should like to make out how Pa is to weather the storm. I declare if I was Pa I'd run away." "My dear," said I, smiling, "your papa no doubt considers his family." "Oh yes, his family is all very fine, Miss Summerson," replied Miss Jellyby, "but what comfort is his family to him? His family is nothing but bills, dirt, waste, noise, tumbles downstairs, confusion and wretchedness. His scrambling home from week's end to week's end is like one great washing day, only nothing's washed." Miss Jellyby tapped her foot upon the floor and wiped her eyes. "I'm sure I pity Pa to that degree," she said, "and I am so angry with Ma that I can't find words to express myself. However, I'm not going to bear it. I am determined. I won't be a slave all my life, and I won't submit to be proposed to by Mr. Quayle. A pretty thing indeed to marry a philanthropist. As if I hadn't had enough of that," said poor Miss Jellyby. I must confess that I could not help feeling rather angry with Mrs. Jellyby myself, seeing and hearing this neglected girl, and knowing how much of bitterly satirical truth there was in what she said. "It wasn't that we had been intimate when you stopped at our house," pursued Miss Jellyby. "I should have been ashamed to come here to-day, for I know what a figure I must seem to you. But as it is, I made up my mind to call, especially as I am not likely to see you again the next time you come to town." She said this with such great significance that Ada and I glanced at one another, foreseeing something more. "No," said Miss Jellyby, shaking her head, "not at all like. I know I may trust you too. I'm sure you won't betray me. I am engaged." "Without their knowledge at home?" said I. "Why, good gracious me, Miss Summerson," she returned, justifying herself in a fretful but not angry manner. "How can it be otherwise? You know what Ma is, and I needn't make poor Pa miserable by telling him." "But would it not be adding to his unhappiness to marry without his knowledge or consent, my dear?" said I. "No," said Miss Jellyby, softening. "I hope not. I should try to make him very happy and comfortable when he came to see me, and Peepy and the others should take it in turns to come and stay with me, and they should have some care taken of them then." There was a good deal of affection in poor Caddy. She softened more and more while saying this, and cried so much over the unwanted little home picture she had raised in her mind that Peepy in his cave under the piano was touched, and turned himself over on his back with loud lamentations. It was not until I had brought him to kiss his sister, and had restored him to his place on my lap, and had shown him that Caddy was laughing (she laughed expressly for the purpose), that we could recall his peace of mind. Even then it was for some time conditional on his taking us in turns by the chin and smoothing our faces all over with his hand. At last his spirits were not equal to the piano. We put him on a chair to look out of the window, and Miss Jellyby, holding him by one leg, resumed her confidence. "It began in your coming to our house," she said. "We naturally asked how. I was so awkward," she replied, "that I made up my mind to be improved in that respect at all events, and to learn to dance. I told Ma that I was ashamed of myself, and I must be taught to dance. Ma looked at me in that provoking way of hers, as if I wasn't in sight, but I was quite determined to be taught to dance, so I went to Mr. Turveydrop's academy in Newman Street." "And it was there, my dear," I began. "Yes, it was there," said Caddy, "and I am engaged to Mr. Turveydrop. There are two Mr. Turveydrops, father and son, and my Mr. Turveydrop is the son, of course. I only wish I had been better brought up, and was likely to make him a better wife, for I am very fond of him." "I'm sorry to hear this," said I must confess. "I don't know why you should be sorry," she retorted a little anxiously, "but I am engaged to Mr. Turveydrop, whether or no, and he is very fond of me. It's a secret as yet, even on his side, because old Mr. Turveydrop has a share in the connection, and it might break his heart or give him some other shock if he was told of it abruptly. Old Mr. Turveydrop is a very gentlemanly man indeed, very gentlemanly." "Does his wife know of it?" asked Ada. "Old Mr. Turveydrop's wife, Miss Clare," returned Miss Jellyby, opening her eyes. "There's no such person. He's a widower." We were interrupted by Peepy, whose leg had undergone so much on account of his sister's unconsciously jerking it like a bell rope whenever she was emphatic, that the afflicted child now bemoaned his sufferings with a very low-spirited noise. As he appealed to me for compassion, and I was only a listener, I undertook to hold him. Miss Jellyby proceeded, after begging Peepy's pardon, with a kiss, and assuring him that she hadn't meant to do it. "That's the state of the case," said Caddy. "If I ever blame myself, I still think it's Ma's fault. We are to be married whenever we can, and then I shall go back to Pa at the office and write to Ma. It won't much agitate Ma. I'm only pen and ink to her. One great comfort is," said Caddy with a sob, "that I shall never hear of Africa after I am married. Young Mr. Turveydrop hates it for my sake, and if old Mr. Turveydrop knows there is such a place, it's as much as he does." "It was he who was very gentlemanly, I think," said I. "Very gentlemanly indeed," said Caddy. "He is celebrated almost everywhere for his deportment." "Does he teach?" asked Ada. "No, he don't teach anything in particular," replied Caddy, "but his deportment is beautiful." Caddy went on to say, with considerable hesitation and reluctance, that there was one more thing she wished us to know, and felt we ought to know, and which she hoped would not offend us. It was that she had improved her acquaintance with Miss Flite, the little crazy old lady, and that she frequently went there early in the morning and met her lover for a few minutes before breakfast. Only for a few minutes. I go there at other times, said Caddy, but Prince does not come then. Young Mr. Turveydrop's name is Prince. I wish it wasn't, because it sounds like a dog, but of course he didn't christen himself. Old Mr. Turveydrop had him christened Prince in remembrance of the Prince Regent. Old Mr. Turveydrop adored the Prince Regent on account of his deportment. I hope you won't think it the worse for me having made these little appointments at Miss Flite's, where I first went with you, because I like the poor thing for her own sake, and I believe she likes me. If you could see young Mr. Turveydrop, I am sure you would think well of him. At least, I am sure you couldn't possibly think any ill of him. I am going there now for my lesson. I could ask you to go with me, Miss Summerson, but if you would, said Caddy, who had said all this earnestly and tremblingly, I should be very glad, very glad. It happened that we had arranged with my guardian to go to Miss Flite's that day. We had told him of our former visit, and our account had interested him, and something had always happened to prevent our going there again. As I trusted that I might have sufficient influence with Miss Jellyby to prevent her taking any very rash step, if I fully accepted the confidence she was so willing to place in me, poor girl, I proposed that she, I, and Peepy should go to the academy and afterwards meet my guardian and Ada at Miss Flite's, whose name I now learnt for the first time. This was on condition that Miss Jellyby and Peepy should come back with us to dinner, the last article of the agreement being joyfully acceded to by both. We smartened Peepy up a little with the assistance of a few pins, some soap and water, and a hairbrush, and went out, bending our steps towards Newman Street, which was very near. I found the academy established in a sufficiently dingy house at the corner of an archway, with busts in all the staircase windows. In the same house there were also established, as I gathered from the plates on the door, a drawing master, a coal merchant, who was certainly no room for his coals, and a lithographic artist. On the plate, which in size and situation took precedence of all the rest, I read Mr. Turveydrop. The door was open, and the hall was blocked up by a grand piano, a harp, and several other musical instruments in cases, all in progress of removal, and all looking rakish in the daylight. Miss Jellyby informed me that the academy had been lent last night for a concert. We went upstairs. It had been quite a fine house once, when it was anybody's business to keep it clean and fresh, and nobody's business to smoke in it all day, and into Mr. Turveydrop's great room, which was built out into a mews at the back and was lighted by a skylight. It was a bare, resounding room, smelling of stables, with cane forms along the walls, and the walls ornamented at regular intervals with painted lyres and little cut-glass branches for candles, which seemed to be shedding their old-fashioned drops, as other branches might shed autumn leaves. Several young lady pupils, ranging from 13 or 14 years of age to 2 or 23, were assembled, and I was looking among them for their instructor, when Caddy, pinching my arm, repeated the ceremony of introduction. Miss Summerson, Mr. Prince Turveydrop. I curtsied to a little blue-eyed, fair man of youthful appearance, with flaxen hair parted in the middle and curling at the ends round his head. He had a little fiddle, which we used to call at school a kit, under his left arm, and its little bow in the same hand. His little dancing shoes were particularly diminutive, and he had an innocent, feminine manner, which not only appealed to me in an amiable way, but made this singular effect upon me, that I received the impression that he was like his mother, and that his mother had not been much considered or well used. I am very happy to see Miss Jellyby's friend, he said, bowing low to me. I began to fear, with timid tenderness, as it was past the usual time, that Miss Jellyby was not coming. I beg you will have the goodness to attribute that to me, who have detained her, and to receive my excuses, sir, said I. Oh dear, said he, and I pray, I entreated, do not allow me to be the cause of any more delay. With that apology I withdrew to a seat between Peepy, who, being well used to it, had already climbed into a corner place, and an old lady of a censorious countenance, whose 2 nieces were in the class, and who was very indignant with Peepy's boots. Prince Turveydrop then tinkled the strings of his kit with his fingers, and the young ladies stood up to dance. Just then there appeared from a side door old Mr. Turveydrop, in the full lustre of his deportment. He was a fat old gentleman with a false complexion, false teeth, false whiskers, and a wig. He had a fur collar, he had a padded breast to his coat, which only wanted a star or a broad blue ribbon to be complete. He was pinched in and swelled out, and got up and strapped down as much as he could possibly bear. He had such a neckcloth on, puffing his very eyes out of their natural shape, and his chin and even his ears so sunk into it, that it seemed as though he must inevitably double up if it were cast loose. He had under his arm a hat of great size and weight, shelving downward from the crown to the brim, and in his hand a pair of white gloves, with which he flapped as he stood poised on one leg in a high-shouldered, round-elbowed state of elegance, not to be surpassed. He had a cane, he had an eyeglass, he had a snuff-box, he had rings, he had wristbands, he had everything but any touch of nature. He was not like youth, he was not like age, he was not like anything in the world but a model of deportment. "Father, a visitor, Miss Jellyby's friend, Miss Summerson." "Distinguished," said Mr. Turveydrop, "by Miss Summerson's presence." As he bowed to me in that tight state, I almost believe I saw creases come into the whites of his eyes. "My father," said the son aside to me with quite an affecting belief in him, "is a celebrated character. My father is greatly admired." "Go on, Prince, go on," said Mr. Turveydrop, standing with his back to the fire and waving his gloves condescendingly. "Go on, my son." At this command, or by this gracious permission, the lesson went on. Prince Turveydrop sometimes played the kit, dancing, sometimes played the piano, standing, sometimes hummed the tune with what little breath he could spare, while he set a pupil right, always conscientiously moved with the least proficient through every step and every part of the figure, and never rested for an instant. His distinguished father did nothing whatever but stand before the fire, a model of deportment. "And he never does anything else," said the old lady of the censorious countenance. "Yet would you believe that it's his name on the door-plate?" "His son's name is the same, you know," said I. "He wouldn't let his son have any name if he could take it from him," returned the old lady. "Look at his son's dress. It was certainly plain, threadbare, almost shabby. Yet the father must be garnished and tricked out," said the old lady, "because of his deportment. I'd deport him. Transport him would be better." I felt curious to know more concerning this person. I asked, "Does he give lessons in deportment now?" "Now," returned the old lady shortly. "Never did." After a moment's consideration, I suggested that perhaps fencing had been his accomplishment. "I don't believe he can fence at all, ma'am," said the old lady. I looked surprised and inquisitive, the old lady becoming more and more incensed against the master of deportment as she dwelt upon the subject, gave me some particulars of his career, with strong assurances that they were mildly stated. He had married a meek little dancing mistress with a tolerable connection, having never in his life before done anything but deport himself, and had worked her to death, or had, at the best, suffered her work herself to death, to maintain him in those expenses which were indispensable to his position. At once to exhibit his deportment to the best models, and to keep the best models constantly before himself, he had found it necessary to frequent all public places of fashionable and lounging resort, to be seen at Brighton and elsewhere at fashionable times, and to lead an idle life in the very best clothes. To enable him to do this, the affectionate little dancing mistress had toiled and laboured, and would have toiled and laboured to that hour if her strength had lasted so long. For the mainspring of the story was that, in spite of the man's absorbing selfishness, his wife, overpowered by his deportment, had to the last believed in him, and had on her deathbed, in the most moving terms, confided him to their son as one who had an inextinguishable claim upon him, and whom he could never regard with too much pride and deference. The son, inheriting his mother's belief, and having the deportment always before him, had lived and grown in the same faith, and now at 30 years of age worked for his father 12 hours a day, and looked up to him with veneration on the old imaginary pinnacle. "The airs this fellow gives himself," said my informant, shaking her head at old Mr. Turveydrop with a speechless indignation as he drew on his tight gloves. Of course, unconscious of the homage she was rendering, he fully believes he's one of the aristocracy, and he is so condescending to the son. He so egregiously deludes that you might suppose him the most virtuous of parents. Oh, said the old lady, apostrophising him with infinite vehemence, I could bite you. I could not help being amused. Though I heard the old lady out with feelings of real concern, it was difficult to doubt her with the father and son before me. What I might have thought of them without the old lady's account, or what I might have thought of the old lady's account without them, I cannot say. There was a fitness of things in the whole that carried conviction with it. My eyes were yet wandering from young Mr. Turveydrop, working so hard, to old Mr. Turveydrop, deporting himself so beautifully, when the latter came ambling up to me and entered into conversation. He asked me first of all whether I conferred charm and distinction on London by residing in it. I did not think it necessary to reply that I was perfectly aware I should not do that, in any case, but merely told him where I did reside. "A lady so graceful and accomplished," he said, kissing his right glove and afterwards extending it towards the pupils, "will look leniently on the deficiencies here. We do our best to polish. He sat down beside me, taking some pains to sit on the form, I thought, in imitation of the print of his illustrious model on the sofa, and he really did look very like it. To polish, he repeated, taking a pinch of snuff and gently fluttering his fingers. But are we not, if I may say, to one so formed to be graceful both by nature and art, with the high-shouldered bow, which seemed impossible for him to make without lifting up his eyebrows and shutting his eyes, we are not what we used to be in point of deportment. Are we not, sir? Said I. We have degenerated, he returned, shaking his head, which he could do to a very limited extent in his cravat. A levelling age is not favourable to deportment. It develops vulgarity. Perhaps I speak with some little partiality. It may not be for me to say that I have been called, for some years now, Gentleman Turveydrop, or that His Royal Highness the Prince Regent did me the honour to inquire, on my removing my hat as he drove out of the pavilion at Brighton, that fine building, who is he? Who the devil is he? Why don't I know him? Why hasn't he 30,000 a year? But these are little matters of anecdote. The general property, ma'am, still repeated occasionally among the upper classes. Indeed, said I. He replied with a high-shouldered bow. Where what is left among us of deportment, he added, still lingers, England, alas, my country, has degenerated very much, and is degenerating every day. She has not many gentlemen left. We are few. I see nothing to succeed us but a race of weavers. One might hope that the race of gentlemen would be perpetuated here, said I. You are very good, he smiled with a high-shouldered bow again. You flatter me. But no, I have never been able to imbue my poor boy with that part of his art. Heaven forbid that I should disparage my dear child, but he has no deportment. He appears to be an excellent master, I observed. Understand me, my dear madam, he is an excellent master. All that can be acquired, he has acquired. All that can be imparted, he can impart. But there are things, he took another pinch of snuff and made the bow again, as if to add, the kind of thing, for instance. I glanced towards the centre of the room where Miss Jellyby's lover, now engaged with single pupils, was undergoing greater drudgery than ever. My amiable child, murmured Mr. Turveydrop, adjusting his cravat. Your son is indefatigable, said I. It is my reward, said Mr. Turveydrop, to hear you say so. In some respects he treads in the footsteps of his sainted mother. She was a devoted creature. But woman, lovely woman, said Mr. Turveydrop with very disagreeable gallantry, what a sex you are. I rose and joined Miss Jellyby, who was by this time putting on her bonnet. The time allotted to a lesson having fully elapsed, there was a general putting on of bonnets, when Miss Jellyby and the unfortunate Prince found an opportunity to become betrothed. I don't know, but they certainly found none on this occasion to exchange a dozen words. My dear, said Mr. Turveydrop benignly to his son, do you know the hour? No, father. The son had no watch. The father had a handsome gold one, which he pulled out with an air that was an example to mankind. My son, said he, it's 2:00. Recollect your school at Kensington at 3. That's time enough for me, father, said Prince. I can take a morsel of dinner standing and be off. My dear boy, returned his father, you must be very quick. You will find the cold mutton on the table. Thank you, father. Are you off now, father? Yes, my dear, I suppose, said Mr. Turveydrop, shutting his eyes and lifting up his shoulders with modest consciousness. And I must show myself as usual about town. You'd better dine out comfortably somewhere, said his son. My dear child, I intend to. I shall take my little meal, I think, at the French house in Opera Colonnade. That's right. Good-bye, father, said Prince, shaking hands. Good-bye, my son. Bless you. Mr. Turveydrop said this in quite a pious manner, and it seemed to do his son good, who, in parting from him, was so pleased with him, so dutiful to him, and so proud of him, that I almost felt as if it were an unkindness to the younger man not to be able to believe implicitly in the elder. The few moments that were occupied by Prince in taking leave of us, and particularly one of us, as I saw, being in the secret, I enhanced my favourable impression of his most childish character. I felt a liking for him and a compassion for him, as he put his little kit in his pocket, and with it his desire to stay a little while with Caddy, and went away good-humouredly to his cold mutton and his school at Kensington. That made me scarcely less irate with his father than the censorious old lady. The father opened the room door for us and bowed us out in a manner, I must acknowledge, worthy of his shining original. In the same style he presently passed us on the other side of the street, on his way to the aristocratic part of the town, where he was going to show himself among the few other gentlemen left. For some moments I was so lost in reconsidering what I had heard and seen in Newman Street that I was quite unable to talk to Caddy, or to even fix my attention on what she said to me, especially when I began to inquire in my mind whether there were or ever had been any other gentlemen, not in the dancing profession, who lived and founded a reputation entirely on their deportment. This became so bewildering and suggested the possibility of so many Mr. Turveydrops that I said, Esther, you must make up your mind to abandon this subject altogether and attend to Caddy. I accordingly did so, and we chatted all the rest of the way to Lincoln's Inn. Caddy told me that her lover's education had been so neglected that it was not always easy to read his notes. She said, if he were not so anxious about his spelling, and took less pains to make it clear, he would do better. But he put in so many unnecessary letters into short words that they sometimes quite lost their English appearance. He does it with the best intention, observed Caddy, but it hasn't the effect he means, poor fellow. Caddy then went on to reason how he could be expected to be a scholar when he had passed his whole life in the dancing school and done nothing but teach and fag and teach, morning and noon and night. And what did it matter? She could write letters enough for both, as she knew at her cost. It was far better for him to be amiable than learned. Besides, it is not as if I was an accomplished girl who had any right to give herself airs, said Caddy. I know little enough, I'm sure, thanks to Ma. There's another thing I want to tell you now we're alone, continued Caddy, which I should not have liked to mention unless you'd seen Prince, Miss Summerson. You know what a house ours is. It's of no use my trying to learn anything that it would be useful for Prince's wife to know. In our house we live in such a state of muddle that it's impossible, and I have only been more disheartened whenever I have tried. So I get a little practice with, who do you think? Poor Miss Flite. Early in the morning I help her to tidy her room and clean her birds, and I make her a cup of coffee for her. Of course she taught me, and I have learned to make it so well that Prince says it's the very best coffee he ever tasted, and would quite delight old Mr. Turveydrop, who is very particular indeed about his coffee. I can make little puddings too, and I know how to buy neck of mutton and tea and sugar and butter, and a good many housekeeping things. I'm not clever at my needle yet, said Caddy, glancing at the repairs on Peepy's frock, but perhaps I shall improve. And since I have been engaged to Prince, and have been doing all this, I have felt better tempered, I hope, and more forgiving to Ma. It rather put me out at first this morning to see you and Miss Clare looking so neat and pretty, and to feel ashamed of Peepy and myself too. But on the whole, I hope I am better tempered than I was, and more forgiving to Ma. The poor girl tried so hard, said it from her heart, and touched mine. Caddy, my love, I replied, I begin to have a great affection for you, and I hope we shall become friends. Oh, do you? Cried Caddy. How happy that would make me. My dear Caddy, said I, let us be friends from this time. and let us often have a chat about these matters and try to find the right way through them. Caddy was overjoyed. I said everything in my old-fashioned way to comfort and encourage her. I would not have objected to old Mr. Turveydrop that day for any smaller consideration than a settlement on his daughter-in-law. By this time we were come to Mr. Crook's, whose private door stood open. There was a bill pasted on the doorpost, announcing a room to let on the second floor. It reminded Caddy to tell me as we proceeded upstairs that there had been a sudden death there, and an inquest, and that our little friend had been ill of the fright. The door and window of the vacant room being open, we looked in. It was the room with the dark door to which Miss Flite had secretly directed my attention when I was last in the house. A sad and desolate place it was, a gloomy, sorrowful place that gave me a strange sensation of mournfulness and even dread. "You look pale," said Caddy when we came out, "and cold." I felt as if the room had chilled me. We had walked slowly while we were talking, and my guardian and Ada were before us. We found them in Miss Flite's garret. They were looking at the birds, while a medical gentleman, who was so good as to attend Miss Flite with much solicitude and compassion, spoke with her cheerfully by the fire. "I have finished my professional visit," he said, coming forward. "Miss Flite is much better, and may appear in court, as her mind is set upon it, to-morrow. She has been greatly missed there, I understand." Miss Flite, receiving the compliment with complacency, and dropped a general curtsy to us. "Honour indeed," said she. "By another visit from the wards in Jarndyce. Very happy to receive Jarndyce of Bleak House beneath my humble roof," with a special curtsy. "Jarndyce, my dear," she had bestowed that name on Caddy, it appeared, and always called her by it. "A double welcome." "Has she been very ill?" asked Mr. Jarndyce of the gentleman whom we had found in attendance on her. She answered for herself directly, though he had put the question in a whisper. "Oh, decidedly unwell. Oh, very unwell indeed," she said confidentially. "Not pain, you know, trouble. Not bodily so much as nervous. Nervous, the truth is," in a subdued voice and trembling. "We've had a death here. There was a poison in the house. I'm very susceptible to such horrid things. It frightened me. Only Mr. Woodcourt knows how much. My physician, Mr. Woodcourt, with great stateliness. The wards in Jarndyce. Jarndyce of Bleak House. Jarndyce." "Miss Flite," said Mr. Woodcourt in a grave kind of voice, as if he were appealing to her while speaking to us, and laying his hand gently on her arm. "Miss Flite describes her illness with her usual accuracy. She was alarmed by an occurrence in the house which might have alarmed a stronger person, and was made ill by the distress and agitation. She brought me here in the first hurry of the discovery, though too late for me to be of any use to the unfortunate man. I have compensated myself for that disappointment by coming here since, and being of some small use to her." "The kindest physician in the college," whispered Miss Flite to me. "I expect a judgment on the day of judgment, and shall then confer estates." "She will be as well in a day or two," said Mr. Woodcourt, looking at her with an observant smile, "as she ever will be. In other words, quite well, of course. Have you heard of her good fortune?" "Most extraordinary," said Miss Flite, smiling brightly. "You never heard of such a thing, my dear. Every Saturday, Conversation Kenge, or Guppy, clerk to Conversation K, places in my hand a paper of shillings. Shillings, I assure you. Always the same number in the paper. Always one for every day in the week. Now you know. Really, so well timed, is it not?" "Yes. From whence do these papers come, you say? That is the great question. Naturally. Shall I tell you what I think? I think," said Miss Flite, drawing herself back with a very shrewd look, and shaking her right forefinger in a most significant manner, "that the Lord Chancellor, aware of the length of time during which the Great Seal has been open, for it has been open a long time, forwards them until the judgment, I expect, is given. Now that's very creditable, you know, to confess in that way that he is a little slow for human life. So delicate. Attending court the other day, I attend it regularly with my documents, I taxed him with it, and he almost confessed. That is, I smiled at him from my bench, and he smiled at me from his bench. But it's a great good fortune, is it not? And Jarndyce lays the money out for me to great advantage. Oh, I assure you, to the greatest advantage." I congratulated her as she addressed herself to me upon this fortunate addition to her income, and wished her a long continuance of it. I did not speculate upon the source from which it came, or wondered whose humanity was so considerate. My guardian stood before me contemplating the birds, and I had no need to look beyond him. "What do you call these little fellows, ma'am?" said he in a pleasant voice. "Have they any names?" "I can answer for Miss Flite that they have," said I, for she promised to tell us what they were. "Ada remembers." Ada remembered very well. "Did I?" said Miss Flite. "Who's that at my door? Why are you listening at my door for, Crook?" The old man of the house, pushing it open before him, appeared there with his fur cap in his hand and his cat at his heels. "I weren't listening, Miss Flite," he said. "I was going to give a rap with me knuckles, only you're so quick." "Make your cat go down. Drive her away," the old lady angrily exclaimed. "Bah, bah, there ain't no danger, gentlefolks," said Mr. Crook, looking slowly and sharply from one to the other until he had looked at all of us. "She'd never offer at the birds when I was here unless I told her to it." "You will excuse my landlord," said the old lady with a dignified air. "M, quite M. What do you want, Crook, when I have company?" "Hey," said the old man, "you know I am the Chancellor." "Well," returned Miss Flite, "what of that?" "For the Chancellor," said the old man with a chuckle, "not to be acquainted with the Jarndyce is queer, ain't it, Miss Flite? Mightn't I take the liberty, your servant, sir? I know Jarndyce and Jarndyce almost as well as you do, sir. I knowed old Squire Tom, sir. I never, to my knowledge, see you afore, though, not even in court. Yet I go there a mortal sight of times in the course of the year, taking one day with another." "I never go there," said Mr. Jarndyce, which he never did on any consideration. "I would sooner go somewhere else." "Would you, though?" returned Crook, grinning. "You're bearing hard upon my noble and learned brother in your meaning, sir, though perhaps it is but natural in a Jarndyce." "The burnt child, sir." "What, you're looking at my lodger's birds, Mr. Jarndyce?" The old man had come by little and little into the room, until he now touched my guardian with his elbow, and looked close up into his face with his bespectacled eyes. "It's one of her strange ways that she'll never tell the names of these birds until she can help it, though she named 'em all." This was in a whisper. "Shall I run them over, Flite?" he asked aloud, winking at us and pointing at her as she turned away, affecting to sweep the grate. "If you like," she answered hurriedly. The old man, looking up at the cages after another look at us, went through the list. "Hope, joy, youth, peace, rest, life, dust, ashes, waste, want, ruin, despair, madness, death, cunning, folly, words, wigs, rags, sheepskin, plunder, precedent, jargon, gammon, and spinach. That's the whole collection," said the old man, "all cooped up together by my noble and learned brother." "This is a bitter wind," murmured my guardian. "When my noble and learned brother gives his judgment, they're to be let go free," said Crook, winking at us again. "And then," he added, whispering and grinning, "if that ever was to happen, which it won't, the birds that have never been caged would kill 'em." "If ever the wind was in the east," said my guardian, pretending to look out of the window for a weathercock, "I think it's there to-day." We found it very difficult to get away from the house. It was not Miss Flite who detained us. She was as reasonable a little creature, in consulting the convenience of others, as there possibly could be. It was Mr. Crook. He seemed unable to detach himself from Mr. Jarndyce. If he had been linked to him, he could hardly have attended him more closely. He proposed to show us his Court of Chancery, and all the strange medley it contained. During the whole of our inspection, prolonged by himself, he kept close to Mr. Jarndyce, and sometimes detained him under one pretence or another until we passed on, as if he were tormented by an inclination to enter upon some great subject which he could not make up his mind to approach. I cannot imagine a countenance and manner more singularly expressive of caution and indecision, and a perpetual impulse to do something he could not resolve to venture on, than Mr. Crook's was that day. His watchfulness of my guardian was incessant. He rarely removed his eyes from his face. If he went on beside him, he observed him with the slyness of an old white fox. If he went before, he looked back. When we stood still, he got opposite to him, and drawing his hand across his open mouth, with a curious expression of a sense of power, and turning up his eyes and lowering his grey eyebrows until they appeared to be shut, seemed to scan every lineament of his face. At last, having been, always attended by the cat, all over the house, and having seen the whole stock of miscellaneous lumber, which was certainly curious, we came into the back part of the shop. Here, on the head of an empty barrel, stood on end, were an ink bottle, some old stumps of pens, some dirty playbills, and against the wall were pasted several large printed alphabets in plain hands. "What are you doing here?" asked my guardian. "Trying to learn myself to read and write," said Crook. "And how do you get on?" "Slow, bad," returned the old man impatiently. "It's hard at my time of life." "It would be easier to be taught by someone," said my guardian. "Yes, aye, but they might teach me wrong," returned the old man with a wonderfully suspicious flash of his eye. "I don't know what I may have lost by not being learned afore. I wouldn't like to lose anything by being learned wrong now." "Wrong?" said my guardian with his good-humoured smile. "Who do you suppose would teach you wrong?" "I don't know, Mr. Jarndyce of Bleak House," replied the old man, turning up his spectacles on his forehead and rubbing his hands. "I don't suppose anybody as would, but I'd rather trust my own self than another." These answers and his manner were strange enough to cause my guardian to inquire of Mr. Woodcourt, as we all walked across Lincoln's Inn together, whether Mr. Crook were really, as his lodger represented him, deranged. The young surgeon replied no, he had seen no reason to think so. He was exceedingly distrustful, as ignorance usually was, and he was always more or less under the influence of raw gin, of which he drank great quantities, and of which he and his back shop, as we might have observed, smelt strongly, but he did not think him mad as yet. On our way home I so conciliated Peepy's affections by buying him a windmill and 2 flour sacks that he would suffer nobody else to take off his hat and gloves, and would sit nowhere at dinner but at my side. Caddy sat upon the other side of me, next to Ada, to whom we imparted the whole history of the engagement as soon as we got back. We made much of Caddy and Peepy too, and Caddy brightened exceedingly, and my guardian was as merry as we were, and we were all very happy indeed, until Caddy went home at night in a hackney coach, with Peepy fast asleep, but holding tight to the windmill. I have forgotten to mention, at least I have not mentioned, that Mr. Woodcourt was the same dark young surgeon whom we had met at Mr. Badger's, or that Mr. Jarndyce invited him to dinner that day, or that he came, or that when they were all gone, and I said to Ada, "Now, my darling, let us have a little talk about Richard," Ada laughed and said, "I don't think that it matters what my darling said. She was always merry." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Bell Yard. While we were in London, Mr. Jarndyce was constantly beset by the crowd of excitable ladies and gentlemen whose proceedings had so much astonished us. Mr. Quayle, who presented himself soon after our arrival, was in all such excitements. He seemed to project those 2 shining knobs of temples into his everything that went on, and to brush his hair farther and farther back, until the very roots were almost ready to fly out of his head in an inappeasable philanthropy. All objects were alike to him, but he was always particularly ready for anything in the way of a testimonial to anyone. His great power seemed to be his power of indiscriminate admiration. He would sit for any length of time with the utmost enjoyment, bathing his temples in the light of any order of luminary. Having first seen him perfectly swallowed up in admiration of Mrs. Jellyby, I had supposed her to be the absorbing object of his devotion. I soon discovered my mistake, and found him to be a train-bearer and organ-blower to a whole procession of people. Mrs. Pardiggle came one day for a subscription to something, and with her Mr. Quayle. Whatever Mrs. Pardiggle said, Mr. Quayle repeated to us, and just as he had drawn Mrs. Jellyby out, he drew Mrs. Pardiggle out. Mrs. Pardiggle wrote a letter of introduction to my guardian in behalf of her eloquent friend Mr. Gusher. With Mr. Gusher appeared Mr. Quayle again, Mr. Gusher being a flabby gentleman, with a moist surface and eyes much too small for his moon of a face, that they seemed to have been originally made for somebody else. It was not at first sight prepossessing, yet he was scarcely seated before Mr. Quayle asked Ada and me, not inaudibly, whether he was not a great creature, which he certainly was, flabbily speaking, but Mr. Quayle meant in intellectual beauty, and whether we were not struck by his massive configuration of brow. In short, we heard of a great many missions of various sorts amongst this set of people, but nothing respecting them was half so clear to us that it was Mr. Quayle's mission to be in ecstasies with everybody else's mission, and that it was the most popular mission of all. Mr. Jarndyce had fallen into this company in the tenderness of his heart and his earnest desire to do all the good in his power, but that he felt it to be too often an unsatisfactory company, where benevolence took spasmodic forms, where charity was assumed as a regular uniform by loud professors and speculators in cheap notoriety, vehement in profession, restless and vain in action, servile in the last degree of meanness to the great adulatory of one another, and intolerable to those who were anxious quietly to help the weak from failing, rather than with a great deal of bluster and self-laudation to raise them up a little way when they were down. He plainly told us when a testimonial was originated to Mr. Quayle by Mr. Gusher, who had already got one originated by Mr. Quayle, and when Mr. Gusher spoke for an hour and a half on the subject to a meeting, including 2 charity schools of small boys and girls, who were specially reminded of the widow's mite, and requested to come forward with halfpence and be acceptable to sacrifices, I think the wind was in the east for 3 whole weeks. I mention this because I am coming to Mr. Skimpole again. It seemed to me that his off-hand professions of childishness and carelessness were a great relief to my guardian. By contrast with such things, and were the more readily believed in, since to find one perfectly undesigning and candid man among many opposites could not fail to give him pleasure. I should be sorry to imply that Mr. Skimpole divined this, and it was politic. I really never understood him well enough to know. What he was to my guardian, he certainly was to the rest of the world. He had not been very well, and thus, though he lived in London, we had seen nothing of him until now. He appeared one morning in his usual agreeable way, and as full of pleasant spirits as ever. Well, he said, here he was. He had been bilious, but rich men were often bilious, and therefore he had been persuading himself that he was a man of property. So he was, in a certain point of view, in his expensive intentions. He had been enriching his medical attendant in the most lavish manner. He had always doubled and sometimes quadrupled his fees. He had said to the doctor, "Now, my dear doctor, it's quite a delusion on your part to suppose that you attend me for nothing. I am overwhelming you with money in my expansive intentions, if you only knew it." And really, he said, he meant it to that degree that he thought it much the same thing as doing it. If he had those bits of metal or thin paper to which mankind attached so much importance put in the doctor's hand, he would have put them in the doctor's hand. Not having them, he substituted the will for the deed. Very well, if he really meant it, if his will were genuine and real, which it was, it appeared to him that it was the same coin, and cancelled the obligation. "It may be partly because I know nothing of the value of money," said Mr. Skimpole, "but I often feel this. It seems so reasonable. My butcher says to me he wants that little bill. It's part of the pleasant, unconscious poetry of the man's nature that he always calls it a little bill, to make the payment appear easy to both of us. I reply to the butcher, 'My good friend, if you knew it, you are paid. You haven't had the trouble of coming to ask for the little bill. You are paid. I mean it.' But suppose," said my guardian, laughing, "he had meant the meat in the bill instead of providing it." "My dear Jarndyce," he returned, "you surprise me. You take the butcher's position. A butcher I once dealt with occupied that very ground. Says he, 'Sir, why did you eat spring lamb at 18 pence a pound?' 'Why did I eat spring lamb at 18 pence a pound, my honest friend?' said I, naturally amazed by the question. 'I like spring lamb.' This was so far convincing. 'Well, sir,' says he, 'I wish I had meant the lamb as you mean the money.' 'My good fellow,' said I, 'pray let us reason like intellectual beings. How could that be? It was impossible. You had got the lamb, and I have not got the money. You couldn't really mean the lamb without sending it, whereas I can and do really mean the money without paying it.' He had not a word. There was an end of the subject. Did he take no legal proceedings? Inquired my guardian. Yes, he took legal proceedings, said Mr. Skimpole, but in that he was influenced by passion, not by reason. Passion reminds me of Boythorn. He writes me that you and the ladies have promised him a short visit at his bachelor house in Lincolnshire. He's a great favourite with my girls, said Mr. Jarndyce, and I have promised for them. Nature forgot to shade him off, I think, observed Mr. Skimpole to Ada and me. A little too boisterous, like the sea, a little too vehement, like a bull that has made up his mind to consider every colour scarlet. But I grant a sledge-hammering sort of merit in him. I should have been surprised if those two could have thought very highly of one another. Mr. Boythorn attaching so much importance to many things, and Mr. Skimpole caring so little for anything, besides which I noticed Mr. Boythorn more than once in the point of breaking out into some strong opinion when Mr. Skimpole was referred to. Of course, I merely joined Ada in saying that we had been greatly pleased with him. He has invited me, said Mr. Skimpole, and if a child may trust himself in such hands, which the present child is encouraged to do, with the united tenderness of two angels to guard him, I shall go. He proposes to frank me down and back again. I suppose it will cost money, shillings perhaps, or pounds, or something of that sort. By the by, Coavinses, you remember our friend Coavinses, Miss Summerson? He asked me as the subject arose in his mind, in his graceful, light-hearted manner, and without the least embarrassment. Oh, yes, said I. Coavinses has been arrested by the great bailiff, said Mr. Skimpole. He will never do violence to the sunshine any more. It quite shocked me to hear it, for I had already recalled with anything but serious association the image of the man sitting on the sofa that night wiping his head. His successor informed me of it yesterday, said Mr. Skimpole. His successor is in my house now. In possession, I think he calls it. He came yesterday on my blue-eyed daughter's birthday. I put it to him. This is unreasonable and inconvenient. If you had a blue-eyed daughter, wouldn't you like me to come uninvited on her birthday? But he stayed. Mr. Skimpole laughed at the pleasant absurdity and lightly touched the piano by which he was seated. And he told me, he said, playing little chords where I shall put full stops, the Coavinses had left 3 children, no mother, and that Coavinses' profession being unpopular, the rising Coavinses were at a considerable disadvantage. Mr. Jarndyce got up, rubbing his head, and began to walk about. Mr. Skimpole played the melody of one of Ada's favourite songs. Ada and I both looked at Mr. Jarndyce, thinking that we knew what was passing in his mind. After walking and stopping, and several times leaving off rubbing his head, and beginning again, my guardian put his hand upon the keys and stopped Mr. Skimpole's playing. I don't like this, Skimpole, he said thoughtfully. Mr. Skimpole, who had quite forgotten the subject, looked up surprised. The man was necessary, pursued my guardian, walking backward and forward in the very short space between the piano and the end of the room, and rubbing his hair up from the back of his head, as if a high east wind had blown it into that form. We make such men necessary by our faults and follies, or by our want of worldly knowledge, or by our misfortunes. We must not revenge ourselves upon them. There was no harm in his trade. He maintained his children. One would like to know more about this. Oh, Coavinses, cried Mr. Skimpole, at length perceiving what he meant. Nothing easier. A walk to Coavinses' headquarters, and you can know what you will. Mr. Jarndyce nodded to us, who were only waiting for the signal. Come, we will walk that way, my dears. Why not that way as soon as another? We were quickly ready and went out. Mr. Skimpole went with us, and quite enjoyed the expedition. It was so new and so refreshing, he said, for him to want Coavinses instead of Coavinses wanting him. He took us first to Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane, where there was a house with barred windows, which he called Coavinses' Castle. On our going into the entry and ringing a bell, a very hideous boy came out of a sort of office and looked at us over a spiked wicket. What do you want? Said the boy, fitting 2 of the spikes into his chin. There was a follower, an officer or something here, said Mr. Jarndyce, who is dead. Yes, said the boy. Well, I want to know his name, if you please. Name of Neckett, said the boy. And his address? Bell Yard, said the boy. Chandler's shop, left-hand side, name of Blinder. Was he, I don't know how to shape the question, murmured my guardian, industrious? Was Neckett, said the boy. Yes, very much so. He was never tired of watching. He'd sit upon a post in a street corner 8 or 10 hours at a stretch, if he undertook to do it. He might have done worse, I heard my guardian soliloquize. He might have undertaken to do it and not done it. Thank you, that's all I want. We left the boy with his head on one side and his arms on the gate, fondling and sucking the spikes, and went back to Lincoln's Inn, where Mr. Skimpole, who had not cared to remain near Coavinses, awaited us. Then we all went to Bell Yard, a narrow alley at a very short distance. We soon found the chandler's shop. In it was a good-natured looking old woman with a dropsy or an asthma, or perhaps both. "Neckett's children," she said in reply to my inquiry. "Yes, surely, miss, three pair, if you please. Door right opposite the stairs," and she handed me the key across the counter. I glanced at the key and glanced at her, but she took it for granted that I knew what to do with it, as it could only be intended for the children's door. I came out without asking any more questions, and led the way up the dark stairs. We went as quietly as we could, but four of us made some noise on the aged boards, and when we came to the second story we found we had disturbed a man who was standing there looking out of his room. "Is it Gridley that's wanted?" he said, fixing his eyes upon me with an angry stare. "No, sir," said I. "I'm going higher up." He looked at Ada and at Mr. Jarndyce and at Mr. Skimpole, fixing the same angry stare on each in succession as they passed and followed me. Mr. Jarndyce gave him good day. "Good day," he said abruptly and fiercely. He was a tall, sallow man with a careworn head on which but a little hair remained, a deeply lined face and prominent eyes. He had a combative look, and a chafing, irritable manner, which, associated with his figure, still large and powerful, though evidently in its decline, rather alarmed me. He had a pen in his hand, and in the glimpse I caught of his room in passing, I saw that it was covered with a litter of papers. Leaving him standing there, we went up to the top room. I tapped at the door, and a shrill little voice inside said, "We are locked in. Mrs. Blinder's got the key." I applied the key on hearing this, and opened the door. In a poor room with a sloping ceiling and containing very little furniture was a mite of a boy, some 5 or 6 years old, nursing and hushing a heavy child of 18 months. There was no fire, though the weather was cold. Both children were wrapped in some poor shawls and tippets as a substitute. Their clothing was not so warm, however, but that their noses looked red and pinched, and their small figures shrunken, as the boy walked up and down, nursing and hushing the child with its head on his shoulder. "Who has locked you up here alone?" we naturally asked. "Charlie," said the boy, standing still to gaze at us. "Is Charlie your brother?" "No, she's my sister, Charlotte. Father called her Charlie." "Are there any more of you besides Charlie?" "Me," said the boy, "and Emma," patting the limp bonnet of the child he was nursing. "And Charlie." "Where's Charlie now?" "Out a washing," said the boy, beginning to walk up and down again, and taking the nankeen bonnet much too near the bedstead by trying to gaze at us at the same time. We were looking at one another and at these two children when there came into the room a very little girl, childish in figure, but shrewd and older looking in the face. Pretty face, too, wearing a womanly sort of bonnet, much too large for her, and drying her bare arms on a womanly sort of apron. Her fingers were white and wrinkled with washing, and the soap suds were yet smoking, which she wiped off her arms. But for this she might have been a child playing at washing and imitating a poor working woman with a quick observation of the truth. She had come running from some place in the neighbourhood, and had made all the haste she could. Consequently, though she was very light, she was out of breath and could not speak at first, as she stood panting and wiping her arms and looking quietly at us. "Oh, here's Charlie," said the boy. The child he was nursing stretched forth its arms and cried out to be taken by Charlie. The little girl took it in a womanly sort of manner, belonging to the apron and the bonnet, and stood looking at us over the burden that clung to her most affectionately. "Is it possible," whispered my guardian as we put a chair for the little creature and got her to sit down with her load, the boy keeping close to her, holding her apron, "that this child works for the rest? Look at this, for God's sake, look at this." It was a thing to look at, the three children close together, and two of them relying solely on the third, and the third so young, and yet with an air of age and steadiness that sat so strangely on the childish figure. "Charlie, Charlie," said my guardian, "how old are you?" "Over 13, sir," replied the child. "Oh, what a great age," said my guardian, "what a great age, Charlie." I cannot describe the tenderness with which he spoke to her.
half playfully, yet all the more compassionately and mournfully. "And do you live alone here with these babies, Charlie?" said my guardian. "Yes, sir," returned the child, looking up into his face with perfect confidence, "since father died." "And how do you live, Charlie?" "Oh, Charlie," said my guardian, turning his face away for a moment, "how do you live?" "Since father died, sir, I've gone out to work. I'm out washing today." "God help you, Charlie," said my guardian. "You're not tall enough to reach the tub." "In pattens I am, sir," she said quickly. "I've got a high pair as belonged to mother." "And when did mother die? Poor mother!" "Mother died just after Emma was born," said the child, glancing at the face upon her bosom. "Then father said I was to be as good a mother to her as I could, so I tried, and so I worked at home and did cleaning and nursing and washing for a long time before I began to go out. And that's how I know how, don't you see, sir?" "And do you often go out?" "As often as I can," said Charlie, opening her eyes and smiling, "because of earning sixpences and shillings." "And do you always lock the babies up when you go out?" "To keep them safe, sir, don't you see," said Charlie. "Mrs. Blinder comes up now and then, and Mr. Gridley comes up sometimes, and perhaps I can run in sometimes, and they can play, you know. And Tom ain't afraid of being locked up, are you, Tom?" "No," said Tom stoutly. "When it comes on dark, the lamps are lighted down in the court, and they show up here quite bright, almost quite bright. Don't they, Tom?" "Yes, Charlie, almost quite bright." "Then he's as good as gold," said the little creature. "Oh, in such a motherly, womanly way. And when Emma's tired, he puts her to bed, and when he's tired, he goes to bed himself. When I come home and light the candle and has a bit of supper, he sits up again and has it with me. Don't you, Tom?" "Oh, yes, Charlie," said Tom, "that I do." And either in this glimpse of the great pleasure of his life, or in gratitude and love for Charlie, who was all in all to him, he laid his face among the scanty folds of her frock and passed from laughing into crying. It was the first time since our entry that a tear had been shed among these children. The little orphan girl had spoken of their father and their mother as if all that sorrow were subdued by the necessity of taking courage, and by her childish importance in being able to work, and by her bustling, busy way. But now when Tom cried, although she sat quite tranquil, looking quietly at us, and did not by any movement disturb a hair of the head of either of her little charges, I saw two silent tears fall down her face. I stood at the window with Ada, pretending to look at the housetops, and the blackened stack of chimneys, and the poor plants, and the birds in little cages belonging to neighbours, when I found that Mrs. Blinder from the shop below had come in. Perhaps it had taken her all this time to get up the stairs, and was talking to my guardian. "It's not much to forgive 'em the rent, sir," she said. "Who could take it from them?" "Well, well," said my guardian to us two, "it's enough that the time will come when this good woman will find that it was much. And forasmuch as she did it unto the least of this child," he added after a few moments, "could she possibly continue this?" "Really, sir, I think she might," said Mrs. Blinder, getting her heavy breath by painful degrees. "She's as handy as it's possible to be, bless you, sir. The way she tended them two children after their mother died was the talk of the yard. It was a wonder to see her with him after he was took ill. It really was. 'Mrs. Blinder,' he said to me the very last he spoke. He was lying there. 'Mrs. Blinder, whatever my calling may have been, I see an angel sitting in this room last night along with my child, and I trust her to our Father.'" "He had no other calling?" asked my guardian. "No, sir," returned Mrs. Blinder. "He was nothing but a follower. When he came to lodge here, I don't know what he was. I confess that when I found out, I gave him notice. It wasn't liked in the yard. It wasn't approved by the other lodgers. It's not a genteel calling," said Mrs. Blinder, "and most people do object to it. Mr. Gridley objected to it very strong, and he is a good lodger, though his temper has been hard tried." "So you gave him notice?" said my guardian. "So I gave him notice," said Mrs. Blinder. "But really when the time came, I knew no other ill of him. I was in doubts. He was punctual, diligent, and did what he had to do, sir," said Mrs. Blinder unconsciously, fixing Mr. Skimpole with her eye. "And it's something in this world even to do that." "So you kept him after all?" "Why, I said that if he could arrange with Mr. Gridley, I would arrange it with the other lodgers, and should not so much mind it being liked or disliked in the yard. Mr. Gridley gave his consent, gruff, but gave it. He was always gruff with him, but he has been kind to the children since. A person is never known until a person is proved." "How many people been kind to the children?" asked Mr. Jarndyce. "Upon the whole, not so bad, sir," said Mrs. Blinder, "but certainly not so many as would have been if their father's calling had been different. Mr. Covins gave a guinea, and the followers made up a little purse. Some neighbours in the yard that he'd always joked and tapped their shoulders when he went by came forward with a little subscription, and in general, not so bad. Similarly with Charlotte. Some people won't employ her because she was a follower's child. Some people that do employ her cast it at her. Some make a merit of having her to work for them. With that, all her drawbacks upon her, and perhaps pay her less and put upon her more, but she's patienter than others would be, and she's clever too, always willing, always to the full mark of her strength and over. So I should say in general, not so bad, sir, but might be better." Mrs. Blinder sat down to give herself a more favourable opportunity of recovering her breath, exhausted anew by so much talking before it was fully restored. Mr. Jarndyce was turning to speak to us when his attention was attracted by the abrupt entrance into the room of the Mr. Gridley who had been mentioned and whom we had seen on our way up. "I don't know what you may be doing here, ladies and gentlemen," he said, as if he resented our presence, "but you'll excuse my coming in. I don't come to stare about me. Well, Charlie, well, Tom, well, little one, how is it with us all to-day?" He bent over the group in a caressing way, and was clearly regarded as a friend by the children, though his face retained its stern character, and his manner to us was as rude as it could be. My guardian noticed it and respected it. "No one would surely come here and stare about him," he said mildly. "Maybe so, sir, maybe so," returned the other, taking Tom upon his knee and waving him off impatiently. "I don't want to argue with the ladies and gentlemen. I've had enough of arguing to last one man his life." "You have sufficient reason, I dare say," said Mr. Jarndyce, "for being chafed and irritated." "There again," exclaimed the man, becoming violently angry. "I am of a quarrelsome temper. I am irascible. I am not polite." "Not very, I think." "Sir," said Gridley, putting down the child and going up to him as if he meant to strike him, "do you know anything of courts of equity?" "Perhaps I do, to my sorrow." "To your sorrow," said the man, pausing in his wrath. "If so, I beg your pardon. I'm not polite, I know. I beg your pardon, sir," with renewed violence. "I've been dragged for 25 years over burning iron, and have lost the habit of treading upon velvet. Go to the Court of Chancery yonder and ask what is one of the standing jokes that brighten up their business sometimes, and they will tell you that the best joke they have is the man from Shropshire. I," he said, beating one hand on the other passionately, "am the man from Shropshire. I believe I and my family have also had the honour of furnishing some entertainment in the same grave place," said my guardian composedly. "You may have heard my name, Jarndyce." "Mr. Jarndyce," said Gridley with a rough sort of salutation, "you bear your wrongs more quietly than I can bear mine. More than that, I tell you, and I tell this gentleman and these young ladies, if they are friends of yours, that if I took my wrongs in any other way I should be driven mad. It is only by resenting them, and by revenging them in my mind, and by angrily demanding the justice I never get, that I am able to keep my wits together. It's only that," he said, speaking in a homely, rustic way, and with great vehemence. "You may tell me that I over-excite myself. I answer that it's in my nature to do it under wrong, and I must do it. There's nothing between doing it and sinking into the smiling state of the poor little madwoman that haunts the court. If I was once to sit down under it, I should become imbecile." The passion and heat in which he was, and the manner in which his face worked, and the violent gestures with which he accompanied what he said, were most painful to see. "Mr. Jarndyce," he said, "consider my case. As true as there is a heaven above us, this is my case. I'm one of two brothers. My father, a farmer, made a will and left his farm and stock and so forth to my mother for her life. After my mother's death, all was to come to me except a legacy of £300. But I was then to pay my brother. My mother died. My brother, some time afterwards, claimed his legacy. I and some of my relations said that he had a part of it already in a board and lodging, and some other things. Now mind, that was the question and nothing else. No one disputed a will, no one disputed anything. But whether a part of that £300 had been already paid or not, to settle that question, my brother filing a bill, I was obliged to go into this accursed chancery. I was forced there because the law forced me, and would let me go nowhere else. 17 people were made defendants to that simple suit. It first came on after 2 years. It was then stopped for another 2 years, while the master, may his head rot off, inquired whether I was my father's son. about which there was no dispute at all with any mortal creature. He then found out there were not defendants enough. Remember, they're only 17 as yet, but that we must have another who had been left out and must begin all over again. The costs at that time, before the thing was begun, were 3 times the legacy. My brother would have given up the legacy and joyful to escape more costs. My whole estate left to me in that will of my father's has gone in costs. The suit, still undecided, has fallen into rack and ruin and despair, with everything else, and here I stand this day. Now, Mr. Jarndyce, in your suit there are thousands and thousands involved. In mine there are hundreds. Is mine less hard to bear, or is it harder to bear, when my whole living was in it, and has been thus shamefully sucked away? Mr. Jarndyce said that he condoled with him with all his heart, and that he set up no monopoly himself in being unjustly treated by this monstrous system. There again, said Mr. Gridley, with no diminution of his rage. The system, I am told on all hands, is the system. I mustn't look to individuals, it's a system. I mustn't go into court and say, my lord, I beg to know this from you. Is this right or wrong? Have you the face to tell me I have received justice and therefore am dismissed? My lord knows nothing of it. He sits there to administer the system. I mustn't go to Mr. Tulkinghorn, the solicitor in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and say to him when he makes me furious by being so cool and satisfied, as they all do, for I know that they gain by it while I lose, don't I? I mustn't say to him, I will have something out of someone for my ruin, by fair means or foul. He is not responsible, it's the system. But if I do no violence to any of them, here I don't know what may happen if I'm carried beyond myself at last. I will accuse the individual workers of that system against me, face to face, before the great eternal bar. His passion was fearful. I could not have believed in such a rage without seeing it. I have done, he said, sitting down and wiping his face. Mr. Jarndyce, I have done. I am violent, I know. I ought to know it. I've been in prison for contempt of court. I've been in prison for threatening the solicitor. I have been in this trouble and that trouble and shall be again. I am the man from Shropshire, and I sometimes go beyond amusing them, though they have found it amusing too to see me committed into custody and brought up in custody and all that. It would be better for me, they tell me, if I restrain myself. I tell them if I did restrain myself I should become imbecile. I was a good enough tempered man once, I believe. People in my part of the country say they remember me so. But now I must have this vent under my sense of injury, or nothing could hold my wits together. It would be far better for you, Mr. Gridley, the Lord Chancellor told me last week, not to waste your time here, to stay usefully employed down in Shropshire. My lord, I know it would, said I to him, and it would have been far better for me never to have heard the name of your high office. But unhappily for me, I can't undo the past, and the past drives me here. Besides, he added, breaking fiercely out, I'll shame them to the last. I'll show myself in that court to its shame. If I knew when I was going to die and could be carried there, and had a voice to speak with, I would die there, saying, you have brought me here and sent me from here many, many a time. Now send me out feet foremost. His countenance had, perhaps for years, become so set in its contentious expression that it did not soften even now when he was quiet. I came to take these babies down to my room for an hour, he said, going to him again, and let them play about. I didn't mean to say all this, but it don't much signify. You're not afraid of me, Tom, are you? No, said Tom, you ain't angry with me. You are right, my child. You are going back, Charlie, eh? Come on, little one. Took the youngest child on his arm when he was willing enough to be carried. I shouldn't wonder if we found a gingerbread soldier downstairs. Let's go and look for him. He made his former rough salutation, which was not deficient of a certain respect, to Mr. Jarndyce, and bowing slightly to us, went downstairs to his room. Upon that, Mr. Skimpole began to talk for the first time since our arrival, in his usual gay strain. He said, well, it wasn't really very pleasant to see how things lazily adapted themselves to purposes. Here was this Mr. Gridley, a man of robust will and surprising energy, intellectually speaking, a sort of inharmonious blacksmith, and he could easily imagine that there Gridley was, years ago, wandering about in life for something to expend his superfluous combativeness upon, a sort of young love among the thorns, when the Court of Chancery came in his way, accommodated him with the exact thing he wanted. There they were, matched ever afterwards. Otherwise he might have been a great general, blowing up all sorts of towns, or he might have been a great politician, dealing in all sorts of parliamentary rhetoric. But as it was, he and the Court of Chancery had fallen upon each other in the pleasantest way, and nobody was much the worse. And Gridley was, so to speak, from that hour provided for. And look at Coavinses. How delightfully poor Coavinses, father of these charming children, illustrated the same principle. He, Mr. Skimpole himself, had sometimes repined at the existence of Coavinses. He had found Coavinses in his way. He could have dispensed with Coavinses. There had been times when he had been a sultan, and his Grand Vizier had said one morning, "What does the commander of the faithful require at the hands of his slave?" He might have even gone so far as to reply, "The head of Coavinses." But what turned out to be the case, that all that time he had been given employment to a most deserving man, and he had been a benefactor to Coavinses, that he had actually been enabling Coavinses to bring up these charming children in this agreeable way, developing these social virtues, insomuch that his heart just now swelled and the tears had come to his eyes, when he looked around the room and thought, I was the great patron of Coavinses, and his little comforts were my work. There was something so captivating in his light way of touching these fantastic strings, and he was such a mirthful child, by the side of the graver childhood we had seen, that he made my guardian smile, even as he turned towards us from a little private talk with Mrs. Blinder. We kissed Charlie and took her downstairs with us, and stopped outside the house to see her run away to her work. I don't know where she was going, but we saw her run, such a little creature in a womanly bonnet and apron, through a covered way at the bottom of the court, and melt into the city's strife, and sound like a dewdrop in an ocean. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Tom All Alones. My Lady Dedlock is restless, very restless. The astonished, fashionable intelligence hardly knows where to have her. To-day she is at Chesney Wold. Yesterday she was at her house in town. To-morrow she may be abroad, for anything the fashionable intelligence can with confidence predict. Even Celesta's gallantry has some trouble to keep pace with her. It would have been more, but that his other faithful ally, for better and for worse, the gout, darts into the old oak bed chamber at Chesney Wold and grips him by both legs. Celesta receives the gout as a troublesome demon, but still a demon of the patrician order. All of the Dedlocks in the direct male line, through a course of time during and beyond which the memory of man goeth not to the contrary, have had the gout. It can be proved, sir, other men's fathers may have died of the rheumatism, or may have taken base contagion from the tainted blood of the sick vulgar, but the Dedlock family have communicated something exclusive, even to the levelling process of dying, by dying of their own family gout. It has come down through the illustrious line like the plate or the pictures, or the place in Lincolnshire. It is among their dignities. Celesta is perhaps not wholly without an impression, though he has never resolved it into words, that the angel of death, in the discharge of his necessary duties, may observe to the shades of the aristocracy, My lords and gentlemen, I have the honour to present to you another Dedlock, certified to have arrived per the family gout. Hence Celesta yields up his family legs to the family disorder, as if he held his name and fortune on that feudal tenure. He feels that for a Dedlock to be laid upon his back and spasmodically twitched and stabbed in his extremities is a liberty taken somewhere, but he thinks we have all yielded to this. It belongs to us. It has for some hundreds of years been understood that we are not to make the vaults in the park interesting on more ignoble terms, and I submit myself to the compromise. And a goodly show he makes, lying in a flush of crimson and gold in the midst of the great drawing-room before his favourite picture of my lady, broad strips of sunlight shining in, down the long perspective, through the long line of windows, and alternating with soft reliefs of shadow. Outside, the stately oaks, rooted for ages in the green ground which has never known ploughshare, but was still a chase when kings rode to battle with sword and shield, and rode a hunting with bow and arrow. bear witness to his greatness. Inside, his forefathers, looking on him from the walls, say, each of us was a passing reality here, and left this coloured shadow of himself, and melted into remembrance as dreamy as the distant voices of the rooks now lulling you to rest. And here their testimony to his greatness too. And he is very great this day, and woe to Boythorn, or daring wight who shall presumptuously contest an inch with him. My lady is at present represented near Sir Leicester by her portrait. She has flitted away to town with no intention of remaining there, and will soon flit hither again to confuse the fashionable intelligence. The house in town is not prepared for her reception. It is muffled and dreary. Only one Mercury in powder gapes disconsolate at the hall window, and he mentioned last night to another Mercury of his acquaintance, also accustomed to good society, that if that sort of thing was to last, which it couldn't, for a man of his spirits couldn't bear it, and a man of his figure couldn't be expected to bear it, there would be no resource for him, upon his honour, but to cut his throat. What connection can there be between the place in Lincolnshire, the house in town, the Mercury in powder, and the whereabouts of Joe, the outlaw with the broom, who had that distant ray of light upon him when he swept the churchyard step? What connection can there have been between many people in the innumerable histories of this world, who from opposite sides of great gulfs have, nevertheless, been very curiously brought together? Joe sweeps his crossing all day long, unconscious of the link, if any link there be. He sums up his mental condition when asked a question by replying that he don't know nothing. He knows that it's hard to keep the mud off the crossing in dirty weather, and harder still to live by doing it. Nobody taught him even that much. He found it out. Joe lives, that is to say, Joe has not yet died, in a ruinous place known to the like of him by the name of Tom All-Alone's. It is a black, dilapidated street, avoided by all decent people, where the crazy houses were seized upon when their decay was far advanced by some bold vagrants who, after establishing their own possession, took to letting them out in lodgings. Now these tumbling tenements contain, by night, a swarm of misery, as on the ruined human wretch vermin parasites appear. So these ruined shelters have bred a crowd of foul existence that crawls in and out of gaps in walls and boards, and coils itself to sleep in maggot numbers, where the rain drips in, and comes and goes, fetching and carrying fever, and sowing more evil in its dreary every footprint than Lord Coodle, Sir Thomas Doodle, and the Duke of Foodle, and all the fine gentlemen in office, down to Zoodle, shall set right in 500 years, though born expressly to do it. Twice lately there has been a crash and a cloud of dust, like the springing of a mine, in Tom All-Alone's, and each time a house has fallen. These accidents have made a paragraph in the newspapers, and have filled a bed or two in the nearest hospital. The gaps remain, and there are not unpopular lodgings among the rubbish. As several more houses are nearly ready to go, the next crash in Tom All-Alone's may be expected to be a good one. This desirable property is in Chancery, of course. It would be an insult to the discernment of any man with half an eye to tell him so. Whether Tom is the popular representative for the original plaintiff or defendant in Jarndyce and Jarndyce, or whether Tom lived here when the suit had laid the street waste all alone until the other settlers came to join him, or whether the traditional title is a comprehensive name for a retreat cut off from honest company and put out of the pale of hope, perhaps nobody knows. Certainly Joe don't know. For I don't, says Joe, I don't know nothing. It must be a strange state to be like Joe, to shuffle through the streets, unfamiliar with the shapes and in utter darkness as to the meaning of those mysterious symbols so abundant over the shops, and at the corner of streets, and on the doors and in the windows, to see people read, see people write, and see the postman deliver letters, not to have the least idea of all that language, to be, to every scrap of it, stone blind and dumb. It must be very puzzling to see the good company going to churches on Sundays with their books in their hands, and to think, or perhaps Joe does think at odd times, what does it all mean? If it means anything to anybody, How comes that it means nothing to me? To be hustled, jostled and moved on, and really to feel that it would appear to be perfectly true that I have no business here, or there, or anywhere, and yet to be perplexed by the consideration that I am here somehow too, and that everybody overlooked me until I became the creature that I am. It must be a strange state not merely to be told that I am scarcely human, as in the case of offering myself for a witness, but to feel it of my own knowledge all my life, to see horses, dogs and cattle go by me, and to know that in ignorance I belong to them, and not to the superior beings in my shape whose delicacy I offend. Joe's ideas of a criminal trial, or a judge, or a bishop, or a government, or that inestimable jewel to him, if he only knew it, the Constitution, should be strange. His whole material and immaterial life is wonderfully strange. His death, the strangest thing of all. Joe comes out of Tom all Alone's, meeting the tardy morning, which is always late in getting down there, and munches his dirty bit of bread as he comes along. His way lying through many streets, and the houses not yet being open, he sits down to breakfast on the doorstep of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, and gives it a brush when he has finished as an acknowledgment of the accommodation. He admires the size of the edifice and wonders what it's all about. He has no idea, poor wretch, of the spiritual destitution of a coral reef in the Pacific, or what it costs to look up precious souls among the coconuts and breadfruit. He goes to his crossing and begins to lay it out for the day. The town awakes, the great teetotum is set up for its daily spin and whirl. All that unaccountable reading and writing, which has been suspended for a few hours, recommences, and Joe and the other lower animals get on in the unintelligible mass as they can. It's market day. The blinded oxen, over-goaded, over-driven, never guided, run into wrong places and are beaten out, and plunge red-eyed and foaming at stone walls, and often sorely hurt the innocent, and often sorely hurt themselves. Very like Joe and his order. Very, very like. A band of music comes and plays. Joe listens to it. So does a dog, a drover's dog, waiting for his master outside a butcher's shop, and evidently thinking about those sheep he has had upon his mind for some hours, and is happily rid of them. He seems perplexed, respecting 3 or 4, can't remember where he left them, looks up and down the street as half expecting to see them astray, and suddenly pricks up his ears and remembers all about it. A thoroughly vagabond dog, accustomed to low company and public houses, a terrific dog to sheep, ready at a whistle to scamper over their backs and tear out mouthfuls of their wool, but an educated, improved, developed dog who has been taught his duties and knows how to discharge them. He and Joe listen to the music, probably with much the same amount of animal satisfaction, likewise as to awakened association, aspiration or regret, melancholy or joyful reference to things beyond the senses. They are probably upon a par. But otherwise, how far above the human listener is the brute? Turn that dog's descendants wild like Joe, and in a very few years they will so degenerate they will lose even their bark, but not their bite. The day changes as it wears itself away and becomes dark and drizzly. Joe fights it out at his crossing among the mud and wheels, the horses, whips and umbrellas, and gets but a scanty sum to pay for the unsavoury shelter of Tom all Alone's. Twilight comes on, gas begins to start up in the shops. The lamplighter with his ladder runs along the margin of the pavement. A wretched evening is beginning to close in. In his chambers, Mr. Tulkinghorn sits meditating an application to the nearest magistrate tomorrow morning for a warrant. Gridley, a disappointed suitor, has been here today and has been alarming. We are not to be put in bodily fear, and that ill-conditioned fellow should be held to bail again. From the ceiling, foreshortened allegory in the person of one impossible Roman upside down, points with the arm of Samson, out of joint and an odd one, obtrusively towards the window. Why should Mr. Tulkinghorn for such no reason look out of the window? Is the hand not always pointing there? So he does not look out of the window. And if he did, what would it be to see a woman going by? There are women enough in the world, Mr. Tulkinghorn thinks, too many. They are at the bottom of all that goes wrong in it. Though, for the matter of that, they create business for lawyers. What would it be to see a woman going by, even though she were going secretly? They are all secret. Mr. Tulkinghorn knows that very well. But they are not all like the woman who now leaves him and his house behind, between whose plain dress and her refined manner there is something exceedingly inconsistent. She should be an upper servant by her attire, yet in her air and step, though both are hurried and assumed, as far as she can assume in the muddy streets which she treads with unaccustomed foot, she is a lady. Her face is veiled, and still she sufficiently betrays herself to make more than one of those who pass her look round sharply. She never turns her head. Lady or servant, she has a purpose in her, and can follow it. She never turns her head until she comes to the crossing where Joe plies with his broom. He crosses with her and begs. Still she does not turn her head until she has landed on the other side. Then she slightly beckons to him and says, "Come here." Joe follows her a pace or two into a quiet court. "Are you the boy I've read of in the papers?" she asks behind her veil. "I dunno," says Joe, staring moodily at the veil. "Nothing about no papers. Dunno nothing about nothing at all." "Were you examined at an inquest?" "I dunno nothing about no—" "Oh, where I was took by the beadle, do you mean?" says Joe. "Was the boy's name at the Inkwich Joe?" "Yes." "That's me," says Joe. "Come further up." "You mean about the man?" says Joe, following. "Him as was dead?" "Hush, speak in a whisper." "Yes. Did he look, when he was living, so very ill and poor?" "Oh, jist," says Joe. "Did he look like—" "Not like you," says the woman with abhorrence. "Oh, no, not so bad as me," says Joe. "I'm a regular one, I am. You didn't know him, did you?" "How dare you ask me if I knew him?" "No offence, my lady," says Joe with much humility, for even he has got that suspicion of her being a lady. "I am not a lady, I am a servant." "You're a jolly servant," says Joe, without the least idea of saying anything offensive, merely as a tribute of admiration. "Listen and be silent. Don't talk to me, and stand further from me. Can you show me all these places that were spoken of in the account I read? The place he wrote for, the place he died at, the place where you were taken to, and the place where he was buried? Do you know the place where he was buried?" Joe answers with a nod, having also nodded as each other place was mentioned. "Go before me and show me all those dreadful places. Stop opposite to each, and don't speak to me unless I speak to you. Don't look back. Do what I want, and I will pay you well." Joe attends closely while the words are being spoken, and tells them off on his broom handle, finding them rather hard, pauses to consider their meaning, considers it satisfactory, and nods his ragged head. "I'm fly," says Joe, "but fenlarks, you know, stow hook in it." "What does that horrible creature mean?" exclaims the servant, recoiling from him. "Stow cutting away, you know," says Joe. "I don't understand you. Go on before. I will give you more money than you ever had in your life." Joe screws up his mouth into a whistle, gives his ragged head a rub, takes his broom under his arm, and leads the way, passing deftly with his bare feet over the hard stones and through the mud and mire. Cook's Court. Joe stops, a pause. "Who lives here?" "Him what gave him his writing and gave me half a bull," says Joe in a whisper without looking over his shoulder. "Go on to the next." "Crook's house." Joe stops again, a longer pause. "Who lives here?" "He lived here," Joe answers as before. After a silence he is asked, "In which room?" "In the back room up there. You can see the window from this corner up there. That's where I see him stretched out. This is the public house where I was took to. Go on to the next." It's a longer walk to the next, but Joe, relieved of his first suspicions, sticks to the forms imposed upon him, and does not look round. By many devious ways, reeking with offence of many kinds, they come to the little tunnel of a court, and to the gas lamp, lighted now, and to the iron gate. "He was put there," says Joe, holding the bars and looking in. "Where? Oh, what a scene of horror!" "There," says Joe.
over yonder, among them piles of bones, and close to that there kitchen window. They put him very nigh the top. They was obliged to stamp upon it to get in. I could uncover it for you with my broom if the gate was open. That's why they locks it, I suppose," giving it a shake. "It's always locked. Look at that rat," cries Joe, excited. "Hey, look, there he goes, into the ground." The servant shrinks into a corner of that hideous archway, with its deadly stains contaminating her dress, and putting out her two hands and passionately telling him to keep away from her, for he is loathsome to her, so remains for some moments. Joe stands staring, and still staring when she recovers herself. Is this place of abomination consecrated ground? "Don't know nothing about consequential ground," says Joe, still staring. "Is it blessed?" "Which?" says Joe, in the last degree amazed. "Is it blessed?" "I'm blessed if I know," says Joe, staring more than ever. "But I shouldn't think it weren't blessed," repeats Joe, something troubled in his mind. "It ain't done much good if it is blessed. Shouldn't think it was t'othered myself, but I don't know nothing." The servant takes little heed of what he says, as she seems to take of what she has said herself. She draws off her glove to get some money from her purse. Joe silently notices how white and small her hand is, and what a jolly servant she must be to wear such sparkling rings. She drops a piece of money in his hand without touching it, and shuddering as their hands approach, "Now," she adds, "show me the spot again." Joe thrusts the handle of his broom between the bars of the gate, and with his utmost power of elaboration points it out. At length, looking aside to see if he has made himself intelligible, he finds that he is alone. His first proceeding is to hold the piece of money to the gaslight, to be overpowered at finding that it is yellow gold. His next is to give it a one-sided bite at the edge as a test of its quality. His next to put it in his mouth for safety, and to sweep the step and passage with great care. His job done, he sets off for Tom all Alone's, stopping in the light of innumerable gas lamps to produce the piece of gold and give it another one-sided bite as a reassurance of it being genuine. The mercury in powder is in no want of society tonight, for my lady goes to a grand dinner and 3 or 4 balls. Sir Leicester is fidgety down at Chesney Wold with no better company than the gout. He complains to Mrs. Rouncewell that the rain makes such a monotonous pattering on the terrace that he can't read the paper even by the fireside in his own snug dressing-room. "Sir Leicester would have done better to try the other side of the house, my dear," says Mrs. Rouncewell to Rosa. "His dressing-room is on my lady's side, and in all these years I never heard the step upon the Ghost's Walk more distinct than it is to-night." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Esthers Narrative. Richard very often came to see us while we remained in London, though he soon failed in his letter writing. And with his quick abilities, his good spirits, his good temper, his gaiety and freshness, was always delightful. But though I liked him more and more the better I knew him, I still felt more and more how much it was to be regretted that he had been educated in no habits of application and concentration. The system which had addressed him in exactly the same manner as it had addressed hundreds of other boys, all varying in character and capacity, had enabled him to dash through his tasks, always with fair credit and often with distinction, but in a fitful, dazzling way that had confirmed his reliance on those very qualities in himself which it had been most desirable to direct and train. They were good qualities, without which no high place can be meritoriously won, but like fire and water, though excellent servants, they were very bad masters. If they had been under Richard's direction, they would have been his friends, but Richard being under their direction, they became his enemies. I write down these opinions, not because I believe that this or any other thing was so because I thought so, but only because I did think so, and I want to be quite candid about all I thought and did. These were my thoughts about Richard. I thought, I often observed besides, how right my guardian was in what he had said, and that the uncertainties and delays of the Chancery suit had imparted to his nature something of the careless spirit of a gamester, who felt that he was part of a great gaming system. Mr. and Mrs. Bayham Badger coming one afternoon when my guardian was not at home. In the course of conversation I naturally inquired after Richard. "Why, Mr. Carstone," said Mrs. Badger, "is very well, and is, I assure you, a great acquisition to our society. Captain Swosser used to say of me that I was always better than a land ahead and a breeze astern to the midshipmen's mess when the purser's junk had become as tough as the fore-topsail weather earrings." This was his naval way of mentioning generally that I was an acquisition to any society. I may render the same tribute, I am sure, to Mr. Carstone, but you won't think me premature if I mention it. I said no, as Mrs. Badger's insinuating tone seemed to require such an answer. "Nor Miss Clare?" said Miss Bayham Badger sweetly. Ada said no too, and looked uneasy. "Why, you see, my dears," said Mrs. Badger, "you'll excuse me calling you my dears. We entreated Mrs. Badger not to mention it, because you really are, if I may take the liberty of saying so," pursued Mrs. Badger, "so perfectly charming. You see, my dears, that although I am still young, or Mr. Bayham Badger pays me the compliment of saying so—" "No," Mr. Badger called out, like someone contradicting at a public meeting, "not at all." "Very well," smiled Mrs. Badger, "we will say still young." "Undoubtedly," said Mr. Badger. "My dears, though still young, I have had many opportunities of observing young men. There were many such on board the dear old Crippler, I assure you. After that, when I was with Captain Swosser in the Mediterranean, I embraced every opportunity of knowing and befriending the midshipmen under Captain Swosser's command. You never heard them called the young gentlemen, my dears, and probably will not understand allusions to their pipe-claying their weekly accounts. But it is otherwise with me, for blue water has been a second home to me, and I have been quite a sailor. Again with Professor Dingo." "A man of European reputation," murmured Mr. Badger. "When I lost my dear first, and became the wife of my dear second," said Mrs. Badger, speaking of her former husbands as if they were parts of a charade, "I still enjoyed opportunities of observing youth. The class attendant on Professor Dingo's lectures was a large one, and it became my pride, as the wife of an eminent scientific man, seeking herself in science the utmost consolation it could impart, to throw our house open to the students as a kind of scientific exchange. Every Tuesday evening there was lemonade and a mixed biscuit for all who chose to partake of those refreshments, and there was science to an unlimited extent." "Remarkable assemblies those, Miss Summerson," said Mr. Badger reverentially. "There must have been a great intellectual friction going on there under the auspices of such a man." "And now," pursued Mrs. Badger, "now that I am the wife of my dear third, Mr. Badger, I still pursue those habits of observation which were formed during the lifetime of Captain Swosser, and adapted to new and unexpected purposes during the lifetime of Professor Dingo. I therefore have not come to the consideration of Mr. Carstone as a neophyte, and yet I am very much of the opinion, my dears, that he has not chosen his profession advisedly." Ada looked so very anxious now that I asked Mrs. Badger on what she founded her supposition. "My dear Miss Summerson," she replied, "on Mr. Carstone's character and conduct, he is of such a very easy disposition that probably would never think it worth while to mention how he really feels. But he feels languid about the profession. He has not that positive interest in it which makes it his vocation. If he has any decided impression in reference to it, I should say that it was a tiresome pursuit. Now this is not promising. Young men like Mr. Alan Woodcourt, who take it from a strong interest in all that it can do, will find some reward in it through a great deal of work for a very little money, and through years of considerable endurance and disappointment. But I am quite convinced that this would never be the case with Mr. Carstone." "Does Mr. Badger think so too?" asked Ada timidly. "Why," said Mr. Badger, "to tell the truth, Miss Clare, this view of the matter had not occurred to me until Mrs. Badger mentioned it. But when Mrs. Badger put it in that light, I naturally gave great consideration to it, knowing that Mrs. Badger's mind, in addition to its natural advantages, has the rare advantage of being formed by two such very distinguished, I will even say illustrious public men as Captain Swosser of the Royal Navy and Professor Dingo. The conclusion at which I have arrived is, in short, is Mrs. Badger's conclusion." "It was a maxim of Captain Swosser's," said Mrs. Badger, speaking in his figurative naval manner, "that when you make pitch hot, you cannot make it too hot, and that if you only have to swab a plank, you should swab it as if Davy Jones were after you. It appears to me that this maxim is applicable to the medical as well as to the nautical profession." "To all professions," observed Mr. Badger. "It was admirably said by Captain Swosser, beautifully said." "People objected to Professor Dingo when we were staying in the north of Devon after our marriage," said Mrs. Badger, "that he disfigured some of the houses and other buildings by chipping off fragments of those edifices with a little geological hammer. But the Professor replied that he knew of no building save the Temple of Science. The principle is the same, I think." "Precisely the same," said Mr. Badger. "Finely expressed." "The Professor made the same remark, Miss Summerson, in his last illness, when his mind was wandering. He insisted on keeping his little hammer under the pillow and chipping at the countenances of the attendants. The ruling passion." Although we could have dispensed with the length at which Mr. and Mrs. Badger pursued the conversation, we both felt that it was disinterested in them to express the opinion they had communicated to us, and there was a great deal of probability of its being sound. We agreed to say nothing to Mr. Jarndyce until we had spoken to Richard, and as he was coming next evening, we resolved to have a very serious talk with him. So after he had been a little while with Ada, I went in and found my darling, as I knew she would be, prepared to consider him thoroughly right in whatever he said. "And how do you get on, Richard?" said I. "I always sat down on the other side of him. He made quite a sister of me." "Oh, well enough," said Richard. "He can't say better than that, Esther, can he?" cried my pet triumphantly. I tried to look at my pet in the wisest manner, but of course I couldn't. "Well enough," I repeated. "Yes," said Richard, "well enough. It's rather jog-trotty and humdrum, but it'll do as well as anything else." "Oh, my dear Richard," I remonstrated. "What's the matter?" said Richard. "Do as well as anything else? I don't think there's any harm in that, Dame Durden," said Ada, looking so confidingly at me across him. "Because it will do as well as anything else. It will do very well, I hope." "Oh, yes, I hope so," returned Richard, carelessly tossing his hair from his forehead. "After all, it may be only a kind of probation till our suit is. Oh, I forgot, though, I am not to mention the suit. Forbidden ground. Oh, yes, it's all right enough. Let's talk about something else." Ada would have done so willingly, and with a full persuasion that we had brought the question to a most satisfactory state. But I thought it would be useless to stop there, so I began again. "No, but Richard," said I, "and my dear Ada, consider how important it is to you both, and what a point of honour it is towards your cousin, that you, Richard, should be quite in earnest without any reservation. I think we'd better talk about this. Really, Ada, it will be too late very soon." "Oh, yes, we must talk about it," said Ada, "but I think Richard is right. What was the use of my trying to look wise when she was so pretty and so engaging and so fond of him?" "Mr. and Mrs. Badger were here yesterday, Richard," said I, "and they seemed disposed to think that you had no great liking for the profession." "Did they, though?" said Richard. "Oh, well, that rather alters the case, because I had no idea that they thought so, and I should not have liked to disappoint or inconvenience them. The fact is, I don't care much about it. But oh, it don't matter. It'll do as well as anything else." "You hear him, Ada," said I. "The fact is," Richard proceeded, half thoughtfully, half jocosely, "it's not quite in my way. I don't take to it. I get too much of Mrs. Bayham Badger's first and second." "I'm sure that's very natural," cried Ada, quite delighted. "The very thing we both said yesterday, Esther." "Then," pursued Richard, "it's monotonous, and to-day is too like yesterday, and to-morrow is too like to-day." "But I'm afraid," said I, "this is an objection to all kinds of application, to life itself, except under some very uncommon circumstances." "Do you think so?" returned Richard, still considering. "Perhaps. Why then, you know," he added, suddenly becoming gay again, "we travel outside a circle to what I said just now. It'll do as well as anything else. Oh, it's all right enough. Let's talk about something else." But even Ada, with her loving face, and if it had seemed innocent and trusting when I first saw it in that memorable November fog, How much more did it seem now when I knew her innocent and trusting heart. Even Ada shook her head at this and looked serious, so I thought it a good opportunity to hint to Richard that if he was sometimes a little careless of himself, I was very sure he never meant to be careless of Ada, and that was a part of his affectionate consideration for her, not to slight the importance of a step that might influence both their lives. This made him almost grave. "My dear Mother Hubbard," he said, "that's the very thing. I have thought of that several times, and have been quite angry with myself for meaning to be so much in earnest, and somehow not exactly being so. I don't know how it is. I seem to want something or other to stand by. Even you have no idea how fond I am of Ada, my darling cousin. I love you so much. But I don't settle down to constancy in other things. It's such uphill work, and it takes such a time," said Richard with an air of vexation. "That may be," I suggested, "because you don't like what you have chosen." "Poor fellow," said Ada. "I'm sure I don't wonder at it." "No, it was not of the least use my trying to look wise. I tried again, but how could I do it? Or how could it have any effect if I could?" While Ada rested her clasped hands upon his shoulder, and while he looked at her tender blue eyes, and while they looked at him. "You see, my precious girl," said Richard, passing her golden curls through and through his hand, "it was a little hasty, perhaps, or I misunderstood my own inclinations, perhaps. They don't seem to lie in that direction. I couldn't tell till I tried. Now the question is whether it's worth while to undo all that has been done. It seems like making a great disturbance about nothing in particular." "My dear Richard," said I, "how can you say that about nothing particular?" "Absolutely. I don't mean absolutely that," he returned. "I mean that it may be nothing particular, because I may never want it." Both Ada and I urged in reply, not only that it was decidedly worth while to undo what had been done, but that it must be undone. Then I asked Richard whether he had thought of any more congenial pursuit. "There, my dear Mrs. Shipton," said Richard, "you touch me home. Yes, I have. I've been thinking that the law is the boy for me." "The law?" repeated Ada, as if she were afraid of the name. "I went into Kenge's office," said Richard, "and if I were placed under articles to Kenge, I should have my eye on the forbidden ground, and should be able to study it, master it, and to satisfy myself that it was not neglected and was being properly conducted. I should be able to look after Ada's interests and my own interests, the same thing, and I should peg away at Blackstone and all those fellows with the most tremendous ardour." I was not by any means so sure of that, and saw how his hankering after the vague things yet to come of those long-deferred hopes cast a shade on Ada's face. But I thought it best to encourage him in any project of continuous exertion, and only advised him to be quite sure that his mind was made up now. "My dear Minerva," said Richard, "I am as steady as you are. I made a mistake. We are all liable to mistakes. I won't do so any more, and I'll become such a lawyer as is not often seen. That is, you know," said Richard, relapsing into doubt, "if it really is worth while, after all, to make such a disturbance about nothing particular." This led to our saying again, with a great deal of gravity, all that we had said already, and to our coming to much the same conclusion afterwards. But we so strongly advised Richard to be frank and open with Mr. Jarndyce without a moment's delay, and his disposition was naturally so opposed to concealment, that he sought him out at once, taking us with him, and made a full avowal. "Rick," said my guardian, after hearing him attentively, "we can retreat with honour, and we will. But we must be careful, for our cousin's sake, Rick, for our cousin's sake, that we make no more such mistakes. Therefore, in the matter of the law, we will have a good trial before we decide. We will look before we leap, and take plenty of time about it." Richard's energy was of such an impatient and fitful kind that he would have liked nothing better to have gone to Mr. Kenge's office in that hour, and to have entered into articles with him on the spot. Submitting, however, with good grace to the caution that we had shown to be so necessary, he contented himself with sitting down among us in his lightest spirits, and talking as if one unvarying purpose in life and childhood had been that one which now held possession of him. My guardian was very kind and cordial with him, but rather grave, enough so to cause Ada, when he had departed and we were going upstairs to bed, to say, "Cousin John, I hope that you don't think the worst of Richard." "No, my love," said he, "because it was very natural that Richard should be mistaken in such a difficult case. It is not uncommon." "No, no, my love," said he, "don't look unhappy." "Oh, I'm not unhappy, cousin John," said Ada, smiling cheerfully, with her hand upon his shoulder, where she had put it in bidding him good night. "I should be a little so if you thought all the worse for Richard." "My dear," said Mr. Jarndyce, "I should think the worst of him only if you were ever in the least unhappy through his means. I should be more disposed to quarrel with myself even then than with poor Rick, for I brought you together. But, tut, all this is nothing. He has time before him and the race to run. I think the worst of him? Not I, my loving cousin, and not you, I swear." "No, indeed, cousin John," said Ada. "I'm sure I would not think ill of Richard if the whole world did. I could and I would think better of him then than at any other time." So quietly and honestly she said it, with her hands upon his shoulders, both hands now, looking up into his face like the picture of truth. "I think," said my guardian, thoughtfully regarding her, "I think it must be somewhere written that the virtues of the mothers shall occasionally be visited on the children, as well as the sins of the father. Good night, my rosebud. Good night, little woman. Pleasant slumbers, happy dreams." This was the first time I ever saw him follow Ada, with his eyes something of a shadow on their benevolent expression. I well remembered the look with which he had contemplated her and Richard when she was singing in the firelight. It was but a very little while since he had watched them passing down the room in which the sun was shining and away into the shade, but his glance was changed. Even the silent look of confidence in me, which now followed it once more, was not quite so hopeful and untroubled as it had originally been. Ada praised Richard more to me that night than ever she had praised him yet. She went to sleep with a little bracelet he had given her clasped upon her arm. I fancied she was dreaming of him when I kissed her cheek after she had slept an hour, and saw how tranquil and happy she looked. For I was so little inclined to sleep myself that night that I sat up working. It would not have been worth mentioning for its own sake, but I was wakeful and rather low-spirited. I don't know why. At least I don't think I know why. At least perhaps I do, but I don't think it matters. At any rate, I made up my mind to be so dreadfully industrious that I would leave myself not a moment's leisure to be low-spirited. For I naturally said, "Esther, you be low-spirited, you? And it really is time to say so." Yes, I really did see myself in the glass, almost crying. "As if you had anything to make you unhappy instead of everything to make you happy, you ungrateful heart," said I. If I could have made myself go to sleep, I would have done it directly. But not being able to do that, I took out my basket, some ornamental work for our house, Bleak House, that I was busy with at the time, and sat down to do it with great determination. It was necessary to count all the stitches in that work, and I resolved to go on with it until I couldn't keep my eyes open, and then go to bed. I soon found myself very busy, but I had left some silk downstairs in a work table drawer in the temporary growlery, and coming to a stop for want of it, I took my candle and went softly down to get it. To my great surprise, on going in, I found my guardian still there, and sitting looking at the ashes. He was lost in thought, and his book lay unheeded by his side. His silvered iron grey hair was scattered confusedly upon his forehead, as though his hand had been wandering among it while his thoughts were elsewhere, and his face looked worn. Almost frightened by my coming upon him so unexpectedly, I stood still for a moment and should have retired without speaking, had he not, in again passing his hand abstractedly through his hair, seen me and started. "Esther!" I told him what I had come for. "At work so late, my dear?" "I'm working late to-night," said I, "because I couldn't sleep and wished to tire myself. But, dear guardian, you are late too, and look weary. You have no trouble, I hope, to keep you waking?" "None, little woman, that you would really understand," said he. He spoke in a regretful tone so new to me that I inwardly repeated, as if that would help me to his meaning, that I could really understand. "Remain a moment, Esther," said he. "You were in my thought." "I hope I was not the trouble, guardian." He slightly waved his hand and fell into his usual manner. The change was so remarkable, and he appeared to make it by dint of so much self-command, that I found myself again inwardly repeating, "None that I can understand." "Little woman," said my guardian, I was thinking, that is, I've been thinking since I've been sitting here, that you ought to know of your own history all I know. It's very little, next to nothing." "Dear guardian," I replied, "when you spoke to me before on that subject, but since then," he gravely interposed, anticipating what I meant to say, "I have reflected that your having anything to ask me, and my having anything to tell you, are different considerations, Esther. It is perhaps my duty to impart to you the little I know." "If you think so, guardian, it is right." "I think so," he returned very gently and kindly and very distinctly. "My dear, I think so now. If any real disadvantage can attach to your position in the mind of any man or woman worth a thought, it is right that you, at least of all the world, should not magnify it to yourself by having vague impressions of its nature." I sat down and said, after a little effort, to be as calm as I ought to be, "One of my earliest remembrances, guardian, is of these words: 'Your mother, Esther, is your disgrace, and you were hers.' The time will come, and soon enough, when you will understand this better, and will feel it too, as no one save a woman can." I had covered my face with my hands in repeating the words, but I took them away now with a better kind of shame, I hope, and told him that to him I owed the blessing that I had had from my childhood to that hour never, never, never felt it. He put up his hand as if to stop me. I well knew that he was never to be thanked, and said no more. "9 years, my dear," he said, after thinking for a little while, "have passed since I received a letter from a lady living in seclusion, written with a stern passion and power that rendered it unlike all other letters I have ever read. It was written to me, as it told me in so many words, perhaps because it was the writer's idiosyncrasy to put that trust in me, perhaps because it was mine to justify it. It told me of a child, an orphan girl, then 12 years old, in such cruel words as those which live in your remembrance. It told me that the writer had bred her in secrecy from her birth, and had blotted out all trace of her existence, and if the writer were to die before the child became a woman, she would be left entirely friendless, nameless, and unknown. It asked me to consider if I would in that case finish what the writer had begun. I listened in silence, and looked attentively at him. Your early recollection, my dear, will supply the gloomy medium through which all of this was seen and expressed by the writer, and the distorted religion which clouded her mind with impressions of the need there was for the child to expiate an offence of which she was quite innocent. I felt concern for the little creature in her darkened life, and replied to the letter. I took his hand and kissed it. It laid the injunction on me that I should never propose to see the writer, who had long been estranged from all intercourse with the world, but who would see a confidential agent if I would appoint one. I accredited Mr. Kenge. The lady said of her own accord, and not of his seeking, that her name was an assumed one, that she was, if there were any ties of blood in such a case, the child's aunt, that more than this she would never, and he was well persuaded of the steadfastness of her resolution, for any human consideration disclose. My dear, I have told you all. I held his hand for a little while in mine. I saw my ward oftener than she saw me, he added, cheerily making light of it, and I always knew she was beloved, useful, and happy. She repays me 20,000-fold, and 20 more to that, every hour and every day. And oftener still, said I, she blesses the guardian who is a father to her. At the word father, I saw his former trouble come into his face. He subdued it as before, and it was gone in an instant, but it had been there and had come so swiftly upon my words that I felt as if they had given him a shock. I again inwardly repeated, wondering, none that I could readily understand. No, it was true, I did not understand it, not for many and many a day. Take a fatherly good night, my dear, said he, kissing me on the forehead, and so to rest. These are late hours for working and thinking. You do that for all of us all day long, little housekeeper. I neither worked nor thought any more that night. I opened my grateful heart to heaven in thankfulness for its providence to me and its care of me, and fell asleep. We had a visitor the next day. Mr. Allan Woodcourt came. He came to take his leave of us. He had settled to do so beforehand. He was going to China and to India as a surgeon on board ship. He was to be away a long, long time. I believe, at least I know, that he was not rich. All his widowed mother could spare had been spent in qualifying him for his profession. It was not lucrative to a young practitioner with very little influence in London, and although he was night and day at the service of numbers of poor people, and did wonders of gentleness and skill for them, he gained very little by it in money. He was 7 years older than I, not that I need mention it, for it hardly seems to belong to anything. He told us that he had been in practice for 3 or 4 years, and that if he could have hoped to contend through 3 or 4 more, he would not have made the voyage on which he was bound. But he had no fortune or private means, and so he was going away. He had been to see us several times altogether. We thought it a pity he should go away, because he was distinguished in his art among those who knew it best, and some of the greatest men belonging to it had a high opinion of him. When he came to bid us good-bye, he brought his mother with him for the first time. She was a pretty old lady with bright black eyes, but she seemed proud. She came from Wales, and had a long time ago an eminent person for an ancestor of the name of Morgan ap Cerrig, or some place that sounded like Gimlet, who was the most illustrious person that was ever known, and all of whose relations were a sort of royal family. He appeared to have passed his life in always getting up into mountains and fighting somebody, and a bard whose name sounded like Crumlin Wallenwer had sung his praises in a piece which was called, as nearly as I could catch it, Mulinim Wad. Mrs. Woodcourt, after expatiating to us on the fame of her great kinsman, said that no doubt wherever her son Alan went, he would remember his pedigree and would on no account form an alliance below it. She told him there were many handsome English ladies in India who went out on speculation, and there were some to be picked up with property, but neither charms nor wealth would suffice for the descendant from such a line without birth, which must ever be the first consideration. She talked so much about birth that for a moment I half fancied, and with pain, but what an idle fancy to suppose that she could think or care what mine was. Mr. Woodcourt seemed a little distressed by her prolixity, but he was too considerate to let us see it, and contrived delicately to bring the conversation round to making his acknowledgments to my guardian for his hospitality, and for the very happy hours, he called them very happy hours, he had passed with us. The recollection of them, he said, would go with him wherever he went, and would always be treasured. So we gave him our hands one after another. At least they did, and I did. And so he put his lips to Ada's hand, and to mine, and so he went away upon his long, long voyage. I was very busy indeed all day, and wrote directions home to the servants, and wrote notes for my guardian, and dusted his books and papers, and jingled my house keys a good deal one way and another. I was still busy between the lights, singing and working by the window, when who should come in but Caddy, who I had no expectation of seeing. "Why, Caddy, my dear," said I, "what beautiful flowers!" She had such an exquisite little nosegay in her hand. "Indeed, I think so, Esther," replied Caddy. "They're the loveliest I ever saw." "Prince, my dear?" said I in a whisper. "No," answered Caddy, shaking her head and holding up to me to smell. "Not Prince." "Well, to be sure, Caddy," said I, "you must have 2 lovers." "What, do they look like that sort of thing?" said Caddy. "Do they look like that sort of thing?" I repeated, pinching her cheek. Caddy only laughed in return, and telling me that she had come for half an hour, at the expiration of which time Prince would be waiting for her at the corner, sat chatting with me and Ada in the window every now and then, handing me the flowers again, or trying how they looked against my hair. At last, when she was going, she took me into my room and put them in my dress. "For me?" said I, surprised. "For you," said Caddy with a kiss. "They were left behind by somebody." "Left behind?" "A poor Miss Flight," said Caddy. "Somebody who has been very good to her was hurrying away an hour ago to join the ship, and left these flowers behind." "No, no, don't take them out. Let the pretty little things lie there," said Caddy, adjusting them with a careful hand. "Because I was present myself, and I shouldn't wonder if somebody left them on purpose."
"Do they look like that sort of thing?" said Ada, coming laughingly behind me and clasping me merrily round the waist. "Oh, yes, indeed they do, Dame Durden. They look very, very like that sort of thing. Oh, very like it indeed, my dear." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Lady Dedlock. It was not so easy as it appeared at first to arrange Richard's making a trial of Mr. Kenge's office. Richard himself was the chief impediment. As soon as he had it in his power to leave Mr. Badger at any moment, he began to doubt whether he wanted to leave him at all. He didn't know, he said. Really, it wasn't a bad profession. He could assert that he disliked it. Perhaps he liked it as well as he liked any other. Suppose he gave it one more chance. Upon that, he shut himself up for a few weeks with some books and some bones, and seemed to acquire a considerable fund of information with great rapidity. His fervour, after lasting about a month, began to cool, and when it was quite cooled, began to grow warm again. His vacillations between law and medicine lasted so long that midsummer arrived before he finally separated from Mr. Badger, and entered on an experimental course of Messrs. Kenge and Carboy. For all his waywardness, he took great credit to himself as being determined to be earnest this time, and he was so good-natured throughout, and in such high spirits, and so fond of Ada, that it was difficult indeed to be otherwise than pleased with him. As to Mr. Jarndyce, who I may mention found the wind much given during this period to stick in the east, as to Mr. Jarndyce, Richard would say to me, "He is the finest fellow in the world, Esther. I must be particularly careful, if it were only for his satisfaction, to take myself well to task and have a regular wind-up of this business now." The idea of his taking himself well to task with that laughing face and heedless manner, with the fancy that everything could catch and nothing could hold, was ludicrously anonymous. However, he told us between whiles that he was going to do it to such an extent that he wondered if his hair didn't turn grey. His regular wind-up of the business was, as I have said, that he went to Mr. Kenge's about midsummer to try out how he liked it. All this time he was in money affairs what I have described him in a former illustration: generous, profuse, wildly careless, but fully persuaded that he was rather calculating and prudent. I happened to say to Ada in his presence, half jestingly, half seriously, about the time of his going to Mr. Kenge's, that he needed to have a Fortunatus purse, he made so light of money, which she answered in this way: "My jewel of a dear cousin, you hear this old woman? Why does she say that? Because I gave £8 odd, or whatever it was, for a certain neat waistcoat and buttons a few days ago. Now, if I had stayed at Badger's, I should have been obliged to spend £12 at a blow for some heart-breaking lecture fees. So I make £4 in a lump by the transaction." It was a question much discussed between him and my guardian what arrangements should be made for his living in London while he experimented on the law, for we had long since gone back to Bleak House, and it was too far off to admit of his coming there oftener than once a week. My guardian told me that if Richard were to settle down at Mr. Kenge's, he would take some apartments or chambers where we could occasionally stay for a few days at a time. "But, little woman," he added, rubbing his head very significantly, "he hasn't settled down there yet." The discussions ended in our hiring for him by the month a neat little furnished lodging in a quiet old house near Queen Square. He immediately began to spend all the money he had in buying the oddest little ornaments and luxuries for this lodging, and so often as Ada and I dissuaded him from making any purchase that he had in contemplation, which was particularly unnecessary and expensive, he took credit for what it would have cost, and made out that to spend anything less on something was to save the difference. We made a pleasant journey down into Lincolnshire by the coach, and had an entertaining companion in Mr. Skimpole. His furniture had been cleared off, it appeared, by the person who took possession of it on his blue-eyed daughter's birthday, but he seemed quite relieved to think that it was gone. Chairs and table, he said, were wearisome objects. They were monotonous ideas. They had no variety of expression.
They looked you out of countenance, and you looked them out of countenance. How pleasant, then, to be bound to no particular chairs and tables, but to sport like a butterfly among all the furniture on hire, and to flit from rosewood to mahogany, and from mahogany to walnut, and from this shape to that, as the humour took one. The oddity of the thing is, said Mr. Skimpole, with a quickened sense of the ludicrous, that my chairs and tables were not paid for, yet my landlord walks off with them as composedly as possible. Now that seems droll. There's something grotesque in it. The chair and table merchant never engaged to pay my landlord my rent. Why should my landlord quarrel with him? If I have a pimple on my nose, which is disagreeable to my landlord's peculiar ideas of beauty, my landlord has no business to scratch my chair and table merchant's nose, which has no pimple on it. His reasoning seems defective. Well, said my guardian good-humouredly, it's pretty clear that whoever became security for those chairs and tables will have to pay for them. Exactly, returned Mr. Skimpole. That's the crowning point of unreason in the business. I said to my landlord, my good man, you're not aware that my excellent friend Jarndyce will have to pay for those things that you're sweeping off in that indelicate manner. Have you no consideration for his property? He hadn't the least. And refused all proposals, said my guardian. Refused all proposals, returned Mr. Skimpole. I made him business proposals. I had him into my room. I said, you're a man of business, I believe. He replied, I am. Very well, said I. Now let us be businesslike here. Here's an inkstand. Here are pens and paper. Here are wafers. What do you want? I have occupied your house for a considerable period, I believe to our mutual satisfaction, until this unpleasant misunderstanding arose. Let us be at once friendly and businesslike. What do you want? In reply to this, he made use of the figurative expression, which has something Eastern about it, that he'd never seen the colour of my money. My amiable friend, said I never have any money. I never know anything about money. Well, sir, said he, what do you offer if I give you time? My good fellow, said I have no idea of time, but you say you're a man of business, and whatever you can suggest to be done in a business-like way with pen, ink, and paper and wafers, I am ready to do. Don't pay yourself at another man's expense, which is foolish, but be businesslike. However, he wouldn't be, and there was an end of it. If these were some of the inconveniences of Mr. Skimpole's childhood, it assuredly possessed its advantages too. On the journey he had a very good appetite for such refreshment as came in our way, including a basket of choice hothouse peaches, and never thought of paying for anything. So when the coachman came round for his fee, he pleasantly asked him what he considered a very good fee indeed. Now a liberal one, and on his replying half a crown for a single passenger, it was little enough too, all things considered, and left Mr. Jarndyce to give it him. It was delightful weather. The green corn waved so beautifully, the larks sang so joyfully, the hedges were so full of wild flowers, the trees were so thickly out in leaf, the bean fields with a light wind blowing over them filled the air with such a delicious fragrance. Late in the afternoon we came to the market town where we were to alight for the coach. A dull little town with a church spire and a market-place, and a market cross, and one intensely sunny street, and a pond with an old horse cooling his legs in it, and a very few men sleepily lying and standing about in narrow little bits of shade. After the rustling of the leaves, the waving of the corn along the road, it looked as still, as hot, as motionless as a little town in England could produce. At the inn we found Mr. Boythorn on horseback, waiting with an open carriage to take us to his house, which was a few miles off. He was overjoyed to see us, and dismounted with great alacrity. "By heaven," said he, after giving us a courteous greeting, "this is a most infamous coach. It is the most flagrant example of an abominable public vehicle that ever encumbered the face of the earth. It's 25 minutes after its time this afternoon. The coachman ought to be put to death." "Is he after his time?" said Mr. Skimpole, to whom he happened to address himself. "You know my infirmity." 25 minutes, 26 minutes, replied Mr. Boythorn, referring to his watch. "With 2 ladies in the coach, this scoundrel has deliberately delayed his arrival 26 minutes. Deliberately! It's impossible that it can be accidental. But his father and his uncle were the most profligate coachmen that ever sat upon a box." While he said this in tones of the greatest indignation, he handed us into the little phaeton with the utmost gentleness, and was all smiles and pleasure. "I'm sorry, ladies," he said, standing bareheaded at the carriage door, which was all ready, "that I am obliged to conduct you nearly 2 miles out of the way. But our direct road lies through Sir Leicester Dedlock's park. I have sworn never to set foot of mine or horse's foot of mine, pending the present relations between us, while I breathe the breath of life." And here, catching my guardian's eye, he broke into one of his tremendous laughs, which seemed to shake even the motionless little market town. "Are the Dedlocks down here, Lawrence?" said my guardian, as we drove along, and Mr. Boythorn trotted on the green turf by the roadside. "Sir Arrogant Numbskull is here," replied Mr. Boythorn. "Ha! Sir Arrogant is here, and I am glad to say he has been laid by the heels here. My lady," in naming whom he always made a courtly gesture, as if particularly to exclude her from any part in the quarrel, "is expected, I believe, daily. I am not in the least surprised that she postpones her appearance as long as possible. Whatever can induce that transcendent woman to marry that effigy and figurehead of a baronet is one of the most impenetrable mysteries that ever baffled human inquiry. Ha, ha!" "I suppose," said my guardian, laughing, "we may set foot in the park while we are here. The prohibition does not extend to us, does it?" "I can lay no prohibition on my guests," he said, bending his head to Ada and me with a smiling politeness which sat so gracefully upon him, "except in the matter of their departure. I am only sorry that I cannot have the happiness of being their escort about Chesney Wold, which is a very fine place. But by the light of this summer day, Jarndyce, if you call upon the owner while you stay with me, you are likely to have but a cool reception. He carries himself like an 8-day clock at all times, like one of a race of 8-day clocks in gorgeous cases that never go and never went. But he will have some extra stiffness, I can promise you, for the friends of his friend and neighbour Boythorn." "I shall not put him to the proof," said my guardian. "He is as indifferent to the honour of knowing me, I dare say, as I am to the honour of knowing him. The air of the grounds, and perhaps such a view of the house as any other sightseer might get, are quite enough for me." "Well," said Mr. Boythorn, "I am glad of it on the whole. It's in better keeping. I am looked upon about here as a second Ajax defying the lightning. When I go into our little church on a Sunday, a considerable part of the inconsiderable congregation expect to see me drop, scorched and withered, on the pavement, under the Dedlock displeasure. I've no doubt that he is surprised that I don't, for he is, by heaven, the most self-satisfied and the shallowest and the most coxcombical and utterly brainless ass." Our coming to the ridge of a hill we had been ascending enabled our friend to point out Chesney Wold itself to us, and diverted his attention from its master. It was a picturesque old house in a fine park, richly wooded. Among the trees, and not far from the residence, he pointed out the spire of the little church of which he had spoken. Oh, the solemn woods over which the light and shadow travelled swiftly, as if heavenly wings were sweeping on benignant errands, the smooth green slope, the glittering water, the garden where the flowers were so symmetrically arranged in the clusters of richest colours. How beautiful they looked! The house, with gable and chimney and tower and turret and a dark doorway and broad terrace walk twining among the balustrades, of which, lying heaped upon the vases, there was one great flush of roses, scarcely seemed real in its light solidity and in the serene and peaceful hush that rested on all around it. To Ada and to me, that above all appeared to be the pervading influence. On everything, the house, garden, terrace, green slopes, water, old oak, fern, moss, woods again, and far away across the openings in the prospect to the distance lying wide before us with a purple bloom upon it, there seemed to be such undisturbed repose. When we came to the little village and passed a small inn with the sign of the Dedlock Arms swinging over the road in front, Mr. Boythorn interchanged greetings with a young gentleman sitting on a bench outside the inn door, who had some fishing tackle lying beside him. "That's the housekeeper's grandson, Mr. Rouncewell by name," said he, "and he's in love with a pretty girl up at the house. Lady Dedlock has taken a fancy to the pretty girl, is going to keep her about her own fair person, an honour which my young friend himself does not at all appreciate. However, he can't marry just yet, even if his rosebud were willing, so he is fain to make the best of it. In the meanwhile he comes here pretty often for a day or two at a time." "To fish?" "He and the pretty girl are engaged, Mr. Boythorn?" asked Ada. "Why, my dear Miss Clare," he returned, "I think they may perhaps understand each other, but you will see them soon, I dare say, and I must learn from you on such a point, not you from me." Ada blushed, and Mr. Boythorn, trotting forward on his comely grey horse, dismounted at his own door, and stood ready with an extended arm and uncovered head to welcome us when we arrived. He lived in a pretty house, formerly the parsonage house, with a lawn in front, a bright flower garden at the side, and a well-stocked orchard and kitchen garden in the rear, enclosed with a venerable wall that had of itself ripened a ruddy look. But, indeed, everything about the place wore an aspect of maturity and abundance. The old lime-tree walk was like green cloisters. The very shadows of the cherry trees and apple trees were heavy with fruit. The gooseberry bushes were so laden that their branches arched and rested on the earth. The strawberries and raspberries grew in like profusion, and the peaches basked by the hundred on the wall, tumbled about among the spread nets and the glass frames, sparkling and winkling in the sun. There were such heaps of drooping pods and marrows and cucumbers that every foot of ground appeared a vegetable treasury, while the smell of sweet herbs and all kinds of wholesome growth, to say nothing of the neighbouring meadows where the hay was carrying, made the whole air a great nosegay. Such stillness and composure reigned within the orderly precincts of the old red wall that even the feathers hung in garlands to scare the birds hardly stirred, and the wall had such a ripening influence that where here and there high up a disused nail and a scrap of list still clung to it, it was easy to fancy that they had mellowed with the changing seasons, and that they had rusted and decayed according to the common fate. The house, though a little disorderly in comparison with the garden, was a real old house, with settles in the chimneys of the brick-floored kitchen and great beams across the ceilings. On one side of it was the terrible piece of ground in dispute, where Mr. Boythorn maintained a sentry in a smock-frock day and night, whose duty was supposed to be, in cases of aggression, immediately to ring a large bell hung up there for the purpose, to unchain a great bulldog established in a kennel as his ally, and generally to deal destruction on the enemy. Not content with these precautions, Mr. Boythorn had himself composed and posted there, on painted boards to which his name was attached in large letters, the following solemn warnings: "Beware of the bulldog. He is most ferocious. Lawrence Boythorn. The blunderbuss is loaded with slugs. Lawrence Boythorn. Man traps and spring guns are set here at all times of the day and night. Lawrence Boythorn. Take notice that any person or persons audaciously presuming to trespass on this property will be punished with the utmost severity of private chastisement and prosecuted with the utmost rigour of the law. Lawrence Boythorn." These he showed us from the drawing-room window, while his bird was hopping about his head. He laughed to that extent as he pointed them out that I really thought he would have hurt himself. "But this is taking a good deal of trouble," said Mr. Skimpole in his light way, "when you are not in earnest after all." "Not in earnest?" returned Mr. Boythorn with unspeakable warmth. "Not in earnest? If I could have hoped to train him, when I would have bought a lion instead of that dog, and would have turned him loose upon the first intolerable robber who should dare to make an encroachment on my rights. Let Sir Leicester Dedlock consent to come out and decide this question by single combat, and I will meet him with any weapon known to mankind in any age or country. I am that much in earnest, not more." We arrived at his house on a Saturday. On the Sunday morning we all set forth to walk to the little church in the park. Entering the park almost immediately by the disputed ground, we pursued a pleasant footpath winding among the verdant turf and the beautiful trees until it brought us to the church porch. The congregation was extremely small and quite a rustic one, with the exception of a large muster of servants from the house, some of whom were already in their seats, while others were yet dropping in. There were some stately footmen, and there was a perfect picture of an old coachman, who looked as if he were the official representative of all the pomps and vanities that had ever been put into his coach. There was a very pretty show of young women, and above them the handsome old face and responsible portly figure of the housekeeper towered preeminent. The pretty girl of whom Mr. Boythorn had told us was close by her. She was so very pretty that I might have known her by her beauty, even if I had not seen how blushingly conscious she was of the eyes of the young fisherman, whom I discovered not far off. One face, not an agreeable one, though it was handsome, seemed maliciously watchful of this pretty girl, and indeed of everyone and everything there. It was a Frenchwoman's. As the bell was yet ringing and the great people were not yet come, I had leisure to glance over the church, which smelt as earthy as a grave, and to think what a shady, ancient, solemn little church it was. The windows, heavily shaded by trees, emitted a subdued light that made the faces all around me pale, and darkened the old brasses in the pavement, and the time-damp worn monuments rendered the sunshine in a little porch where a monotonous ringer was working at the bell inestimably bright. But a stir in that direction, a gathering of reverential awe in the rustic faces, and a blandly ferocious assumption on the part of Mr. Boythorn of being resolutely unconscious of somebody's existence, forewarned me that the great people were come, and that the service was going to begin. Enter not into judgment with thy servant, O Lord, for in thy sight shall I ever forget the rapid beating of my heart, occasioned by the look I met as I stood up. I shall ever forget the manner in which those handsome, proud eyes seemed to spring out of their languor and to hold mine. It was only a moment before I cast mine down, released again, if I may say so, on my book, but I knew the beautiful face quite well in that short space of time. And very strangely there was something quickened within me, associated with the lonely days at my godmother's. Yes, away even to the days when I had stood on tiptoe to dress myself at my little glass after dressing my doll. And this, though I had never seen this lady's face before in all my life. I was quite sure of it, absolutely certain. It was easy to know that the ceremonious, gouty, grey-haired gentleman, the only other occupant of the great pew, was Celesta Dedlock, and that the lady was Lady Dedlock. But why her face should be, in a confused way, like a broken glass to me, in which I saw scraps of old remembrances, and why I should be so fluttered and troubled, for I was still, by having casually met her eyes, I could not think. I felt it to be an unmeaning weakness in me, and tried to overcome it by attending to the words I heard. Then, very strangely, I seemed to hear them, not in the reader's voice, but in the well-remembered voice of my godmother, that made me think, did Lady Dedlock's face accidentally resemble my godmother's? It might be that it did, a little, but the expression was so different, and the stern decision which had worn into my godmother's face, like weather into rocks, was so completely wanting in the face before me, that it could not be that resemblance which had struck me. Neither did I know the loftiness and haughtiness of Lady Dedlock's face at all, in any one. And yet I, little Esther Summerson, the child who lived a life apart, and on whose birthday there was no rejoicing, seemed to arise before my own eyes, evoked out of the past by some power in this fashionable lady, whom I had not only entertained no fancy that I had never seen, but whom I perfectly well knew I had never seen until that hour. It made me tremble to be so thrown into this unaccountable agitation that I was conscious of being distressed, even by the observation of the French maid, though I knew she had been looking watchfully here and there and everywhere from the moment of her coming into the church. By degrees, though very slowly, I at last overcame my strange emotion. After a long time I looked towards Lady Dedlock again. It was while they were preparing to sing before the sermon. She took no heed of me, and the beating at my heart was gone. Neither did it revive for more than a few moments, when she once or twice afterwards glanced at Ada or at me through her glass. The service being concluded, Celesta gave his arm with much taste and gallantry to Lady Dedlock, though he was obliged to walk by the help of a thick stick, and escorted her out of church to the pony carriage in which they had come. The servants then dispersed, so did the congregation, whom Celesta had contemplated all along. Mr. Skimpole said to Mr. Boythorn's infinite delight, as if he were a considerable landed proprietor in heaven. "He believes he is," pursued Mr. Skimpole very unexpectedly to Mr. Boythorn. "It is agreeable to see a man of that sort." "Is it?" said Mr. Boythorn. "Say that he wants to patronise me," pursued Mr. Skimpole. "Very well, I don't object." "I do," said Mr. Boythorn with great vigour. "Do you really?" returned Mr. Skimpole in his easy, light vein. "But that's taking trouble, surely, and why should you take trouble? Here am I, content to receive things childishly as they fall out, and I never take trouble. I come down here, for instance, and I find a mighty potentate exacting homage. Very well, I say, mighty potentate, here is my homage. It's easier to give than to withhold it. Here it is. If you have anything of an agreeable nature to show me, I shall be happy to see it. If you have anything of an agreeable nature to give me, I shall be happy to accept it. Mighty potentate replies, in effect, this is a sensible fellow. I find him accord with my digestion and my bilious system. It doesn't impose upon me the necessity of rolling myself up like a hedgehog, with my points outwards. I expand, I open, I turn my silver lining outward, like Milton's cloud, and it's more agreeable to both of us. That's my view of such things, speaking as a child. But suppose you went down somewhere else tomorrow, said Mr. Boythorn, where there was the opposite of that fellow, or of this fellow. How then? How then? Said Mr. Skimpole, with an appearance of the utmost simplicity and candour. Just the same, then, I should say, my esteemed Boythorn, to make you the personification of our imaginary friend. My esteemed Boythorn, you object to the mighty potentate? Very good, so do I. I take it that my business in the social system is to be agreeable. I take it that everybody's business in the social system is to be agreeable. It's a system of harmony. In short, therefore, if you object, I object. Now, excellent Boythorn, let us go to dinner. But excellent Boythorn might say, returned our host, swelling and growing very red, I understand, said Mr. Skimpole. Very likely he would. If I will go to dinner, cried Mr. Boythorn in a violent burst, and stopping to strike his stick upon the ground. And he would probably add, is there such a thing as principle, Mr. Harold Skimpole? To which Harold Skimpole would reply, you know, he returned in his gayest manner, with his most ingenuous smile. Upon my life, I have not the least idea. I don't know what it is you call by that name, or where it is, or who possesses it. If you possess it and find it comfortable, I am quite delighted, and congratulate you heartily. But I know nothing about it, I assure you, for I am a mere child, and I lay no claim to it, and I don't want it. So you see, excellent Boythorn and I would go to dinner after all. This was one of the many little dialogues between them which I always expected to end, and which I dare say would have ended, under other circumstances, in some violent explosion on the part of our host. But he had so high a sense of his hospitable and responsible position as our entertainer, and my guardian laughed so sincerely at and with Mr. Skimpole, as a child who blew bubbles and broke them all day long, that matters never went beyond this point. Mr. Skimpole, who always seemed quite unconscious of having been on delicate ground, then betook himself to beginning some sketch in the park which he never finished, or to playing fragments of airs on the piano, or to singing scraps of songs, or to lying down on his back under a tree and looking at the sky, which he couldn't help thinking, he said, was what it was meant for. It suited him so exactly. Enterprise and effort, he would say to us, on his back, are delightful to me. I believe I am truly cosmopolitan. I have the deepest sympathy with them. I lie in a shady place like this and think of an adventurous spirit's going to the North Pole, or penetrating to the heart of the torrid zone, with admiration. Mercenary creatures ask, what's the use of a man's going to the North Pole? What good does it do? I can't say. But for anything I can say, he may go for the purpose, though he don't know it, of employing my thoughts as I lie here. Take an extreme case. Take the case of the slaves on American plantations. I dare say they are worked hard. I dare say they don't altogether like it. I dare say theirs is an unpleasant experience on the whole. But when they people landscape for me, they give it a poetry for me, and perhaps that is one of the pleasanter objects of their existence. I'm very sensible of it, if it be, and I shouldn't wonder if it were. I always wondered on these occasions whether he ever thought of Mrs. Skimpole and the children, and in what point of view they presented themselves to his cosmopolitan mind. So far as I can understand, they rarely presented themselves at all. The week had gone round to the Saturday follow the beating of my heart in the church, and every day had been so bright and blue that to ramble in the woods and to see the light striking down among the transparent leaves, sparkling in the beautiful interlacings of the shadows of the trees, while the birds poured out their songs, and the air was drowsy with the hum of insects, had been most delightful. We had one favourite spot, deep in moss and last year's leaves, where there were some felled trees from which the bark was all stripped off. Seated among these, we looked through a green vista supported by thousands of natural columns, the whitened stems of trees upon a distant prospect, made so radiant by its contrast with the shade in which we sat, and made so precious by the arched perspective through which we saw it, that it was like a glimpse of the better land. Upon the Saturday we sat there, Mr. Jarndyce, Ada, and I, until we heard thunder muttering in the distance, and felt the large raindrops rattle through the leaves. The weather had been all week extremely sultry, but the storm broke so suddenly upon us, at least in that sheltered spot, that before we reached the outskirts of the wood the thunder and lightning were frequent, and the rain came plunging through the leaves as if every drop were a great leaden bead. As it was not a time for standing among the trees, we ran out of the wood and up and down the moss-grown steps which crossed the plantation fence like two broad stave ladders placed back to back, and made for a keeper's lodge which was close at hand. We had often noticed the dark beauty of this lodge standing in a deep twilight of trees, and how the ivy clustered over it, and how there was a steep hollow near where we had once seen the keeper's dog dive down into the fern as if it were water. The lodge was so dark within, now the sky was overcast, that we clearly saw the man who came to the door when we took shelter there, and put 2 chairs for Ada and me. The lattice windows were all thrown open, and we sat just within the doorway, watching the storm. It was grand to see how the wind awoke and bent the trees, and drove the rain before it like a cloud of smoke, and to hear the solemn thunder, to see the lightning, and while thinking with awe of the tremendous powers by which our little lives are encompassed, consider how beneficent they are, and how upon the smallest flower and leaf there was already a freshness poured from all this seeming rage which seemed to make creation new again. Is it not dangerous to sit in so an exposed place? Oh no, Esther dear, said Ada quietly. Ada said it to me, but I had not spoken. The beating of my heart came back again. I have never heard the voice, as I had never seen the face, but it affected me in the same strange way. Again in a moment there arose before my mind innumerable pictures of myself. Lady Dedlock had taken shelter in the lodge before our arrival there, and had come out of the gloom within. She stood behind my chair with her hand upon it. I saw her with her hand close to my shoulder when I turned my head. Have I frightened you? She said. No, it was not fright. Why should I be frightened? I believe, said Lady Dedlock to my guardian, I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Jarndyce. Your remembrance does me more honour than I had supposed it would, Lady Dedlock, he returned. I recognised you in church on Sunday. I am sorry that any local disputes of Sir Leicester's, they are not of his seeking, however, I believe, should render it a matter of some absurd difficulty to show you any attention here. I am aware of the circumstances, returned my guardian with a smile, and am sufficiently obliged. She had given him her hand in an indifferent way that seemed habitual to her, and spoke in a correspondingly indifferent manner, though in a very pleasant voice. She was as graceful as she was beautiful, perfectly self-possessed, and had the air, I thought, of being able to attract and interest any one she had thought it worth her while. The keeper had brought her a chair, on which she sat in the middle of the porch between us. Is the young gentleman disposed of whom you wrote to Sir Leicester about, and whose wishes Sir Leicester was sorry not to have it in his power to advance in any way? She said over her shoulder to my guardian. I hope so, said he. She seemed to respect him, and even wished to conciliate him. There was something very winning in her haughty manner, and it became more familiar, I was going to say more easy, but that could hardly be, as she spoke to him over her shoulder. I presume this is your other ward, Miss Clare. He presented Ada in form. You will lose the disinterested part of your Don Quixote character, said Lady Dedlock, Mr. Jarndyce over her shoulder again, if you only redress the wrongs of beauty like this. But present me, and she turned full upon me, to this young lady too. Miss Summerson is my ward, said Mr. Jarndyce. I am responsible to no Lord Chancellor in her case. Has Miss Summerson lost both her parents? Said my lady. Yes. She is very fortunate in her guardian. Lady Dedlock looked at me, and I looked at her, and said I was indeed. All at once she turned from me with a hasty air, almost expressive of displeasure or dislike, and spoke to him over her shoulder again. "Ages have passed since we were in the habit of meeting, Mr. Jarndyce." "A long time. At least I thought it was a long time till I saw you last Sunday," he returned. "What, even you are a courtier, or think it necessary to become one to me?" she said, with some disdain. "I have achieved that reputation, I suppose." "You have achieved so much, Lady Dedlock," said my guardian, "that you pay some little penalty, I dare say, but none to me." "So much," she repeated, slightly laughing. "Yes," with her air of superiority and power and fascination, and I know not what. She seemed to regard Ada and me as little more than children. So as she slightly laughed and afterwards sat looking at the rain, she was as self-possessed and as free to occupy herself with her own thoughts as if she had been alone. "I think you knew my sister when we were abroad together better than you know me," she said, looking at him again. "Yes, we happened to meet oftener," he returned. "We went our several ways," said Lady Dedlock, "and had little in common even before we agreed to differ. It is to be regretted, I suppose, but it could not be helped." Lady Dedlock again sat looking at the rain. The storm soon began to pass upon its way. The shower greatly abated, and the lightning ceased. Thunder rolled among the distant hills, and the sun began to glisten on the wet leaves and the falling rain. As we sat there silently, we saw a little pony phaeton come towards us at a merry pace. "The messenger is coming back, my lady," said the keeper, "with the carriage." As it drove up, we saw there were two people inside. There alighted from it with some cloaks and wrappers, first the Frenchwoman who I had seen in church, and secondly the pretty girl. The Frenchwoman with a defiant confidence, the pretty girl confused and hesitating. "What now?" said Lady Dedlock. "Two?" "I am your maid, my lady, at present," said the Frenchwoman. "The message was for the attendant." "I was afraid you might mean me, my lady," said the pretty girl. "I did mean you, child," replied her mistress calmly. "Put that shawl on me." She slightly stooped her shoulders to receive it, and the pretty girl lightly dropped it in its place. The Frenchwoman stood unnoticed, looking on with her lips very tightly set. "I am sorry," said Lady Dedlock to Mr. Jarndyce, "that we are not likely to renew our former acquaintance. You will allow me to send the carriage back for your two wards. It should be here directly." But as he on no account would accept this offer, she took a graceful leave of Ada, none of me, and put her hand upon his proffered arm, and got into the carriage, which was a little low park carriage with a hood. "Come in, child," she said to the pretty girl. "I shall want you. Go on." The carriage rolled away, and the Frenchwoman with the wrapper she had brought hanging over her arm remained standing where she had alighted. I suppose there is nothing pride can so little bear with as pride itself, and that she was punished for her imperious manner. Her retaliation was the most singular I could have imagined. She remained perfectly still until the carriage had turned into the drive, and then, without the least discomposure of countenance, slipped off her shoes, left them on the ground, and walked deliberately in the same direction through the wettest of the wet grass. "Is that young woman mad?" said my guardian. "Oh no, sir," said the keeper, who with his wife was looking after her. "Hortense is not one of that sort. She has a good headpiece as the best, but she's mortal high and passionate, powerful high and passionate, and what with having notice to leave, and having others put above her, she don't take kindly to it." "But why should she walk shoeless through all that water?" said my guardian. "Why indeed, sir, unless it's to cool her down," said the man. "Unless she fancies it's blood," said the woman. "She'd as soon walk through that as anything else, I think, when her own's up." We passed not far from the house a few minutes afterwards. Peaceful as it had looked when we first saw it, it looked even more so now, with the diamond spray glittering all about it, a light wind blowing, the birds no longer hushed but singing strongly, everything refreshed by the late rain, and the little carriage shining at the doorway like a fairy carriage made of silver. Still, very steadfastly and quietly walking towards it, a peaceful figure too in the landscape, went Mademoiselle Hortense, shoeless, through the wet grass. End chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Moving on. It is the long vacation in the regions of Chancery Lane. The good ships Law and Equity, those teak-built, copper-bottomed, iron-fastened, brazen-faced, and not by any means fast-sailing clippers, are laid up in ordinary. The Flying Dutchman, with a crew of ghostly clients imploring all whom they may encounter to peruse their papers, has drifted for the time being heaven knows where. The courts are all shut up. The public office lies in hot sleep. Westminster Hall itself is a shady solitude where nightingales might sing, and a tenderer class of suitors than is usually found there walk. The Temple, Chancery Lane, Sergeant's Inn, and Lincoln's Inn, even unto the fields, are like tidal harbours at low water, where stranded proceedings, officers at anchor, idle clerks lounging on top-sided stools that will not recover their perpendicular until the current term sets in, lie high and dry upon the ooze of the long vacation. Outer doors of chambers are shut up by the score. Messages and parcels are to be left at the porter's lodge by the bushel. A crop of grass would grow in the chinks of the stone pavement outside Lincoln's Inn Hall, but that the ticket porters, who have nothing to do beyond sitting in the shade there, with their white aprons over their heads to keep the flies off, grub it up and eat thoughtfully. There's only one judge in town. Even he only comes twice a week to sit in chambers. If the country folks of those assize towns on his circuit could see him now, no full-bottomed wig, no red petticoats, no fur, no javelin men, no white wands, merely a close-shaven gentleman in white trousers and a white hat, with a sea bronze on the judicial countenance, and a strip of bark peeled by the solar rays from the judicial nose, who calls in at the shellfish shop as he comes along and drinks iced ginger beer. The bar of England is scattered over the face of the earth. How can England get on through 4 long summer months without its bar, which, its acknowledged refuge in adversity and its only legitimate triumph in prosperity, is beside the question. Assuredly, that shield and buckler of Britannia are not in present wear. The learned gentleman, who was always so tremendously indignant at the unprecedented outrage committed on the feelings of his client by the opposite party, that he never seems likely to recover, is doing so infinitely better than might be expected in Switzerland. The learned gentleman who does the withering business and who blights all opponents with his gloomy sarcasm is as merry as a grig at a French watering place. The learned gentleman who weeps by the pint on the smallest provocation has not shed a tear these 6 weeks. The very learned gentleman who has cooled the natural heat of his gingerly complexion in pools and fountains of law until he has become great in knotty arguments for term time, when he poses the drowsy bench with legal chaff, inexplicable to the uninitiated, and to most of the initiated too, is roaming with characteristic delight in aridity and dust about Constantinople. Other dispersed fragments of the same great Palladium are to be found on the canals of Venice, at the second cataract of the Nile, in the baths of Germany, and sprinkled on the sea sand all over the English coast. Scarcely one is to be encountered in the deserted region of Chancery Lane. If such a lonely member of the bar do flit across the waste and come upon a prowling suitor who is unable to leave off haunting the scenes of his anxiety, they frighten one another and retreat into opposite shades. It is the hottest long vacation known for many years. All the young clerks are madly in love, and according to their various degrees of pine for bliss with the beloved object, at Margate, Ramsgate, or Gravesend. All the middle-aged clerks think their families are too large. All the unowned dogs who stray into the Inns of Court and pant about staircases and other dry places, seeking water, give howls of aggravation. All the blind men's dogs in the streets draw their masters against pumps or trip them over buckets. A shop with a sun-blind and a watered pavement and a bowl of gold and silver fish in the window is a sanctuary. Temple Bar gets so hot that it is, to the adjacent Strand and Fleet Street, what a heater is in an urn and keeps them simmering all night. There are offices about the Inns of Court in which a man might be cool, if any coolness were worth purchasing at such a price in dullness, but the little thoroughfares immediately outside those retirements seem to blaze. In Mr. Crook's court it is so hot that the people turn their houses inside out and sit in chairs upon the pavement, Mr. Crook included, who there pursues his studies with his cat, who never is too hot, by his side. The Sol's Arms has discontinued the harmonic meetings for the season, and Little Swills is engaged at the pastoral gardens down the river, where he comes out in quite an innocent manner and sings comic ditties of a juvenile complexion, calculated, as the bill says, not to wound the feelings of the most fastidious mind. Over all the legal neighbourhood there hangs, like some great veil of rust or gigantic cobweb, the idleness and pensiveness of the long vacation. Mr. Snagsby, law stationer of Crook's Court, Cursitor Street, is sensible of the influence, not only in his mind as a sympathetic and contemplative man, but also in his business as a law stationer aforesaid. He has more leisure for musing in Staple Inn and in the Rolls Yard during the long vacation than other seasons, and he says to the two prentices, "What a thing it is in such a hot weather to think that you live in an island with the sea rolling and a-bowling right around you." Guster is busy in the little drawing-room on this present afternoon in the long vacation, where Mr. and Mrs. Snagsby have it in a contemplation to receive company. The expected guests are rather select than numerous, being Mr. and Mrs. Chadband and no more. For Mr. Chadband's being much given to describe himself, both verbally and in writing, as a vessel, he is occasionally mistaken by strangers for a gentleman connected with navigation. But he is, as he expresses it, in the ministry. Mr. Chadband is remarkable to say, on the greatest of subjects. Mr. Chadband is attached to no particular denomination, and is considered by his persecutors to have nothing so very remarkable to say on the greatest of subjects as to render his volunteering on his own account at all incumbent on his conscience. But he has his followers, and Mrs. Snagsby is of the number. Mrs. Snagsby has but recently taken a passage upward by the vessel Chadband, and her attention was attracted to that bark A1 when she was something flushed by the hot weather. "My little woman," says Mr. Snagsby to the sparrows in Staple Inn, "likes to have her religion rather sharp, you see." So Guster is much impressed, regarding herself for the time being as the handmaid of Chadband, whom she knows to be endowed with the gift of holding forth for 4 hours at a stretch, prepares a little drawing-room for tea. All the furniture is shaken and dusted. The portraits of Mr. and Mrs. Snagsby are touched up with a wet cloth. The best tea service is set forth, and there is excellent provision made of dainty new bread, crusty twists, cool fresh butter, thin slices of ham, tongue, and German sausage, and delicate little rows of anchovies nestling in parsley, not to mention new-laid eggs to be brought up warm in a napkin, and hot buttered toast. For Chadband is rather a consuming vessel, the persecutors say a gorging vessel, and can wield such weapons of the flesh as a knife and fork remarkably well. Mr. Snagsby, in his best coat, looking at all the preparations when they are completed, and coughing his cough of deference behind his hand, says to Mrs. Snagsby, "What time did you expect Mr. and Mrs. Chadband, my love?" "At 6, says Mrs. Snagsby. Mr. Snagsby observes in a mild and casual way that it's gone that. "Perhaps you'd like to begin without them," is Mrs. Snagsby's reproachful remark. Mr. Snagsby does look as if he would like it very much, but he says with his cough of mildness, "No, my dear, I merely named the time." "What's time?" says Mrs. Snagsby. "To eternity." "Very true, my dear," says Mr. Snagsby. "Only when a person lays in victuals for tea, a person does it with a view, perhaps, more to time. And when a time is named for having tea, it's better to come up to it." "To come up to it," Mrs. Snagsby repeats with severity. "Up to it, as if Mr. Chadband was a fighter." "Not at all, my dear," says Mr. Snagsby. Here Guster, who had been looking out of the bedroom window, comes rustling and scratching down the little staircase like a popular ghost, and falling flush into the drawing-room, announces that Mr. and Mrs. Chadband have appeared in the court.
The bell at the inner door in the passage immediately thereafter tinkling, she is admonished by Mrs. Snagsby, on pain of instant reconsignment to her patron's safe, not to omit the ceremony of announcement. Much discomposed in her nerves, which were previously in the best order, by this threat, she so fearfully mutilates that point of state as to announce Mr. and Mrs. Cheeseming, at least which I mean to say what's her name, and retires conscience-stricken from the presence. Mr. Chadband is a large yellow man with a fat smile and the general appearance of having a good deal of train oil in his system. Mrs. Chadband is a stern, severe-looking, silent woman. Mr. Chadband moves softly and cumbrously, not unlike a bear who has been taught to walk upright. He is very much embarrassed about the arm, as if they were inconvenient to him and he wanted to grovel. He is very much in a perspiration about the head, and never speaks without first putting up his great hand, as delivering a token to his hearers that he is going to edify them. My friends, says Mr. Chadband, peace be on this house, on the master thereof, on the mysteries thereof, on the young maidens and on the young men. My friends, why do I wish for peace? What is peace? Is it war? No. Is it strife? No. It is lovely and gentle and beautiful and pleasant, and serene and joyful. Oh, yes, therefore, my friends, I wish for peace upon you and yours. In consequence of Mrs. Snagsby looking deeply edified, Mr. Snagsby thinks it expedient on the whole to say Amen, which is well received. Now, my friends, proceeds Mr. Chadband, since I am upon this theme, Guster presents herself to Mrs. Snagsby in a spectral bass voice, without removing her eyes from Chadband, says with dreadful distinctness, Go away. Now, my friends, says Chadband, since I am upon the theme, and in my lowly path improving it, Guster is heard unaccountably to murmur 1782. The spectral voice repeats it more solemnly. Go away. Now, my friends, says Mr. Chadband, I will inquire in the spirit of love. Still Guster reiterates 1782. Mr. Chadband, pausing with the resignation of a man accustomed to be persecuted, and languidly folding his chin into his fat smile, says, Let us hear the maiden. Speak, maiden. 1782, if you please, sir. Which he wished to know what the shilling were for, says Guster, breathless. For, returns Mrs. Chadband, for is fair. Guster replied that he insists on 1 and 8p, or on Summersizing the party. Mrs. Snagsby and Mrs. Chadband are proceeding to grow shrill in indignation, when Mr. Chadband quiets the tumult by lifting up his hand. My friend, says he, I remember a duty unfilled yesterday. It is right that I should be chastened in some penalty. I ought not to murmur. Rachel, pay the 8p. While Mrs. Snagsby, drawing her breath, looks hard at Mr. Snagsby, who should say, You hear this apostle. While Mr. Chadband glows with humility and train oil, Mrs. Chadband pays the money. It is Mrs. Chadband's habit, it is the head and front of his pretensions indeed, to keep this sort of debtor and creditor account in the smallest items and to post it publicly on the most trivial occasions. My friends, says Chadband, 8p is not much. It might justly have been 1 and 4p. It might justly have been half a crown. Oh, let us be joyful. Oh, let us be joyful. With which remark, which appears from its sound to be an extract in verse, Mr. Chadband stalks to the table, and before taking up a chair, lifts his admonitory hand. My friends, says he, what is this which we now behold as being spread before us? Refreshment? Do we need refreshment then, my friends? We do. And why do we need refreshment, my friends? Because we are but mortal, because we are but sinful, because we are but of the earth, because we are not of the air. Can we fly, my friends? We cannot. Why can we not fly, my friend? Mr. Snagsby, presuming in the success of his last point, ventures to observe in a cheerful and rather knowing tone, no wings, but is immediately frowned down by Mrs. Snagsby. I say, my friends, pursues Mr. Chadband, utterly rejecting and obliterating Mr. Snagsby's suggestion, why we cannot fly? Is it because we are calculated to walk? It is. Could we walk, my friends, without strength? We could not. What should we do without strength, my friends? Our legs would refuse to bear us. Our knees would double up. Our ankles would turn over. We should come to the ground. And then from whence, my friends, in a human point of view, do we derive that strength that is necessary to our limbs?
Is it, says Chadband, glancing over the table, from bread in various forms, from butter which is churned from the milk which is yielded unto us by the cow, from the eggs which are laid by the fowl, from ham, from tongue, from sausage, and from such like? And let us partake of the good things which are set before us. The persecutors deny that there was any particular gift in Mr. Chadband's piling verbose flights of stairs, one upon the other, after this fashion. But this can only be received as proof of their determination to persecute, as it must be within everybody's experience that the Chadband style of oratory is widely received and much admired. Mr. Chadband, however, having concluded for the present, sits down at Mr. Snagsby's table and lays about him prodigiously. The conversion of nutriment of any sort into oil of the quality already mentioned appears to be a process so inseparable from the constitution of this exemplary vessel that in beginning to eat and drink he may be described as always becoming a kind of considerable oil mills or other large factory for the production of that article on a wholesale scale. On the present evening of the long vacation in Cook's Court, Cursitor Street, he does such a powerful stroke of business that the warehouse appears to be quite full when the works cease. At this period of the entertainment, Guster, who has never recovered from her first failure, but has neglected no possible or impossible means of bringing the establishment and herself into contempt, among which may be briefly enumerated her unexpectedly performing clashing military music on Mr. Chadband's head with plates, and afterwards crowning that gentleman with muffins, at which period of the entertainment Guster whispers to Mr. Snagsby that he is wanted, and being wanted in the, not to put too fine a point in it, in the shop, says Mr. Snagsby, rising. Perhaps this good company will excuse me for half a minute. Mr. Snagsby descends and finds the two prentices contemplating a police constable, who holds a ragged boy by the arm. Why, bless my heart, says Mr. Snagsby. What's the matter? This boy, says the constable, though he's repeatedly told us he won't move on. I'm always a-moving on, sir, cries the boy, wiping away his grimy tears with his arm. I've always been a-moving and a-moving on, ever since I was born. Where can I possibly move to, sir? More nor I do move. He won't move on, says the constable calmly, with a slight professional hitch of his neck, involving its better settlement in his stiff stop. Although he's been repeatedly cautioned, and therefore I'm obliged to take him into custody. He's as obstinate as the young Golloff, as I know. He won't move on. Oh, my eye, where can I move to? Cries the boy, clutching quite desperately at his hair and beating his bare feet upon the floor of Mr. Snagsby's passage. Don't you come none of that, I shall make blessed short work of you, says the constable, giving him a passionless shake. My instructions are that you're to move on. I've told you so 500 times. But where? Cries the boy. Well, really, constable, you know, says Mr. Snagsby wistfully, and coughing behind his hand, his cough of great perplexity and doubt, that really does seem a question. Where? Do you know? My instructions don't go into that, replies the constable. My instructions are that this boy is to move on. Do you hear, Joe? It's nothing to you or to anyone else. The great lights of the parliamentary sky have failed for some years in this business to set you an example of moving on. The one grand recipe remains for you, the profound philosophical prescription, the be-all and end-all of your strange existence upon earth. Move on. You are by no means to move off, Joe, for the great lights can't agree at all about that. Move on. Mr. Snagsby says nothing to this effect, says nothing at all indeed, but coughs his forlornest cough, expressive of no thoroughfare in any direction. By this time, Mr. and Mrs. Chadband and Mr. Snagsby, hearing the altercation, have appeared upon the stairs. Guster having never left the end of the passage, the whole household are assembled. The simple question is, sir, says the constable, whether you know this boy. He says you do. Mrs. Snagsby, from her elevation, instantly cries out, No, he don't. My little woman, says Mr. Snagsby, looking up the staircase. My love, permit me. Pray have a moment's patience, my dear. I do know something of this lad, and what I know of him, I can't say that there's any harm, perhaps on the contrary, constable, to whom the law stationer relates his joyful and woeful experience,
suppressing the half-crown fact. Well, says the constable, so far as it seems he had grounds for what he said. When I took him into custody up in Holborn, he said you knew him. On that, the young man who was in the crowd said he was acquainted with you, and you were a respectable housekeeper, and if I'd call and make the inquiry, you'd appear. The young man don't seem inclined to keep his word, but here is the young man. Enter Mr. Guppy, who nods to Mr. Snagsby and touches his hat with the chivalry of clerkship to the ladies on the stairs.
I was strolling away from the office just now when I found this row going on, says Mr. Guppy to the law stationer. As your name was mentioned, I thought it was the right thing should be looked into. It was very good-natured of you, sir, says Mr. Snagsby.
I'm obliged to you. And Mr. Snagsby relates his experience again, suppressing the half-crown fact. Now I know where you live, says the constable, and then to Joe, you live down at Tom All-Alone's. That's a nice innocent place to live in, isn't it? I can't go and live in no nicer place, sir, replies Joe. They wouldn't have nothing to say to me if I was to go to a nice innocent place for to live. Who'd go and let a nice innocent lodging to such a regular as me? You're very poor, ain't you, says the constable. Yes, I am indeed, sir, very poor in general, replies Joe. I'll leave you to judge now. I took these 2 half-crowns out of him, says the constable, producing them to the company. I'm only putting my hand upon him. Then what's left, Mr. Snagsby, says Joe, out of a sovereign that was given to me by a lady in a whale, as she was a servant that's come to my crossing one night and asked to be shown this here house, and he asked what image you'd give the writing to died at, in the burying ground what he's buried in. She says to me, she says, are you the boy in the inkwitch? I says, yes, I says. She says to me, and she says, can you show them all the places? I says, yes, I can, I says. And she says to me to do it, and I've done it, and she give me a sovereign, and I hooked it.
And I ain't had much of a sovereign either, says Joe with dirty tears.
For I had to pay both 5 bob down in Tom All-Alone's, for they'd square it up to give me the change. And then a young man, he thieved another 5 while I was asleep. Another boy thieved 9pence, and the landlord, he stood drains around with a lot more on it. You don't expect anybody to believe this about the lady and the sovereign, do you? Says the constable, eyeing him aside with an ineffable disdain. Don't know as I do, sir, replies Joe. I don't expect nothing at all, sir, much, but that's the true history on it. Do you see what he is? The constable observes to the audience. Well, Mr. Snagsby, if I don't lock him up this time, will you engage for his moving on? No, cries Mrs. Snagsby from the stairs. My little woman, pleads her husband. Constable, I have no doubt he'll move on. You know you really must do it, says Mr. Snagsby. I'm every ways agreeable, sir, says the hapless Joe. Do it then, observes the constable. You know what you've got to do. Do it, and recollect that you won't get off so easy the next time. Catch hold of your money now. The sooner you're off, 5 mile off, the better for all parties. With this farewell hint, and pointing generally to the setting sun as a likely place to move on to, the constable bids his auditors good afternoon, and makes the echoes of Cook's Court perform slow music for him as he walks away on the shady side, carrying his iron-bound hat in his hand for a little ventilation. Now, Joe's improbable story concerning the lady and the sovereign had awakened more or less the curiosity of the company. Mr. Guppy, who had an inquiring mind in such matters of evidence, who had been suffering severely from the lassitude of the long vacation, takes that interest in the case that he enters on a regular cross-examination of the witness, which is found so interesting by the ladies that Mrs. Snagsby politely invites him to step upstairs and drink a cup of tea, if he will excuse the disarranged state of the tea-table, consequent on their previous exertions. Mr. Guppy yielding his assent to this proposal, Joe is requested to follow into the drawing-room doorway, where Mr. Guppy takes him in hand as a witness, patting him into this shape, that shape, and the other shape, like a butterman dealing with so much butter, and worrying him according to the best models. Nor is the examination unlike many such model displays, both in respect of its eliciting nothing and of its being lengthy, for Mr. Guppy is sensible of his talent, and Mrs. Snagsby feels not only that it gratifies her inquisitive disposition, that it lifts her husband's establishment higher up in the law. During the progress of this keen encounter, the vessel Chadband, being merely engaged in the oil trade, gets around and waits to be floated off. Well, says Mr. Guppy, either this boy sticks to it like cobbler's wax, or there's something out of the common here that beats ever came into my way at Kenjin Carboys. Mrs. Chadband whispers to Mrs. Snagsby, who exclaims, "You don't say so!" "For years," replied Mrs. Chadband. "Has known Kenjin Carboy's office for years," Mrs. Snagsby triumphantly explains to Mr. Guppy. "Mrs. Chadband, this gentleman's wife, Reverend Mr. Chadband." "Oh, indeed," says Mr. Guppy. "Before I married my present husband," says Mrs. Chadband. "Was you a party in anything, ma'am?" says Mr. Guppy, transferring his cross-examination. "No, not a party in anything, ma'am," says Mr. Guppy. Mrs. Chadband shakes her head. "Perhaps you were acquainted with somebody who was a party in something, ma'am," says Mr. Guppy, who likes nothing better than to model his conversation on forensic principles. "Not exactly that either," repeats Mr. Guppy. "Very good. Pray, ma'am, was it a lady of your acquaintance who had some transactions? We will not at present say what transactions. With Kenjin Carboy's office, or was it a gentleman of your acquaintance? Take time, ma'am. We shall come to it presently. Man or woman, ma'am?" "Neither," says Mrs. Chadband as before. "Oh, a child," says Mr. Guppy, throwing on the admiring Mrs. Snagsby the regular acute professional eye which is thrown on British jurymen. "Now, ma'am, perhaps you'll have the kindness to tell us what child?" "You have got it at last, sir," says Mrs. Chadband with another hard-favoured smile. "Well, sir, it was before your time, most likely, judging from your appearance. I was left in charge of a child named Esther Summerson, who was put out in life by Messrs. Kenjin Carboy." "Miss Summerson, ma'am?" cries Mr. Guppy, excited. "I call her Esther Summerson," says Mrs. Chadband with austerity. "There was no missing of the girl in my time. It was Esther. Esther do this, Esther do that, and she was made to do it." "My dear ma'am," returns Mr. Guppy, moving across the small apartment, "the humble individual who now addresses you received that young lady in London when she first came here from the establishment to which you have alluded. Allow me to have the pleasure of taking you by the hand." Mr. Chadband, at last seeing his opportunity, makes his accustomed signal and rises with a smoking head, which he dabs with his pocket handkerchief. Mrs. Snagsby whispers, "Hush." "My friends," says Chadband, "we have partaken in moderation, which was certainly not the case as far as he was concerned, of the comforts which have been provided for us. May this house live upon the fatness of the land. May corn and wine be plentiful therein. May it grow, may it thrive, may it prosper, may it advance, may it proceed, may it press forward. But, my friends, have we partaken of anything else? We have. My friends, of what else have we partaken? Of spiritual profit. Yes, from whence we derive that spiritual profit? My young friends, stand forth." Joe, thus apostrophised, gives a slouch backward, and another slouch forward, and another slouch to each side, and confronts the eloquent Chadband with evident doubts of his intentions. "My young friends," says Chadband, "you are to us a pearl, you are to us a diamond, you are to us a gem, you are to us a jewel. And why, my young friend?" "I don't know," replies Joe. "I don't know nothing." "My young friend," says Chadband, "because you know nothing, that you are to us as a gem and a jewel. For what you are, my young friend? Are you a beast of the field, a bird of the air? No, a fish of the sea or river. No, you are a human boy, my young friend. A human boy. Oh, glorious to be a human boy. And why glorious, my young friend? Because you're capable of receiving the lessons of wisdom. Because you're capable of profiting by this discourse which I now deliver for your good. Because you are not a stick or a staff or stock or stone or a post or a pillar. Oh, running stream of sparkling joy, to be a soaring human boy. And do you cool yourself in that stream now, my young friend? No. Why do you not cool yourself in that stream now? Because you are in a state of darkness, because you're in a state of obscurity, because you're in a state of sinfulness, because you're in a state of bondage. My young friend, what is bondage? Let us in a spirit of love inquire. At this threatening stage of the discourse, Joe, who seems to have been gradually going out of his mind, smears his right arm over his face and gives a terrible yawn. Mrs. Snagsby indignantly expresses her belief that he is the limb of the arch-fiend. "My friends," says Mr. Chadband, with his persecuted chin folding itself into a fat smile again as he looks round, "it is right that I should be humbled. It is right that I should be tried. It is right that I should be mortified. It is right that I should be corrected. I stumbled on Sabbath last when I thought with my pride of 3 hours improving. The account is now favourably balanced. My creditor has accepted a composition. Oh, let us be joyful, joyful, oh, let us be joyful. Great sensation on the part of Mrs. Snagsby. My friend, says Chadband, looking around him in conclusion, I will not proceed with my young friend now. Will you come tomorrow, my young friend, and inquire of this good lady where I am to be found to deliver a discourse unto you? And will you come like a thirsty swallow upon the next day, and upon the day after that, and upon the day after that, and upon many pleasant days to hear discourses? This with a cow-like lightness. Joe, whose immediate object seems to be to get away on any terms, gives a shuffling nod. Mr. Guppy then throws him a penny, and Mrs. Snagsby calls to Guster to see him safely out of the house. But before he goes downstairs, Mr. Snagsby loads him with some broken meats from the table, which he carries away, hugging in his arms. So Mr. Chadband, of whom the persecutors say that it is no wonder he should go on for any length of time uttering such abominable nonsense, but that the wonder rather is that he should ever leave off, having once the audacity to begin, retires into private life until he invests a little capital of supper in the oil trade. Joe moves on through the long vacation, down to Blackfriars Bridge, where he finds a baking stony corner wherein to settle his repast. And there he sits, munching and gnawing and looking up at the great cross on the summit of St. Paul's Cathedral, glittering above a red and violet-tinted cloud of smoke. From the boy's face, one might suppose that sacred emblem to be, in his eyes, the crowning confusion of the great confused city, so golden, so high up, so far out of his reach. There he sits, the sun going down, the river running fast, the crowd flowing by him in two streams, everything moving on to some purpose and to one end, until he is stirred up and told to move on too. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A New Lodger. The long vacation saunters on towards term time like an idle river, very leisurely strolling down a flat country to the sea. Mr. Guppy saunters along with it congenially. He has blunted the blade of his penknife and broken the point off by sticking that instrument into his desk in every direction. Not that he bears the desk any ill will, but he must do something, and it must be something of an unexciting nature, which will lay neither his physical nor his intellectual energies under too heavy contribution. He finds that nothing agrees with him so well as to make little gyrations on one leg of his stool and stab his desk and gape. Kenge and Carboy are out of town, and the articled clerk has taken out a shooting licence and gone down to his father's, and Mr. Guppy's two fellow stipendiaries are away on leave. Mr. Guppy and Mr. Richard Carstone divide the dignity of the office, but Mr. Carstone is for the time being established in Kenge's room, whereat Mr. Guppy chafes so exceedingly that he, with biting sarcasm, informs his mother in the confidential moments when he sups with her off a lobster and lettuce in the Old Street Road, that he is afraid that the office is hardly good enough for swells, and that if he had known there was a swell coming he would have got it painted. Mr. Guppy suspects everybody who enters on the occupation of a stool in Kenge and Carboy's office of entertaining, as a matter of course, sinister designs upon him. He is clear that every such person wants to depose him. If he ever be asked how, why, when, or wherefore, he shuts up one eye and shakes his head. On the strength of these profound views, he, in the most ingenious manner, takes infinite pains to counterplot when there is no plot, and plays the deepest games of chess without any adversary. It is a source of much gratification to Mr. Guppy, therefore, to find the newcomer constantly poring over the papers in Jarndyce and Jarndyce, for he well knows that nothing but confusion and failure can come of that. His satisfaction communicates itself to a third saunterer through the long vacation in Kenge and Carboy's office, to wit, young Smallweed. Whether young Smallweed, metaphorically called small and eat chickweed,
as it were jocularly to express a fledgling, was ever a boy is much doubted in Lincoln's Inn. He is now something under 15 and an old limb of the law. He is facetiously understood to entertain a passion for a lady at a cigar shop in the neighbourhood of Chancery Lane, and for her sake to have broken off a contract with another lady to whom he had been engaged for some years. He is a town-made article, of small stature and weazen features, but may be perceived from a considerable distance by means of his very tall hat. To become a guppy is the object of his ambition. He dresses at that gentleman by whom he is patronised, talks at him, walks at him, founds himself entirely on him. He is honoured with Mr. Guppy's particular confidence, and occasionally advises him from the deep wells of his experience on difficult points in private life. Mr. Guppy has been lolling out of the window all morning after trying all the stools in succession and finding none of them easy, and after several times putting his head into the iron safe with the notion of cooling it. Mr. Smallweed has twice been dispatched for effervescent drinks, and has twice mixed them into 2 official tumblers and stirred them up with a ruler. Mr. Guppy propounds for Mr. Smallweed's consideration the paradox that the more you drink, the thirstier you are, and reclines his head upon the window-sill in a state of hopeless languor. While thus looking out into the shade of Old Square, Lincoln's Inn, surveying the intolerable bricks of mortar, Mr. Guppy becomes conscious of a manly whisker emerging from the cloistered walk below and turning itself up in the direction of his face. At the same time a low whistle is wafted through the inn, and a suppressed voice cries, "Hip, Guppy!" "Why, you don't mean it," says Mr. Guppy, aroused. "Small, here's Jobling." Small's head looks out of the window and 2 nods to Jobling. "Where have you sprung from?" inquires Mr. Guppy. "From the market gardens down by Deptford. Can't stand it any longer. I must enlist. I say, I wish you'd lend me £half-a-crown. Upon my soul, I'm hungry." Jobling looks hungry, and also has the appearance of having run to seed in the market gardens down by Deptford. "I say, just throw out £half-a-crown if you've got one to spare. I want to get some dinner." "Will you come and dine with me?" says Mr. Guppy, throwing out the coin, which Mr. Jobling catches neatly. "How long shall I have to hold out?" says Jobling. "Not half an hour. I'm only waiting here till the enemy goes," returns Mr. Guppy, butting inward his head. "What enemy?" "A new one, going to be articled. Will you wait?" "Can you give a fellow anything to read in the meantime?" says Mr. Jobling. Smallweed suggests the law list, but Mr. Jobling declares with much earnestness that he can't stand it. "You shall have the paper," says Mr. Guppy. "He shall bring it down, but you had better not be seen about here. Sit on our staircase and read. It's a quiet place." Jobling nods intelligence and acquiescence. The sagacious Smallweed supplies him with the newspaper, and occasionally drops his eye upon him from the landing as a precaution against his becoming disgusted with waiting and making untimely departure. At last the enemy retreats, and then Smallweed fetches Mr. Jobling up. "Well, how are you?" says Mr. Guppy, shaking hands with him. "So, how are you?" Mr. Guppy replying that he's not much to boast of, Mr. Jobling ventures on the question, "How is she?" This Mr. Guppy resents as a liberty, retorting, "Jobling, there are chords in the human mind." Jobling begs pardon. "Any subject but that," says Mr. Guppy with the gloomy enjoyment of his injury. "For there are chords, Jobling." Mr. Jobling begs pardon again. During this short colloquy, the active Smallweed, who is of the dinner party, has written in legal characters on a slip of paper, "Return immediately." This notification to all whom it may concern he inserts in the letter-box, and putting on the tall hat at the angle of inclination at which Mr. Guppy wears his, informs his patron that they may now make themselves scarce. Accordingly they betake themselves to a neighbouring dining-house, of the class known amongst its frequenters by the denomination of slap bang, where the waitress, a bouncing young female of 40, is supposed to have made some impression on the susceptible Smallweed, of whom it may be remarked that he is a weird changeling to whom years are nothing. He stands precociously possessed of centuries of owlish wisdom. If ever he lay in a cradle, it seems as if he must have lain there in a tailcoat. He has an old eye, has Smallweed, and he drinks and smokes in a monkeyish way, and his neck is stiff in his collar, and he's never to be taken in, and he knows all about it, whatever it is. In short, in his bringing up he has been so nursed by law and equity that he has become a kind of fossil imp, to account for those whose terrestrial existence is reported at the public offices that his father was John Doe, and his mother the only female member of the Roe family, also that his first long clothes were made from a blue bag. Into the dining-house, unaffected by the seductive show in the window of artificially whitened cauliflowers and poultry, verdant baskets of peas, coolly blooming cucumbers, and joints ready for the spit, Mr. Smallweed leads the way. They know him there and defer to him. He has his favourite box. He bespeaks all the papers. He is down upon the bald patriarchs who keep them more than 10 minutes afterwards. It's of no use trying him with anything less than a full-sized bread, or proposing to him any jointing cut, unless it is the very best cut. In the matter of gravy he is adamant. Conscious of his elfin power, and submitting to his dread experience, Mr. Guppy consults him in the choice of that day's banquet, turning an appealing look towards him as the waitress repeats the catalogue of viands, and saying, "What do you take, Chick?" Chick, out of the profundity of his artfulness, preferring veal and ham and French beans, and don't you forget the stuffing, Polly, with an unearthly cock of his venerable eye. Mr. Guppy and Mr. Jobling give the like order. 3 pint pots of half and half are superadded. Quickly the waitress returns, bearing what is apparently a model of the Tower of Babel, but what is really a pile of plates and flat tin dish covers. Mr. Smallweed, approving of what is set before him, conveys intelligent benignity to his ancient eye and winks upon her. Then, amid a constant coming in and going out and running about, and a clatter of crockery and a rumbling up and down of the machine which brings the nice cuts from the kitchen, and a shrill crying for more nice cuts down the speaking pipe, and a shrill reckoning of the cost of nice cuts that have been disposed of, and a general flush and steam of hot joints cut and uncut, and a considerably heated atmosphere in which the soiled knives and tablecloth seem to break out spontaneously into eruptions of grease and blotches of beer, the legal triumvirate appease their appetites. Mr. Jobling is buttoned up closer than mere adornment might require. His hat presents at the rims a peculiar appearance of a glistening nature, as if it had been a favourite snail promenade. The same phenomenon is visible on some parts of his coat, and particularly at the seams. He has the faded appearance of a gentleman in embarrassed circumstances. Even his light whiskers droop with something of a shabby air. His appetite is so vigorous that it suggests spare living for some little time back. He makes such a speedy end of his plate of veal and ham, bringing it to a close while his companions are yet midway in theirs, that Mr. Guppy proposes another. "Thank you, Guppy," says Mr. Jobling. "I really don't know, but I will take another." Another being brought, he falls to with great good will. Mr. Guppy takes a silent notice of him at intervals until he is halfway through his second plate, and stops to take an enjoying pull at his pint pot of half and half, also renewed, and stretches out his legs and rubs his hands. Beholding him in which a glow of contentment, Mr. Guppy says, "You are a man again, Tony." "Well, not quite yet," says Mr. Jobling. "Say just born. Will you take any other vegetables? Grass, peas, summer cabbage?" "Thank you, Guppy," says Mr. Jobling. "I really don't know, but what I will take, summer cabbage." Order given, and with the sarcastic addition of Mr. Smallweed, "Without slugs, Polly," and cabbage produced. "I'm growing up, Guppy," says Mr. Jobling, plying his knife and fork with a relishing steadiness. "Glad to hear it. In fact, I've just turned into my teens," says Mr. Jobling. He says no more until he has performed his task, which he achieves as Messrs. Guppy and Smallweed finish theirs, thus getting over the ground in excellent style, and beating those two gentlemen easily by a veal and ham and a cabbage. "Now, Small," says Mr. Guppy, "what would you recommend about pastry?" "Marrow puddings," says Mr. Smallweed instantly. "Aye, aye," cries Mr. Jobling with an arch look. "There are you." "Thank you, Mr. Guppy. I don't know, but I will take a marrow pudding." 3 marrow puddings being produced, Mr. Jobling adds in a pleasant humour that he is coming of age fast, To these succeeded, by command of Mr. Smallweed, 3 Cheshires, and to those 3 small rums. The apex of the entertainment happily reached, Mr. Jobling puts up his legs on the carpeted seat, having his own side of the box to himself, leans against the wall and says, "I'm grown up now, Guppy. I've arrived at maturity." "Well, what do you think now?" says Mr. Guppy. "About you don't mind Smallweed?" "Not the least in the world. I have the pleasure of drinking his good health." "Sir, to you," says Mr. Smallweed. "I was saying, what do you think now," pursues Mr. Guppy, "of enlisting?" "Why, what I may think after dinner," returns Mr. Jobling, "is one thing, my dear Guppy, and what I may think before dinner is another thing. Still, even after dinner, I ask myself the question, what am I to do? How am I to live? Il faut manger, you know," says Mr. Jobling, pronouncing that word as if he meant a necessary fixture in an English stable. "Il faut manger, that's the French saying, and mangering is as necessary to me as it is to a Frenchman, or more so. Mr. Smallweed is decidedly of the opinion, much more so. If any man had told me," pursues Jobling, "even so lately as when you and I had the frisk down in Lincolnshire, Guppy, and drove over to see that house at Castle Wold," Mr. Smallweed corrects him, "Chesney Wold. Chesney Wold. I thank my honourable friend for that cheer. If any man had told me that then I should be as hard up at the present time as I literally find myself, I should have pitched into him," says Mr. Jobling, taking a little rum and water with an air of desperate resignation. "I should have let fly at his head." "Still, Tony, you were on the wrong side of the post then," remonstrates Mr. Guppy. "You were talking about nothing else in the gig." "Guppy," says Mr. Jobling, "I will not deny it. I was on the wrong side of the post, but I trusted to things coming round. That very popular trust in flat things coming round, not in their being beaten round or worked round, but in their coming round, as though a lunatic should trust the world's coming triangular. I had confident expectations that things would come round and be all square," says Mr. Jobling, with some vagueness of expression, and perhaps of meaning too. "But I was disappointed. They never did. And when it came to creditors making rows at the office, and to people that the office dealt with making complaints about dirty trifles of borrowed money, why, there was an end of that connection, and of any new professional connection too. For if I was to give a reference to-morrow, it would be mentioned and would sew me up. Then what's a fellow to do? I've been keeping out of the way and living cheap down about the market gardens. But what's the use of living cheap when you've got no money? You might as well live dear. Better, Mr. Smallweed thinks. Certainly it's the fashionable way, and fashion and whiskers have been my weakness. I don't care who knows it," says Mr. Jobling. "They are a great weakness. Damn, sir, they are great. Well," proceeds Mr. Jobling, after a defiant visit to his rum and water, "what can a fellow do, I ask you, but enlist?" Mr. Guppy comes more carefully into the conversation to state what, in his opinion, a fellow can do. His manner is the gravely impressive manner of a man who has not committed himself in life otherwise than he has become the victim of a tender sorrow of the heart. "Jobling," says Mr. Guppy, "myself and our mutual friend Smallweed," Mr. Smallweed modestly observes, "gentlemen both, and drinks, "have had a little conversation on this matter more than once since say got the sack," cries Mr. Jobling bitterly. "Say it, Guppy, you mean it." "No, left the inn," Mr. Smallweed delicately suggests. "Since you left the inn, Jobling," says Mr. Guppy, "and I have mentioned to our mutual friend Smallweed a plan I have lately thought of proposing. You know Snagsby, the stationer?" "I know there is such a stationer," returns Mr. Jobling. "He was not ours, and I am not acquainted with him." "He is ours, Jobling, and I am acquainted with him," Mr. Guppy retorts. "Well, sir, I have lately become better acquainted with him through some accidental circumstances that have made me a visitor in his private life. Those circumstances it is not necessary to offer in argument. They may, or they may not, have some reference to a subject which may, or may not, have cast its shadow on my existence." As it is Mr. Guppy's perplexing way with boastful misery to tempt his particular friends into this subject, and the moment they touch it to turn on them with that trenchant severity about the chords in the human mind, both Mr. Jobling and Mr. Smallweed declined the pitfall by remaining silent. "Such things may be," repeats Mr. Guppy, "or they may not be.
They are no part of the case. It is enough to mention that both Mr. and Mrs. Snagsby are very willing to oblige me, and that Snagsby has, in busy times, a good deal of copying work to give out. He has all Tulkinghorns and an excellent business beside. I believe if our mutual friend Smallweed were put into the box, he could prove this. Mr. Smallweed nods and appears greedy to be sworn. Now, gentlemen of the jury, says Mr. Guppy, I mean now, Jobling, you may say this is a poor prospect of living. Granted. But it's better than nothing and better than enlistment. You want time? There must be time for these late affairs to blow over. You might live through it on much worse terms than by writing for Snagsby. Mr. Jobling is about to interrupt when the sagacious Smallweed checks him with a dry cough and the words, Shakespeare. There are two branches on this subject, Jobling, says Mr. Guppy. That is the first. I come to the second. You know Crook, the Chancellor, across the lane? Come, Jobling, says Mr. Guppy in his encouraging cross-examination tone. I think you know Crook, the Chancellor, across the lane. I know him by sight, says Mr. Jobling. You know him by sight very well, and you know Little Flight? Everybody knows her, says Mr. Jobling. Everybody knows her very well. Now it has been one of my duties of late to pay Flight a certain weekly allowance, deducting from it the amount of her weekly rent, which I have paid, in consequence of instructions I have received, to Crook himself, regularly in her presence. This has brought me into communication with Crook, and into a knowledge of his house and his habits. I know he has a room to let. You may live there at a very low charge, under any name you like, as quietly as if you were 100 miles off. He'll ask no questions, and would accept you as a tenant at a word from me, before the clock strikes if you choose. And I'll tell you another thing, Jobling, says Mr. Guppy, who has suddenly lowered his voice and become familiar again. He's an extraordinary old chap, always rummaging among a litter of papers and grubbing away at teaching himself to read and write without getting on a bit, as it seems to me. He's a most extraordinary old chap, sir, but I don't know but what it might be worth a fellow's while to look him up a bit. You don't mean, Mr. Jobling begins. I mean, returns Mr. Guppy, shrugging his shoulders with becoming modesty, that I can't make him out. I appeal to our mutual friend Smallweed, whether he or has not heard me remark that I can't make him out. Mr. Smallweed bears the concise testimony. A few. I've seen something of the profession and something of life, Tony, says Mr. Guppy, and it's seldom I can't make a man out, more or less. For such an old card as this, so deep, so sly and secret, though I don't believe he's ever sober, I never come across. Now, he must be precious old, you know, and he has not a soul about him, and he's reported to be immensely rich. And whether he is a smuggler, or a receiver, or an unlicensed pawnbroker, or a money-lender, all of which I have thought likely at different times, it might pay you to knock up a sort of knowledge of him. I don't see why you shouldn't go in for it when everything else suits. Mr. Jobling, Mr. Guppy and Mr. Smallweed all lean their elbows on the table and their chins upon their hands and look at the ceiling. After a time they all drink slowly, lean back, put their hands in their pockets and look at one another. If I had the energy I once possessed, Tony, says Mr. Guppy with a sigh, but there are chords in the human mind. Expressing the remainder of the desolate sentiment in rum and water, Mr. Guppy concludes by resigning the adventure to Tony Jobling and informing him that during the vacation, while things are slack, his purse, as far as £3 or £4 or even £5 goes, will be at his disposal. For never shall it be said, Mr. Guppy adds with emphasis, that William Guppy turned his back upon his friend. The latter part of the proposal is so directly to the purpose that Mr. Jobling says with emotion, Guppy, my trump, your fist. Mr. Guppy presents it, saying, Jobling, my boy, there it is. Mr. Jobling returns, Guppy, we've been pals now for some years. And Mr. Guppy replies, Jobling, we have. They then shake hands, and Mr. Jobling adds in a feeling manner, Thank you, Guppy. I don't know, but I will take another glass for old acquaintance' sake. Crook's last lodger died there, observed Mr. Guppy in an incidental way. Did he, though? Says Mr. Jobling. It was a verdict, accidental death. You don't mind that? No, says Mr. Jobling, I don't mind it. But he might as well have died somewhere else. It's devilish odd that he need go and die at my place. Mr. Jobling quite resents this liberty, several times returning to it
with such remarks as, "There are enough places to die in, I should think," or "He wouldn't have liked my dying at his place, I dare say." However, the compact being virtually made, Mr. Guppy proposes to dispatch the trusty Smallweed to ascertain if Mr. Crook is at home, as in that case they may complete the negotiation without delay. Mr. Jobling approving, Smallweed puts himself under the tall hat and conveys it out of the dining rooms in the Guppy manner. He soon returns with the intelligence that Mr. Crook is at home, and he has seen him through the shop door, sitting in the back premises, sleeping like 1 o'clock. "Then I'll pay," says Mr. Guppy, "and we'll go and see him. Small, what will it be?" Mr. Smallweed, compelling the attendance of the waitress with one hitch of his eyelash, instantly replies as follows: "4 veals and hams is 3, 4 potatoes is 3 and 4, and 1 summer cabbage is 3 and 6, and 3 marrows is 4 and 6, and 6 breads is 5, and 3 Cheshires is 5 and 3, and 4.5 pints of half and half is 6 and 3, and 4 small rums is 8 and 3, and 3 Pollys is 8 and 6. 8 and 6 in a half sovereign, Polly, and 18 pence out." Not at all excited by these stupendous calculations, Smallweed dismisses his friends with a cool nod, and remains behind to take a little admiring notice of Polly, as opportunity may serve, and to read the daily papers, which are so very large in proportion to himself. Short of his hat, that when he holds up the Times to run his eye over the columns, he seems to have retired for the night, and to have disappeared under the bedclothes. Mr. Guppy and Mr. Jobling repair to the rag and bottle shop, where they find Crook still sleeping like 1 o'clock. That is to say, breathing stertorously with his chin upon his breast, and quite insensible to any external sounds, or to even gentle shaking. On the table beside him, among the usual lumber stand, an empty gin bottle and a glass. The unwholesome air is so stained with this liquor that even the green eyes of the cat upon her shelf, as they open and shut and glimmer on the visitors, look drunk. "Hold up here," says Mr. Guppy, giving the relaxed figure of the old man another shake. "Mr. Crook, hello, sir." But it would seem as easy to wake a bundle of old clothes with a spirituous heat smouldering in it. Did you ever see such a stupor as he falls into between drink and sleep, says Mr. Guppy. "If this is his regular sleep," returns Jobling, rather alarmed, "it'll last a long time one of these days, I am thinking." "It's always more like a fit than a nap," says Mr. Guppy, shaking him again. "Halloa, your lordship! Why, he might be robbed 50 times over. Open your eyes." After much ado he opens them, but without appearing to see his visitors or any other objects. Though he crosses one leg on another, and folds his hands, and several times closes and opens his parched lips, he seems to all intents and purposes as insensible as before. "He's alive at any rate," says Mr. Guppy. "How are you, my Lord Chancellor? I brought a friend of mine, sir, on a little matter of business." The old man still sits, often smacking his dry lips without the least consciousness. After some minutes he makes an attempt to rise. They help him up, and he staggers against the wall and stares at them. "How do you do, Mr. Crook?" says Mr. Guppy in some discomfiture. "How do you do, sir? You're looking charming, Mr. Crook. Hope you're pretty well." The old man, in aiming a purposeless blow at Mr. Guppy, or at nothing, feebly swings himself round and comes with his face against the wall, so he remains for a minute or two heaped up against it, and then staggers down the shop to the front door. The air, the movement in the court, the lapse of time, or the combination of these things recovers him. He comes back pretty steadily, adjusting his fur cap on his head and looking keenly at me. "Your servant, gentlemen. I've been dozing. I am hard to wake, odd times." "Rather so indeed, sir," responds Mr. Guppy. "What, you've been trying to do it, have you?" says the suspicious Crook. "Only a little," Mr. Guppy explains. The old man's eye resting on the empty bottle, he takes it up, examines it, and slowly tilts it upside down. "I say," he cries like the hobgoblin in the story, "somebody's been making free here." "I assure you we found it so," says Mr. Guppy. "Would you allow me to get it filled for you?" "Yes, I certainly would," cries Crook in high glee. "Certainly I would. Don't mention it. Get it filled next door. Sol's Arms, the Lord Chancellor's 14 penny. Bless you, they know me." So he presses the empty bottle upon Mr. Guppy. That gentleman, with a nod to his friend, accepts the trust, and hurries out and hurries in again with the bottle filled. The old man receives it in his arms like a beloved grandchild and pats it tenderly. "But I say," he whispers with his eyes screwed up after tasting this ain't the Lord Chancellor's 14 penny. This is 18 penny. "Thought you might like that better," says Mr. Guppy. "You're a nobleman, sir," returns Crook with another taste, and his hot breath seems to come towards them like a flame. "You're a baron of the land." Taking advantage of this auspicious moment, Mr. Guppy presents his friend under the impromptu name of Mr. Weevil, and states the object of their visit. Crook, with his bottle under his arm, he never gets beyond a certain point of either drunkenness or sobriety, takes time to survey his proposed lodger, and seems to approve of him. "You'd like to see the room, young man?" he says. "Ah, it's a good room. Been whitewashed. Been cleaned down with soft soap and soda. It's worth twice the rent, letting alone my company when you want it, and such a cat to keep the mice away." Commending the room after this manner, the old man takes them upstairs, where indeed they do find it cleaner than it used to be, and also containing some old articles of furniture, which he has dug up from his inexhaustible stores. The terms are easily concluded, for the Lord Chancellor cannot be hard on Mr. Guppy, associated as he is with Kench and Carboy, Jarndyce and Jarndyce, and other famous claims on his professional consideration, and it is agreed that Mr. Weevil shall take possession on the morrow. Mr. Weevil and Mr. Guppy then repair to Cook's Court, Cursitor Street, where the personal introduction of the former to Mr. Snagsby is effected, and, more important, the vote and interest of Mrs. Snagsby are secured. They then report progress to the eminent Smallweed, waiting at the office in his tall hat for that purpose, and separate, Mr. Guppy explaining that he would terminate his little entertainment by standing treat at the play, but that there are chords in the human mind which would render it a hollow mockery. On the morrow, in the dusk of evening, Mr. Weevil modestly appears at Crook's, by no means incommoded with luggage, and establishes himself in his new lodging, where the two eyes in the shutters stare at him in his sleep, as if they were full of wonder. On the following day, Mr. Weevil, who is a handy, good-for-nothing kind of young fellow, borrows a needle and thread of Miss Flight and a hammer of his landlord, and goes to work devising apologies for window curtains, and knocking up apologies for shelves, and hanging his 2 teacups, milk pot, and crockery sundries on a pennyworth of little hooks, like a shipwrecked sailor making the best of it. But what Mr. Weevil prizes most of all in his few possessions, next after his light whiskers, for which he has had an attachment that only whiskers can awaken in the breast of man, there is a choice collection of copperplate impressions from that truly national work, The Divinities of Albion, or Galaxy Gallery of British Beauty, representing ladies of title and fashion, and every variety of smirk that art combined with capital is capable of producing. With these magnificent portraits, unworthily confined in a bandbox during his seclusion among the market gardens, he decorates his apartment, and as the Galaxy Gallery of British Beauty wears every variety of fancy dress, plays every variety of musical instrument, fondles every variety of dog, ogles every variety of prospect, and is backed up by every variety of flower pot and balustrade, the result is very imposing. But fashion is Mr. Weevil's, as it was Tony Jobling's, weakness. To borrow yesterday's paper from the Sole Arms of an evening, and to read about the brilliant and distinguished meteors that are shooting across the fashionable sky in every direction, is unspeakable consolation to him. To know what member of what brilliant and distinguished circle accomplished the brilliant and distinguished feat of joining it yesterday, or contemplates the no less brilliant and distinguished feat of leaving it tomorrow, gives him a thrill of joy. To be informed what the Galaxy Gallery of British Beauty is about, and means to be about, and what galaxy marriages are on the tapis, and what galaxy rumours are in circulation, is to become acquainted with the most glorious destinies of mankind. Mr. Weevil reverts from this intelligence to the galaxy portraits implicated, and seems to know the originals and be known of them. For the rest, he is a quiet lodger, full of handy shifts and devices as before mentioned, able to cook and clean for himself, as well as to carpenter, and developing social inclinations after the shades of evening are falling on the court.
At those times when he is not visited by Mr. Guppy, or by a small light in his likeness quenched in a dark hat, he comes out of his dull room, where he has inherited the deal wilderness of desk bespattered with rain of ink, and talks to Crook, or is very free, as they call it in the court commendingly, with anyone disposed for conversation. Wherefore Mrs. Piper, who leads the court, is impelled to offer two remarks to Mrs. Perkins. Firstly, that if her Johnny was to have whiskers, she could wish him to be identically like that young man's. And secondly, mark my words, Mrs. Perkins, ma'am, and don't you be surprised, Lord bless you, if that young man comes in at last for old Crook's money. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Smallweed Family. In a rather ill-favoured and ill-savoured neighbourhood, though one of its rising grounds bears the name of Mount Pleasant, the elfin Smallweed, christened Bartholomew, and known on the domestic hearth as Bart, passes that limited portion of his time on which the office and its contingencies have no claim. He dwells in a little narrow street, always solitary, shady and sad, closely bricked in on all sides like a tomb, but where there yet lingers the stump of an old forest tree, whose flavour is about as fresh and natural as the Smallweed smack of youth. There has only been one child in the Smallweed family for several generations. Little old men and women there have been, but no child, until Mr. Smallweed's grandmother, now living, became weak in her intellect and fell, for the first time, into a childish state, with such infantine graces as a total want of observation, memory, understanding and interest, and an eternal disposition to fall asleep over the fire and into it. Mr. Smallweed's grandmother has undoubtedly brightened the family. Mr. Smallweed's grandfather is likewise of the party. He is in a helpless condition as to his lower, and nearly so as to his upper limbs, but his mind is unimpaired. It holds, as well as it ever held, the first four rules of arithmetic and a certain small collection of the hardest facts. In respect of ideality, reverence, wonder, and other such phrenological attributes, it is no worse off than it used to be. Everything that Mr. Smallweed's grandfather ever put away in his mind was a grub at first, and is a grub at last. In all his life he has never bred a single butterfly. The father of this pleasant grandfather of the neighbourhood of Mount Pleasant was a horny-skinned, two-legged, money-getting species of spider who spun webs to catch unwary flies, and retired into holes until they were entrapped. The name of this old pagan's god was compound interest. He lived for it, married it, died of it, meeting with a heavy loss in an honest little enterprise in which all the loss was intended to have been on the other side. He broke something necessary to his existence, therefore it couldn't have been his heart, and made an end of his career. As his character was not good, and he had been bred at a charity school in a complete course, according to question and answer, of those ancient people, the Amorites and Hittites, he was frequently quoted as an example of the failure of education. His spirit shone through his son, to whom he had always preached of going out early in life, and whom he made a clerk in a sharp scrivener's office at 12 years old. There the young gentleman improved his mind, which was of a lean and anxious character, and developing the family gifts, gradually elevated himself into the discounting profession. Going out early in life and marrying late, as his father had done before him, he too begat a lean and anxious-minded son, who in his turn, going out early in life and marrying late, became the father of Bartholomew and Judith Smallweed, twins. During the whole time consumed in the slow growth of this family tree, the house of Smallweed, always early to go out and late to marry, has strengthened itself in its practical character, has discarded all amusements, discountenanced all storybooks, fairy tales, fictions and fables, and banished all levities whatsoever. Hence the gratifying fact that it has had no child born to it, and that the complete little men and women whom it has produced have been observed to bear a likeness to old monkeys with something depressing on their minds. At the present time, in the dark little parlour, certain feet below the level of the street, a grim, hard, uncouth parlour, only ornamented with the coarsest of baize table covers and the hardest of sheet iron tea trays, and offering in its decorative colour no bad allegorical representation of Grandfather Smallweed's mind, seated in two black horsehair porter's chairs, one on each side of the fireplace, the superannuated Mr. and Mrs. Smallweed while away the rosy hours. On the stove are a couple of trivets for the pots and kettles, which it is Grandfather Smallweed's usual occupation to watch, and projecting from the chimney-piece between them is a sort of brass gallows for roasting, which he also superintends when it's in action. Under the venerable Mr. Smallweed's seat, and guarded by his spindle legs, is a drawer in his chair, reported to contain property to a fabulous amount. Beside him is a spare cushion with which he is always provided, in order that he may have something to throw at the venerable partner of his respected age, whenever she makes an allusion to money, a subject on which he is particularly sensitive. "And where's Bart?" Grandfather Smallweed inquires of Judy, Bart's twin sister. "He ain't come in yet," says Judy. "It's his tea time, isn't it?" "No." "How much do you mean to say it wants, then?" 10 minutes. "Eh? 10 minutes," loud on the part of Judy. "Oh," says Grandfather Smallweed, 10 minutes. Grandmother Smallweed, who has been mumbling and shaking her head at the trivets, hearing figures mentioned, connects them with money, and screeches like a horrible old parrot without any plumage. £10 notes." Grandfather Smallweed immediately throws the cushion at her. "Drat you, be quiet," says the good old man. The effect of this act of ejaculation is twofold. It not only doubles up Mrs. Smallweed's head against the side of her porter's chair, and causes her to present, when extricated by her granddaughter, a highly becoming state of cap, but the necessary exertion recoils on Mr. Smallweed himself, whom it throws back into his porter's chair like a broken puppet. The excellent old gentleman, being at these times a mere clothes bag, with a black skull cap on top of it, does not present a very animated appearance until he has undergone the two operations at the hands of his granddaughter of being shaken up like a great bottle and poked and punched like a great bolster. Some indication of a neck being developed in him by these means, he and the sharer of his life's evening again fronting one another in their two porters' chairs, like a couple of sentinels long forgotten on their post by the black sergeant Death. Judy the twin is worthy company for these associates. She is so indubitably sister to Mr. Smallweed, the younger, that the two kneaded into one would hardly make a young person of average proportions. While she so happily exemplifies the before-mentioned family likeness to the monkey tribe, and attired in a spangled robe and a cap, she might walk about the table, land on the top of a barrel organ, without exciting much remark as an unusual specimen. Under existing circumstances, however, she is dressed in a plain, spare gown of brown stuff. Judy never owned a doll, never heard of Cinderella, never played at any game. She once or twice fell into children's company when she was about 10 years old, but the children couldn't get on with Judy, and Judy couldn't get on with them. She seemed like an animal of another species. There was an instinctive repugnance on both sides. It is very doubtful whether Judy knows how to laugh. She has so rarely seen the thing done that the probabilities are strong the other way. Of anything like a youthful laugh she can certainly have no conception. If she were to try one, she would find her teeth in her way, modelling that action of her face as she has unconsciously modelled all its other expressions on her pattern of sordid age. Such is Judy. And her twin brother couldn't wind up at top for his life. He knows no more of Jack the Giant Killer or of Sinbad the Sailor than he knows of the people in the stars. He could as soon play at leapfrog or at cricket as change into a cricket or a frog himself. But he is so much the better off than his sister that on his narrow world of fact, an opening has dawned in such a broader regions as to lie within the ken of Mr. Guppy. Hence his admiration and his emulation of that shining enchanter. Judy, with a gong-like clash and a clap, sets one of the sheet-iron tea-trays on the table and arranges cups and saucers. The bread she puts in an iron basket, and the butter, not much of it, in a small pewter plate. Grandfather Smallweed looks hard after the tea as it is served out, and asks Judy where the girl is. "Charlie, do you mean?" says Judy. "Eh?" from Grandfather Smallweed. "Charlie, do you mean?" It touches a spring in Grandmother Smallweed, who, chuckling as usual at the trivet, cries, "Over the water, Charlie! Charlie, over the water! Charlie, over the water! Over the water to Charlie! Charlie, over the water to Charlie!" It becomes quite energetic about it. The grandfather looks at the cushion, but has not sufficiently recovered his late exertion. "Ha!" he says when there is silence. "If that's her name, she eats a deal. It would be better to allow her for her keep." Judy, with her brother's wink, shakes her head and purses up her mouth into no without saying it. "No," returns the old man. "Why not?" "She wants 6pence a day, and we can do it for less," says Judy. "Sure?" Judy answers with a nod of deepest meaning, and calls, as she scrapes the butter on the loaf with every precaution against waste and cuts it into slices, "You, Charlie, where are you?" Timidly obedient to the summons, a little girl in a rough apron and a large bonnet, with her hands covered with soap and water, and a scrubbing brush in one of them, appears and curtsies. "What work are you about now?" says Judy, making an ancient snap at her like a very sharp old beldame. "I'm cleaning up the backstairs room, miss," replies Charlie. "Mind you do it thoroughly and don't loiter. Shirking won't do for me. Make haste. Go along," cries Judy with a stamp upon the ground. "You girls are more trouble than you're worth by half." On this severe matron, as she returns to her task of scraping the butter and cutting the bread, falls the shadow of her brother, looking in at the window, for whom, knife and loaf in hand, she opens the street door. "Aye, Bart," says Grandfather Smallweed. "Here you are." "Eh?" "Here I am," says Bart. "Been along with your friend again, Bart?" Small nods. "Dining at his expense, Bart?" Small nods again. "That's right. Live at his expense as much as you can. Take warning by his foolish example. That's the use of such a friend, the only use you can put him to," says the venerable sage. His grandson, without receiving this good counsel as dutifully as he might, honours it with all such acceptance as may lie in the slight wink and nod, and takes a chair at the tea-table. The 4 old faces then hover over the teacups like a company of ghastly cherubim, Mrs. Smallweed perpetually twitching her head and chattering at the trivets, and Mr. Smallweed requiring to be repeatedly shaken up like a large black draught. Yes, says the good old gentleman, reverting to his lesson of wisdom. "That's such advice as your father would have given you, Bart. You never saw your father, more's the pity. He was my true son. Whether it is intended to be conveyed that he was particularly pleasant to look at, on that account, does not appear." "He was my true son," repeats the old gentleman, folding his bread and butter on his knee. "Good accountant, and died 15 years ago." Mrs. Smallweed, following her usual instinct, breaks out with £1,500, £1,500 in a black box, £1,500 locked up, £1,500 put away and hid. Her worthy husband, setting aside his bread and butter, immediately discharges the cushion at her, crushes her against the side of her chair, and falls back on his own, overpowered. His appearance after visiting Mrs. Smallweed with one of these admonitions is particularly impressive and not wholly prepossessing. Firstly, because the exertion generally twists his black skull-cap over one eye and gives him an air of goblin rakishness. Secondly, because he mutters violent imprecations against Mrs. Smallweed. And thirdly, because the contrast between those powerful expressions and his powerless figure is suggestive of a baleful old malignant who would be very wicked if he could. All this, however, is so common in the Smallweed family circle that it produces no impression. The old gentleman is merely shaken and has his internal feathers beaten up. The cushion is restored to its usual place beside him, and the old lady, perhaps with her cap adjusted and perhaps not, is planted in her chair again, ready to be bowled down like a ninepin. Some time elapses in the present instance before the old gentleman is sufficiently cool to resume his discourse, and even then he mixes it up with several edifying expletives addressed to the unconscious partner of his bosom, who holds communication with nothing on earth but the trivets. As thus: if your father but had lived longer, he might have been worth a deal of money, you brimstone chatterer. Just as he was beginning to build up the house that he had been making the foundations for through many a year, you jade of a magpie, jackdaw and poll-parrot, what do you mean he took ill and died of a low fever? Always being sparing and a spare man full of business care, I should like to throw a cat at you instead of a cushion. And I will too, if you make such a confounded fool of yourself. And your mother, who was a prudent woman, dry as a chip, just dwindled away like touchwood after you and Judy were born. You're an old pig, you're a brimstone pig, you're a head of swine. Judy, not interested in what she has often heard, begins to collect in a basin various tributary streams of tea from the bottoms of cups and saucers, and from the bottom of the teapot for the little charwoman's evening meal. In like manner she gets together in the iron bread basket as many outside fragments and worn-down heels of loaves as the rigid economy of the house has left in existence. But your father and me were partners, Bart, says the old gentleman, and when I'm gone you and Judy will have it all there is. It is rare for you both that you went out early in life, Judy to the flower business and you to the law. You won't want to spend it, you'll get your living without it. And put more to it, when I am gone, Judy will go back to the flower business and you'll stick to the law. One might infer from Judy's appearance that her business rather lay with the thorns than the flowers, but she has in her time been apprenticed to the art and mystery of artificial flower making. A close observer might perhaps detect both in her eye and her brother's, when their venerable grandsire anticipates his being gone, some little impatience to know when he may be going, and some resentful opinion that it's time he went. Now, if everybody's done, says Judy, completing her preparations, I'll have that girl into her tea. She would never leave off if she took it by herself in the kitchen. Charlie is accordingly introduced, and under a heavy fire of eyes sits down to a basin and druidical ruin of bread and butter. In the active superintendence of this young person, Judy Smallweed appears to attain a perfectly geological age, and to date from the remotest periods. Her systematic manner of flying at her and pouncing on her, with or without pretence, whether or no, is wonderful, evincing an accomplishment in the art of girl driving seldom reached by the oldest practitioners. Now don't stare about you all the afternoon, cries Judy, shaking her head and stamping her foot, as she happens to catch the glance which has been previously sounding the basin of tea, but take your victuals and get back to work. Yes, miss, says Charlie. Don't say yes, returns Miss Smallweed, for I know what you girls are. Do it without saying it, and then I may begin to believe you. Charlie swallows a great gulp of tea in a token of submission, and so disperses the druidical readings that Miss Smallweed charges her not to gormandize, which, in you girls, she observes, is disgusting. Charlie might find some more difficulty in meeting her views on the general subject of girls, but for a knock at the door. See who it is, and don't chew when you open it, cries Judy. The object of her attentions withdrawing for the purpose, Miss Smallweed takes that opportunity of jumbling the remainder of the bread and butter together, and launching 2 or 3 dirty teacups into the ebb tide of the basin of tea, as a hint that she considers the eating and drinking terminated. Now who is it, and what's wanted? Says the snappish Judy. It is one Mr. George, it appears. Without another announcement or ceremony, Mr. George walks in. Whew, says Mr. George. You are hot in here. Always a fire, eh? Well, perhaps you do right to get used to one. Mr. George makes the latter remark to himself as he nods to Grandfather Smallweed. Oh, it's you, cries the old gentleman. How do you do? How do you do? Middling, replies Mr. George, taking a chair. Your granddaughter I have had the honour of seeing before. My service to you, miss. This is my grandson, says Grandfather Smallweed. You hadn't seen him before. He's in the law and not much at home. My service to him too. He is like his sister. He is very like his sister. He is devilish like his sister, says Mr. George, laying a great and not altogether complimentary stress on his last adjective. And how's the world use you, Mr. George? Grandfather Smallweed inquires, slowly rubbing his legs. Pretty much as usual, like a football. He is a swarthy brown man of 50, well made and good looking, with crisp dark hair, bright eyes and a broad chest.
His sinewy and powerful hands, as sunburnt as his face, have evidently been used to a pretty rough life. What is curious about him is that he sits forward on his chair as if he were from long habit, allowing space for some dress or accoutrements that is altogether laid aside. His step, too, is measured and heavy, and would go well with a weighty clash and jingle of spurs. He is close-shaved now, but his mouth is set as if his upper lip had been for years familiar with a great moustache, and his manner of occasionally laying the open palm of his broad brown hand upon it is to the same effect. Altogether, one might guess Mr. George to have been a trooper once upon a time. A special contrast Mr. George makes to the Smallweed family. Trooper was never yet billeted upon a household more unlike him. It is a broadsword to an oyster knife. His developed figure and their stunted forms, his large manner filling any amount of room, and their little narrow pinched ways, his sounding voice and their sharp spare tones, are in the strongest and strangest opposition. As he sits in the middle of the grim parlour, leaning a little forward with his hands upon his thighs and his elbows squared, he looks as though if he remained there long he would absorb into himself the whole family and the whole four-roomed house, extra little back kitchen and all. "Do you rub your legs to rub life into them?" he asks of Grandfather Smallweed after looking round the room. "Well, it's partly habit, Mr. George, and yes, it partly helps the circulation," he replies. "The circulation," repeats Mr. George, folding his arms upon his chest and seeming to become 2 sizes larger. "Not much of that, I should think." "Truly I'm old, Mr. George," says Grandfather Smallweed, "but I can carry my years. I'm older than her," nodding at his wife. "And see what she is? You're a brimstone chatterer," with a sudden revival of his late hostility. "Unlucky old soul," says Mr. George, turning his head in that direction. "Don't scold the old lady. Look at her here, with her poor cap half off her head, and her poor hair all in a muddle. Hold up, ma'am, that's better. There we are. Think of your mother, Mr. Smallweed," says Mr. George, coming back to his seat from assisting her, "if your wife ain't enough." "I suppose you're an excellent son, Mr. George," the old man hints with a leer. The colour of Mr. George's face rather deepens as he replies, "Why, no, I wasn't." "I'm astonished at it." "So am I. I ought to have been a good son. I think I meant to have been one, but I wasn't. I was a thundering bad son, and that's the long and the short of it, and never was a credit to anybody." "Surprising!" cries the old man. "However," Mr. George resumes, "the less said about it the better now. Come, you know the agreement. Always a pipe out of the 2 months' interest. Bosh, it's all correct. You needn't be afraid to order the pipe. Here's the new bill, and here's the 2 months' interest money, and a devil and all of a scrape it is to get it together in my business." Mr. George sits with his arms folded, consuming the family in the parlour, while Grandfather Smallweed is assisted by Judy to 2 black leathern cases out of a locked bureau, in one of which he secures the document he has just received, and from the other takes another similar document which he hands to Mr. George, who twists it up for a pipe light. As the old man inspects through his glasses every upstroke and downstroke of both documents before he releases them from their leathern prison, and as he counts the money 3 times over, and requires Judy to say every word she utters at least twice, and is as tremulously slow of speech and action as it is possible to be, this business is a long time in progress. When it is quite concluded, and not before he disengages his ravenous eyes and fingers from it, and answers Mr. George's last remark by saying, "Afraid to order the pipe? We are not so mercenary as that, sir. Judy, see directly to the pipe, and a glass of cold brandy and water for Mr. George." The sportive twins, who have been looking straight before them all this time, except when they have been engrossed by the black leathern cases, retire together, generally disdainful of the visitor, but leaving him to the old man as 2 young cubs might leave a traveller to the parental bear. "And there you sit, I suppose, all the day long, eh?" says Mr. George, with folded arms. Just so," the old man nods. "And you don't occupy yourself at all?" "I watch the fire and the boiling and the roasting." "When there is any," says Mr. George, with great expression. "Just so, where there is any." "Don't you read or get read to?" The old man shakes his head with a sharp, sly triumph. "No, no. We have never been readers in our family. Don't pay. Stuff, idleness, folly. No, no. There's not much to choose between your two states, says the visitor, in a key too low for the old man's dull hearing, as he looks from him to the old woman and back again. I say, in a louder voice, I hear you. You'll sell me up at last, I suppose, when I'm a day in arrear. My dear friend, cries Grandfather Smallweed, stretching out both hands to embrace him. Never, never, my dear friend, but my friend in the city that I got to lend you the money, he might. Oh, you can't answer for him, says Mr. George, finishing inquiry in his lower key with the words, you lying old rascal. My dear friend, he is not to be depended upon. I wouldn't trust him. He will have his bond, my dear friend. Devil doubt him, says Mr. George. Charlie, appearing with a tray, on which are the pipe, a small paper of tobacco, and the brandy and water, he asks her, how did you come here? You haven't got the family face. I goes out to work, sir, returns Charlie. The trooper, if trooper he be or have been, takes her bonnet off with a light touch for so strong a hand, and pats her on the head. He gives the house almost a wholesome look. It wants a bit of youth as much as it wants fresh air. Then he dismisses her, lights his pipe, and drinks to Mr. Smallweed's friend in the city, the one solitary flight of that esteemed old gentleman's imagination. So you think he might be hard upon me, eh? I think he might. I'm afraid he would. I've known him do it, says Grandfather Smallweed incautiously. 20 times. Incautiously, because his stricken better half, who has been dozing over the fire for some time, instantly aroused, and jabbers, £20,000, 20 £20 notes in a money box, 20 guineas, 20 million, 20%, 20, and is then cut short by the flying cushion, which the visitor, to whom this singular experiment appears to be a novelty, snatches from her face as it crushes her in the usual manner. You're a brimstone idiot, you're a scorpion, a brimstone scorpion. You're a sweltering toad, you're a chattering, clattering broomstick witch that ought to be burnt, gasped the old man, prostrate in his chair. My dear friend, will you shake me up a little? Mr. George, who has been looking first at one of them and then at the other, as if he were demented, takes his venerable acquaintance by the throat on receiving this request, and dragging him upright in his chair as easily as if he were a doll, appears in two minds whether or no to shake all future power of cushioning out of him and shake him to his grave. Resisting the temptation, but agitating him violently enough to make his head roll like a harlequin's, he puts him smartly down in his chair again, and adjusts his skull cap with such a rub that the old man winks with both eyes for a minute afterwards. Oh, Lord, gasped Mr. Smallweed. That'll do. Thank you, my dear friend. That'll do. Oh, dear me, I'm out of breath. Oh, Lord. And Mr. Smallweed says it not without evident apprehensions of his dear friend, who still stands over him, looming larger than ever. The alarming presence, however, gradually subsides into its chair and falls to smoking in long puffs, consoling itself with a philosophical reflection. The name of your friend in the city begins with a D, comrade, and you're about right respecting the bond. Did you speak, Mr. George? Inquires the old man. The trooper shakes his head and leans forward with his right elbow on his right knee and his pipe supported in that hand, while his other hand, resting on his left leg, squares his left elbow in a martial manner, continues to smoke. Meanwhile he looks at Mr. Smallweed with grave attention, and now and then fans the cloud of smoke away, in order that he may see him the more clearly. I take it, he says, making just as much a little change of his position as will enable him to reach the glass to his lips with a round full action, that I am the only man alive, or dead either, that gets the value of a pipe out of you. Well, returns the old man, it's true that I don't see company, Mr. George, and I don't treat, if I can't afford to it. But as you in your pleasant way made your pipe a condition, why, it's not for the value of it. That's no great thing. It was a fancy to get it out of you, to have something in for my money. Ah, you're prudent. Prudent, sir, cries Grandfather Smallweed, rubbing his legs. Very, I always was, Puff. It's a sure sign of my prudence that I ever found the way here, Puff. Also that I am what I am, Puff. I'm well known to be prudent, says Mr. George, composedly smoking. I rose in life that way. Don't be downhearted, sir. You may rise yet. Mr. George laughs and drinks. And you no relations now? Asked Grandfather Smallweed with a twinkle in his eyes. who would pay off this little principal, or who would lend you a good name or two that I could persuade my friend in the city to make you a further advance upon? 2 good names would be sufficient for my friend in the city. Had you no such relations, Mr. George? Mr. George, still composedly smoking, replies, if I had, I shouldn't trouble them. I have been trouble enough to my belongings in my day. It may be a good sort. It may be a very good sort of penitence in a vagabond who has wasted the best time of his life to go back then to decent people that he never was a credit to and live upon them. But it's not my sort. The best kind of amends, then, for having gone away is to keep away, in my opinion. But natural affection, Mr. George, hints Grandfather Smallweed. For 2 good names, eh? Says Mr. George, shaking his head and still composedly smoking. No, that's not my sort either. Grandfather Smallweed has been gradually sliding down in his chair since his last adjustment, and is now a bundle of clothes with a voice in it calling for Judy. That houri appearing shakes him up in the usual manner, and is charged by the old gentleman to remain near him, for he seems chary of putting his visitor to the trouble of repeating his late attentions. Ha! He observes when he is in trim again. If you could have traced out the captain, Mr. George, it would have been the making of you when you first came here, in consequence of our advertisement in the newspapers. When I say our, I'm alluding to the advertisements of my friend in the city, and 1 or 2 others who embark their capital in the same way, and are so friendly towards me as sometimes to give me a lift with my little pittance. If at that time you could have helped us, Mr. George, it would have been the making of you. I was willing enough to be made, as you call it, says Mr. George, smoking not quite so placidly as before, for since the entrance of Judy he has been in some measure disturbed by a fascination, not of the admiring kind, which obliges him to look at her as she stands by her grandfather's chair. But on the whole, I'm glad I wasn't now. Why, Mr. George, in the name of brimstone, why, says Grandfather Smallweed, with a plain appearance of exasperation. Brimstone apparently suggested by his eye lighting upon Mrs. Smallweed in her slumber. For 2 reasons, comrade. And what 2 reasons, Mr. George? In the name of our friend in the city, suggests Mr. George, composedly drinking. If you like, what 2 reasons? In the first place, returns Mr. George, still looking at Judy as if she, being so old and so like her grandfather, is indifferent to which of the 2 he addresses. You gentlemen took me in. You advertised that Mr. Horden, Captain Horden, if you hold to the saying, once a captain, always a captain, was to hear something to his advantage. Well, returns the old man, shrilly and sharply. Well, says Mr. George, smoking on, I wouldn't have been much to his advantage to have been clapped into prison by the whole bill and judgment trade of London. How do you know that? Some of his rich relations might have paid his debts or compounded for them. Besides, he has taken us in. He owed us immense sums all round. I would sooner have strangled him and had no return. If I sit here thinking of him, snarls the old man, holding up his impotent 10 fingers, I want to strangle him now. And in a sudden access of fury, he throws the cushion at the unoffending Mrs. Smallweed, but it passes harmlessly on one side of her chair. I don't need to be told, returns the trooper, taking his pipe from his lips for a moment, and carrying his eyes back from following the progress of the cushion to the pipe bowl, which is burning low, that he carried on heavily and went to ruin. I've been at his right hand many a day when he was charging upon ruin full gallop. I was with him when he was sick and well, rich and poor. I laid this hand upon him after he had run through everything and broken down everything beneath him, when he held a pistol to his head. I wish he'd let it off, says the benevolent old man, and blown his head into as many pieces as he owned pounds. That would have been a smash indeed, returns the trooper coolly. Anyway, he had been young, hopeful and handsome in the days gone by, and I'm glad I never found him when he was neither, to lead to results so much to his advantage. There's reason number 1. I hope number 2's as good, snarls the old man. Why, no, it's more of a selfish reason. If I had found him, I must have gone to the other world to look. He was there. How do you know he was there? He wasn't here. How do you know he wasn't here? Don't lose your temper as well as your money, says Mr. George, calmly knocking the ashes out of his pipe. He was drowned long before, I'm convinced of it. He went over a ship's side, whether intentionally or accidentally, I don't know. Perhaps your friend in the city does. Do you know what that tune is, Mr. Smallweed? he adds, after breaking off to whistle one accompanied on the table with an empty pipe. Tunes, says the old man. No, we never have tunes here. That's the Dead Marching Saul. They bury soldiers to it, so it's the natural end of the subject. Now, if your pretty granddaughter, excuse me, miss, will condescend to take care of this pipe for 2 months, we shall save the cost of one next time. Good evening, Mr. Smallweed. My dear friend, the old man gives him both his hands. So you think your friend in the city will be hard upon me if I fall in the pavement, says the trooper, looking down upon him like a giant. My dear friend, I'm afraid he will, returns the old man, looking up at him like a pygmy. Mr. George laughs, and with a glance at Mr. Smallweed and a parting salutation to the scornful Judy, strides out of the parlour, clashing imaginary sabres and other metallic appurtenances as he goes. You're a damn rogue, says the old gentleman, making a hideous grimace at the door as he shuts it. But I'll lime you, you dog, I'll lime you. After this amiable remark, his spirit soars into those enchanting regions of reflection which its education and pursuits have opened to it, and again he and Mrs. Smallweed while away the rosy hours, two unrelieved sentinels forgotten as aforesaid by the black sergeant. While the twain are faithful to their post, Mr. George strides through the street with a massive kind of swagger and a grave enough face, but it is 8 o'clock now, and the day is fast drawing in. He stops hard by Waterloo Bridge and reads a playbill, decides to go to Astley's Theatre, being there, is much delighted with the horses and the feats of strength, looks at the weapons with a critical eye, disapproves the combats as giving evidences of unskilful swordsmanship, but is touched home by the sentiments in the last scene when the Emperor of Tartary gets up into a cart and condescends to bless the united lovers by hovering over them with the Union Jack. His eyelashes are moistened with emotion. The theatre over, Mr. George comes across the water and again makes his way to that curious region lying about Haymarket and Leicester Square, which is a centre of attraction to indifferent foreign hotels and indifferent foreigners, racket courts, fighting men, swordsmen, foot guards, old china, gaming houses, exhibitions, and a large medley of shabbiness and shrinking out of sight. Penetrating the heart of this region, he arrives by a court and a long whitewashed passage at a great brick building composed of bare walls, floors, roof rafters and skylights, on the front of which, if it can be said to have any front, is painted George's Shooting Gallery and Company. Into George's Shooting Gallery and Company he goes, and in it there are gas lights, partly turned off now, and 2 whitened targets for rifle shooting and archery accommodation, and fencing appliances, and all the necessaries for the British art of boxing. None of these sports or exercises are being pursued in George's Shooting Gallery tonight, which is so devoid of company that a little grotesque man with a large head has it all to himself and lies asleep upon the floor. The little man is dressed something like a gunsmith, in a green baize apron and cap. His face and hands are dirty with gunpowder and begrimed with the loading of guns. As he lies in the light before a glaring white target, the black upon him shines again. Not far off is the strong, rough, primitive table with a vice upon it, at which he had been working. He is a little man with a face all crushed together, who appears from a certain blue and speckled appearance that one of his cheeks presents to have been blown up in the way of business at some odd time or times. "Phil," says the trooper in a quiet voice. "All right," cries Phil, scrambling to his feet. "Anything been doing?" "Flat as ever. So much swipe," says Phil. 5 dozen rifle and a dozen pistol. As to aim, Phil gives a howl at the recollection. "Shut up shop, Phil." Phil moves about to execute this order. It appears that he is lame, though able to move very quickly. On the speckled side of his face he has no eyebrow, and on the other side he has a bushy black one, which want of uniformity gives him a very singular and rather sinister appearance. Everything seems to have happened to his hands that could possibly take place consistently with the retention of all his fingers, for they are notched and seamed and crumpled all over. He appears to be very strong, and lifts heavy benches about as if he had no idea of what weight was. He has a curious way of limping round the gallery with his shoulder against the wall, and tacking off at objects he wants to lay hold of, instead of going straight to them, which has left a smear all round the four walls, conventionally called Phil's mark. The custodian of George's gallery, in George's absence, concludes his proceedings when he has locked the great doors and turned out all the lights but one, which he leaves to glimmer, by dragging out from a wooden cabin in a corner 2 mattresses and bedding. These being drawn to opposite ends of the gallery, the trooper makes his own bed and Phil makes his. "Phil," says the master, walking towards him without his coat and waistcoat, looking more soldierly than ever in his braces, "you were found in a doorway, weren't you?" "Gutter," says Phil. "Watchman tumbled over me." "Then vagabondising came natural to you from the beginning?" "Natural as possible," says Phil. "Good night." "Good night, governor." Phil cannot even go straight to bed, but finds it necessary to shoulder round 2 sides of the gallery and tack off at his mattress. The trooper, after taking a turn or 2 in the rifle distance and looking up at the moon now shining through the skylights, strides to his own mattress by a shorter route and goes to bed too. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Mr. Bucket. Allegory looks pretty cool in Lincoln's Inn Fields, though the evening is hot, for both Mr. Tulkinghorn's windows are wide open, and the room is lofty, gusty, and gloomy. These may not be desirable characteristics when November comes with fog and sleet, or January with ice and snow, but they have their merits in the sultry long vacation weather. They enable allegory, though it has cheeks like peaches, and knees like bunches of blossoms, and rosy swellings for calves to its legs, and muscles to its arms, to look tolerably cool tonight. Plenty of dust comes in at Mr. Tulkinghorn's windows, and plenty more is generated among his furniture and papers. It lies thick everywhere. When a breeze from the country that has lost its way takes fright and makes a blind hurry to rush out again, it flings as much dust in the eyes of allegory as the law, or Mr. Tulkinghorn, one of its trustiest representatives, may scatter on occasion in the eyes of the laity. In his lowering magazine of dust, the universal article into which his papers and himself and all his clients and all things of earth, animate and inanimate, are resolving, Mr. Tulkinghorn sits at one of the open windows, enjoying a bottle of old port. Though a hard-grained man, close, dry, and silent, he can enjoy old wine with the best. He has a priceless bin of port in some artful cellar under the fields, which is one of his many secrets. When he dines alone in chambers, as he has dined today, and has his bit of fish and his steak or chicken brought in from the coffee-house, he descends with a candle to the echoing regions below the deserted mansion, and, heralded by a remote reverberation of thundering doors, comes gravely back, encircled by an earthly atmosphere, and carrying a bottle from which he pours a radiant nectar, 80 years old, that blushes in the glass to find itself so famous, and fills the whole room with the fragrance of southern grapes. Mr. Tulkinghorn, sitting in the twilight by the open window, enjoys his wine, as if it whispered to him of its 50 years of silence and seclusion. It shuts him up in the closer. More impenetrable than ever, he sits and drinks and mellows, as it were, in secrecy, pondering at that twilight hour on all the mysteries he knows, associated with darkening woods in the country and vast blank shut-up houses in town, and perhaps sparing a thought or two for himself and his family history and his money and his will, all a mystery to everyone, and that one bachelor friend of his, a man of the same mould and a lawyer too, who lived in the same kind of life until he was 75 years old, and then suddenly conceiving, as it is supposed, an impression that it was too monotonous, gave his gold watch to his hairdresser one summer evening, and walked leisurely home to the Temple and hanged himself. For Mr. Tulkinghorn is not alone tonight to ponder at his usual length. Seated at the same table,
though with his chair modestly and uncomfortably drawn a little away from it, sits a bald, mild, shining man, who coughs respectfully behind his hand when the lawyer bids him fill his glass. "Now, Snagsby," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "go over this odd story again." "If you please, sir." "For which I must ask you to excuse me if it was a liberty, sir. But I remember that you'd taken a sort of an interest in that person, and I thought it possible that you might just wish to—" Mr. Tulkinghorn is not the man to help him to any conclusion or to admit anything as to any possibility concerning himself. So Mr. Snagsby trails off into saying with an awkward cough, "I must ask you to excuse the liberty, sir, I'm sure." "Well, sir," returns Mr. Snagsby, "you see, my little woman is, not to put too fine a point upon it, inquisitive. She's inquisitive, poor little thing. She's liable to spasms, and it's good for her to have her mind employed. In consequence of which she employs it, I should say, upon every individual thing she can lay hold of, whether it concerns her or not, especially not. My little woman has a very active mind, sir." Mr. Snagsby drinks and murmurs with an admiring cough behind his hand. "Dear me, very fine wine indeed." "Therefore you kept your visit to yourself last night," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "and tonight too?" "Yes, sir, and tonight too. My little woman is at present in, not to put too fine a point on it, a pious state, or in what she considers such, and attends the evening exertions, which is the name they go by, of a reverend party of the name of Chadband. He has a great deal of eloquence at his command, undoubtedly, but I'm not quite favourable to his style myself. That's neither here nor there. My little woman being engaged in that way made it easier for me to step round in a quiet manner." Mr. Tulkinghorn assents. "Fill your glass, Snagsby." "Thank you, sir, I'm sure," returns the stationer with his cough of deference. "This is wonderfully fine wine, sir." "It's a rare wine now," says Mr. Tulkinghorn. "It's 50 years old." "Indeed, it is indeed, sir. But I'm not surprised to hear it. I'm sure it might be any age almost." After rendering this general tribute to the port, Mr. Snagsby, in his modesty, coughs an apology behind his hand for drinking anything so precious. "Will you run over once again what the boy said?" asks Mr. Tulkinghorn, putting his hands into the pockets of his rusty small clothes and leaning quietly back in his chair. "With pleasure, sir." Then, with fidelity, though with some prolixity, the law stationer repeats Joe's statement made to the assembled guests at his house. On coming to the end of his narrative, he gives a great start and breaks off with, "Dear me, sir, I wasn't aware there's any other gentleman present." Mr. Snagsby is dismayed to see, standing with an attentive face between himself and the lawyer, at a little distance from the table, a person with a hat and a stick in his hand, who was not there when he himself came in, and has not since entered by the door or by either of the windows. There is a press in the room, but its hinges have not creaked, nor has a step been audible upon the floor. Yet this third person stands there with his attentive face and his hat and stick in his hands, and his hands behind him, a composed and quiet listener. He is stoutly built, steady-looking, sharp-eyed man in black, of about middle-aged, except that he looks at Mr. Snagsby as if he were going to take his portrait. There is nothing remarkable about him at first sight, but his ghostly manner of appearing. "Don't mind this gentleman," says Mr. Tulkinghorn in his quiet way. "This is only Mr. Bucket." "Oh, indeed, sir," returns the stationer, expressing by a cough that he's quite in the dark as to who Mr. Bucket may be. "I wanted him to hear this story," says the lawyer, "because I have half a mind, for a reason, to know more of it. And he's very intelligent in such things. What do you say to this, Bucket?" "It's very plain, sir. Since our people have moved this boy on, and he's not to be found in his old lay, if Mr. Snagsby don't object to go down with me to Tom All-Alone's and point him out, we can have him here in less than a couple of hours' time. I can do it without Mr. Snagsby, of course, but this is the shortest way." "Mr. Bucket is a detective officer, Snagsby," says the lawyer in explanation. "Is he indeed, sir?" says Mr. Snagsby, with a strong tendency in his clump of hair to stand on end. "And you have no real objection to accompany Mr. Bucket to the place in question," pursues the lawyer. "I shall feel obliged to you if you will do so." In a moment's hesitation on the part of Mr. Snagsby, Bucket dips down into the bottom of his mind. "Don't you be afraid of hurting the boy," he says. "You won't do that. It's all right as far as the boy's concerned. We shall only bring him back here to ask him a question or so I want to put to him. He'll be paid for his trouble and sent away again. It'll be a good job for him. I promise you, as a man, that you shall see the boy sent away all right. Don't you be afraid of hurting him. You ain't going to do that." "Very well, Mr. Tulkinghorn," cries Mr. Snagsby cheerfully and reassured, "since that's the case." Yes, and looky here, Mr. Snagsby," resumes Bucket, taking him aside by the arm, tapping him familiarly on the breast, and speaking in a confidential tone. "You're a man of the world, you know, a man of business and a man of sense. That's what you are." "I'm sure I'm much obliged to you for your good opinion," returns the stationer with his cough of modesty, "but—" "That's what you are, you know," says Bucket. "Now, it ain't necessary to say to a man like you, engaged in your business, which is a business of trust, and requires a person to be wide awake, and have his senses about him, and his head screwed on tight. I had an uncle in your business once. It ain't necessary to say to a man like you that it's the best and wisest way to keep little matters like this quiet. Don't you see? Quiet." Certainly, returns the other. "I don't mind telling you," says Bucket with an engaging appearance of frankness. "As far as I can understand it, there seems to be a doubt whether this dead person wasn't entitled to a little property, and whether this female hasn't been up to some games respecting that property. Don't you see?" "Oh," says Mr. Snagsby, not appearing to see quite distinctly. "Now, what you want," pursues Bucket, again tapping Mr. Snagsby on the breast in a comfortable and soothing manner, "is that every person should have their rights according to justice. That's what you want." "To be sure," returns Mr. Snagsby with a nod. "On account of which, and at the same time to oblige a, do you call it in your business, customer or client? I forget how my uncle used to call it." "Well, I generally say customer myself," replies Mr. Snagsby. "You're right," returns Mr. Bucket, shaking hands with him quite affectionately. "On account of which, and at the same time to oblige a real good customer, you mean to go down with me, in confidence, to Tom All Alone's, and to keep the whole thing quiet ever afterwards, and never mention it to anyone. That's about your intentions, if I understand you." "You're right, sir, you're right," says Mr. Snagsby. "Then here's your hat," returns his new friend, quite as intimate with it as if he had made it. "And if you're ready, I am." They leave Mr. Tulkinghorn without a ruffle on the surface of his unfathomable depths, drinking his old wine, and go down into the streets. "You don't happen to know a very good sort of person of the name of Gridley, do you?" says Bucket in friendly converse as they descend the stairs. "No," says Mr. Snagsby, considering. "I don't know anybody of that name. Why?" "Nothing particular," says Bucket. "Only having allowed his temper to get a little the better of him, and having been threatening some respectable people, he's keeping out of the way of a warrant I have got against him, which is a pity that a man of sense should do." As they walk along, Mr. Snagsby observed, as a novelty, that however quick their pace may be, his companion still seems in some undefinable manner to lurk and lounge. Also, that whenever he is going to turn to the right or left, he pretends to have a fixed purpose in his mind of going straight ahead, and wheels off sharply at the very last moment. Now and then, when they pass a police constable on his beat, Mr. Snagsby notices that both the constable and his guide fall into a deep abstraction as they come towards each other and appear entirely to overlook each other and to gaze into space. In a few instances, Mr. Bucket, coming behind some undersized young man with a shining hat on and his sleek hair twisted into one flat curl on each side of his head, almost without glancing at him, touches him with his stick, upon which the young man, looking round, instantly evaporates. For the most part, Mr. Bucket notices things in general, with a face as unchanging as the great mourning ring on his little finger, or the brooch comprised of not much diamond and a good deal of setting which he wears in his shirt. When they come at last to Tom All Alone's, Mr. Bucket stops for a moment at the corner and takes a lighted bull's-eye from the constable on duty there, who then accompanies him with his own particular bull's-eye at his waist. Between his two conductors, Mr. Snagsby passes along the middle of a villainous street, undrained, unventilated, deep in black mud and corrupt water,
though the roads are dry elsewhere, and reeking with such smells and sights that he who has lived in London all his life can scarce believe his senses. Branching from this street and its heaps of ruins are other streets and courts so infamous that Mr. Snagsby sickens in body and mind, and feels as if he were going every moment deeper down into the infernal gulf. "Draw off a bit here, Mr. Snagsby," says Bucket, as a kind of shabby palanquin is borne towards them, surrounded by a noisy crowd. "Here's the fever coming up the street." As the unseen wretch goes by, the crowd, leaving that object of attraction, hovers around the three visitors like a dream of horrible faces, and fades away up alleys and into ruins and behind walls, and with occasional cries and shrill whistles of warning, thenceforth flits about them until they leave the place. "Are those the fever houses, Darby?" Mr. Bucket coolly asks as he turns his bull's-eye on a line of stinking ruins. Darby replies, "All of them are. And further that in all, for months and months, the people have been down by the dozens, and have been carried out dead and dying, like sheep with a rot." Bucket, observing to Mr. Snagsby as they go on again that he looks a little poorly, Mr. Snagsby answered that he feels as if he couldn't breathe the dreadful air. There is inquiry made at various houses for a boy named Joe. As few people are known in Tom all Alone's by any Christian sign, there is much reference to Mr. Snagsby, whether he means Carrots, or the Colonel, or Gallows, or Young Chisel, or Terrier Tip, or Lanky, or the Brick. Mr. Snagsby describes over and over again there are conflicting opinions respecting the original of his picture. Some think it must be Carrots, some say the Brick. The Colonel is produced, but is not at all near the thing. Whenever Mr. Snagsby and his conductors are stationary, the crowd flows around, and from its squalid depths obsequious advice heaves up to Mr. Bucket. Whenever they move and the angry bull's-eyes glare, it fades away and flits about them up the alleys and in the ruins behind the walls as before. At last there is a lair found where Tuffy, or the tough subject, lays him down at night, and it is thought that the tough subject may be Joe. Comparison of notes between Mr. Snagsby and the proprietoress of the house, a drunken face tied up in a black bundle and flaring out of a heap of rags on the floor of a dog hutch which is her private apartment, leads to the establishment of this conclusion. Tuffy has gone to the doctor's to get a bottle of stuff for a sick woman, what will be here anon. "And who have we got here tonight?" says Mr. Bucket, opening another door and glaring with his bull's-eye. "Two drunken men, eh? And two drunken women. The men are sound enough," turning back each sleeper's arm from his face to look at him. "Are these your good men, my dears?" "Yes, sir," returns one of the women. "They are our husbands." "Brickmakers, eh?" "Yes, sir." "What are you doing here? You don't belong to London." "No, sir, we belong to Hertfordshire." "Whereabouts in Hertfordshire?" "St. Albans." "Come up on the tramp?" "We walked up yesterday. There's no work down with us at present, but we have done no good by coming here, and shall do none, I expect." "That's not the way to do much good," says Mr. Bucket, turning his head in the direction of the unconscious figures on the ground. "It ain't indeed," replies the woman with a sigh. "Jenny and me knows it full well." The room, though 2 or 3 feet higher than the door, is so low that the head of the tallest of the visitors would touch the blackened ceiling if he stood upright. It is offensive to every sense. Even the gross candle burns pale and sickly on the polluted air. There are a couple of benches and a higher bench by way of a table. The men lie asleep where they stumbled down, but the women sit by the candle. Lying in the arms of the woman who has spoken is a very young child. "Why, what age do you call that little creature?" says Bucket. "It looks as if it was born yesterday." He's not at all rough about it, and as he turns his light gently on the infant, Mr. Snagsby is strangely reminded of another infant, encircled with light, that he has seen in pictures. "He's not 3 weeks old yet, sir," says the woman. "Is he your child?" "Mine?" The other woman, who was bending over it when they came in, stoops down again and kisses it as it lies asleep. "You seem as fond of it as if you were the mother yourself," says Mr. Bucket. "I was the mother of one like it, master, and it died." "Ah, Jenny, Jenny," says the other woman to her. "Better so, much better to think of dead than alive. Jenny, much better." "Why, you ain't such an unnatural woman, I hope," returns Bucket sternly, "as to wish your own child dead." "God knows you're right, master," she returns. "I am not. I'd stand between it and death with my own life if I could, as true as any pretty lady." "Then don't talk in that wrong manner," says Mr. Bucket, mollified again. "Why do you do it?" "It's brought into my head, master," returns the woman, her eyes filling with tears, "when I look down at the child lying so. If it was never to wake no more, you'd think me mad I should take on so. I know that very well. I was with Jenny when she lost hers, weren't I, Jenny? And I know how she grieved. But look around you at this place. Look at them," glancing at the sleepers on the ground. "Look at the boy you're waiting for, who's gone out to do me a good turn. Think of the children that your business lays with often and often, and that you see grow up." "Well, well," says Mr. Bucket, "you train him respectable, and he'll be a comfort to you, and look after you in your old age, you know." "I mean to try hard," she answers, wiping her eyes. "But I've been a-thinking, being overtired tonight and not well with the ague, of all the many things that'll come his way. My master will be against it, and he'll be beat, and see me beat, and made to fear his home, and perhaps to stray wild. If I work for him ever so much and ever so hard, there's no one to help me. And if he should be turned bad, spite all I could do, and the time should come when I should sit by him in his sleep, made hard and changed, and it likely that I should think of him as he lies in my lap now, and wish he had died as Jenny's child died." "There, there," says Jenny. "Liz, you're tired and ill. Let me take him." In doing so, she displaces the mother's dress, but quickly readjusts it over the wounded and bruised bosom where the baby had been lying. "It's my dead child," says Jenny, walking up and down as she nurses, "that makes me love this child so dear. And it's my dead child that makes her love it so dear too, even to think of its being taken away from her now. I think what fortune I would give to have my darling back. But we mean the same thing, if we knew how to say it, us two mothers does in our poor hearts." Mr. Snagsby blows his nose and coughs his cough of sympathy. A step is heard without. Mr. Bucket throws his light into the doorway and says to Mr. Snagsby, "Now what do you say to Tuffy? Will he do?" "That's Joe," says Mr. Snagsby. Joe stands amazed in the disc of light like a ragged figure in a magic lantern, trembling to think that he has offended against the law in not having moved on far enough. Mr. Snagsby, however, giving him a consolatory assurance, "It's only a job you'll be paid for, Joe," he recovers, and on being taken outside by Mr. Bucket for a little private confabulation, tells his tale satisfactorily, though out of breath. "I've squared it with the lad," says Mr. Bucket, returning, "and it's all right. Now, Mr. Snagsby, we're ready for you." First, Joe has to complete his errand of good nature by handing over the physic he has been to get, which he delivers with the laconic verbal direction that it's to be all took directly. Secondly, Mr. Snagsby has to lay upon the table £half-a-crown, his usual panacea for an immense variety of afflictions. Thirdly, Mr. Bucket has to take Joe by the arm, a little above the elbow, and walk him on before him, without which observance neither the tough subject nor any subject could be professionally conducted to Lincoln's Inn Fields. These arrangements completed, they give the women good night and come out once more into black and foul Tom All-Alone's. By the noisome ways through which they descended into that pit, they gradually emerged from it, the crowd flitting and whistling and skulking about them, until they come to the verge, where restoration of the bull's-eyes is made to Derby. Here the crowd, like a concourse of imprisoned demons, turns back, yelling, and is seen no more. Through the clearer and fresher streets, never so clear and fresh to Mr. Snagsby's mind as now, they walk and ride until they come to Mr. Tulkinghorn's gate. As they ascend the dim stairs, Mr. Tulkinghorn's chambers being on the first floor, Mr. Bucket mentions that he has the key of the outer door in his pocket, and there's no need to ring. For a man so expert in most things of that kind, Bucket takes time to open the door and make some noise too. It may be that he sounds a note of preparation. Howbeit they come at last into the hall, where a lamp is burning, and so into Mr. Tulkinghorn's usual room, the room where he drank his old wine tonight. He's not there, but his 2 old-fashioned candlesticks are, and the room is tolerably light. Mr. Bucket, still having his professional hold of Joe, and appearing to Mr. Snagsby to possess an unlimited number of eyes, makes a little way into this room when Joe starts and stops. "What's the matter?" says Bucket in a whisper. "There she is!" cries Joe. "Who?" "The lady." A female figure, closely veiled, stands in the middle of the room where the light falls upon it. It is quite still and silent. The front of the figure is towards them, but it takes no notice of their entrance, and remains like a statue. "Now tell me," says Bucket aloud, "how do you know that to be the lady?" "I know the whale," replies Joe, staring, "and the bonnet and the gown." "Be sure of what you say, Tough," returns Bucket, narrowly observant of him. "Look again." "I'm a-looking as hard as I ever can look," says Joe, with starting eyes. "And there's the veil, the bonnet and the gown." "What about those rings you told me of?" asked Bucket. "They're sparkling all over here," says Joe, rubbing his fingers of his left hand on the knuckles of his right, without taking his eyes from the figure. The figure removes the right hand glove and shows the hand. "Now what do you say to that?" asks Bucket. Joe shakes his head. "Not rings a bit like them, not hand like that." "What are you talking of?" says Bucket, evidently pleased, though well pleased too. "And was a deal whiter and a deal delicater and a deal smaller," returns Joe. "Why, you'll tell me I'm my own mother next," says Mr. Bucket. "Do you recollect the lady's voice?" "I think I does," says Joe. "The figure speaks. Was it at all like this? I will speak as long as you like, if you're not sure. Was it this voice, or not at all like this voice?" Joe looks aghast at Mr. Bucket. "Not a bit." "Then what?" retorts that worthy, pointing to the figure. "Did you say it was the lady, for?" "'Cause," says Joe, with a perplexed stare, without being at all shaken in his certainty, "'cause that there's the whale, the bonnet and the gown. It is her, and it ain't her. It ain't her hand, and nor yet her rings, nor yet her voice. But there's the whale, the bonnet and the gown, and they wore the same way what she wore 'em, and it's her height she was, and she give me a sovereign and hooked it." "Well," says Mr. Bucket slightly, "we haven't got much good out of you. But, however, here's 5 shillings for you. Take care how you spend it. Don't get yourself in trouble." Bucket stealthily tells the coins from one hand into the other like counters, which is a way he has, his principal use of them being in these games of skill, and then puts them into a little pile in the boy's hand, and takes him out to the door, leaving Mr. Snagsby, not by any means comfortable under these mysterious circumstances, alone with the veiled figure. But on Mr. Tulkinghorn's coming into the room, the veil is raised, and a sufficiently good-looking Frenchwoman is revealed, though her expression is something of the intensest. "Thank you, Mademoiselle Hortense," says Mr. Tulkinghorn with his usual equanimity. "I will give you no further trouble about this little wager." "Will you do me the kindness to remember, sir, that I am not at present placed?" says Mademoiselle. "Certainly, certainly. And to confer upon me the favour of your distinguished recommendation?" "By all means, Mademoiselle Hortense." A word for Mr. Tulkinghorn is so powerful. "I shall not be wanting, mademoiselle." "Receive the assurance of my devoted gratitude, dear sir. Good night." Mademoiselle goes out with an air of native gentility, and Mr. Bucket, to whom it is on an emergency as natural to be groom of the ceremonies as it is to be anything else, shows her downstairs, not without gallantry. "Well, Bucket," quoth Mr. Tulkinghorn on his return, "it's all squared, you see, as I squared it myself, sir. There ain't a doubt it was the other once with this dress on. The boy was exact respecting colours and everything. Mr. Snagsby, I promise you as a man that he should be sent away all right. Don't say it wasn't done." "You have kept your word, sir," returns the stationer, "and if I can be of no further use, Mr. Tulkinghorn, I think, as my little woman will be getting anxious—" "Thank you, Snagsby, no further use," says Mr. Tulkinghorn.
I'm quite indebted to you for the trouble you've taken already." "Not at all, sir. I wish you good night." "You see, Mr. Snagsby," says Mr. Bucket, accompanying him to the door and shaking hands with him over and over again, "what I like in you is that you're a man. It's of no use pumping. That's what you are. When you know you've done a right thing, you put it away, and it's done with and gone, and there's an end of it. That's what you do." "Certainly what I endeavour to do, sir," returns Mr. Snagsby. "No, you don't do yourself justice. It ain't what you endeavour to do," says Mr. Bucket, shaking hands with him and blessing him in the tenderest manner. "It's what you do. That's what I estimate in a man in your way of business." Mr. Snagsby makes suitable response and goes homeward, so confused by the events of the evening that he is doubtful of his being awake and out, doubtful of the reality of the streets through which he goes, doubtful of the reality of the moon that shines above him. He is presently reassured on these subjects by the unchallengeable reality of Mrs. Snagsby sitting up with her head in a perfect beehive of curl papers and a nightcap, who has dispatched Guster to the police station with official intelligence of her husband being made away with, and who within the last 2 hours has passed through every stage of swooning with the greatest of decorum. But the little woman feelingly says, many thanks she gets for it. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Esthers Narrative. We came home from Mr. Boythorn's after 6 pleasant weeks. We were often in the park and in the woods, and seldom passed the lodge where we had taken shelter without looking in to speak to the keeper's wife. But we saw no more of Lady Dedlock, except at church on Sundays. There was a company, Chesney Wold, and although several beautiful faces surrounded her, her face retained the same influence on me as at first. I do not quite know even now whether it was painful or pleasurable, whether it drew me towards her or made me shrink from her. I think I admired her with a kind of fear, and I know that in her presence my thoughts always wandered back, as they had done at first, to that old time of my life. I had a fancy, on more than one of these Sundays, that what this lady so curiously was to me, I was to her. I mean that I disturbed her thoughts as she influenced mine, though in some different way. But when I stole a glance at her, and saw her so composed and distant and unapproachable, I felt this to be a foolish weakness indeed. I felt the whole state of my mind in reference to her to be weak and unreasonable, and I remonstrated with myself about it as much as I could. One incident that occurred before we quitted Mr. Boythorn's house I had better mention in this place. I was walking in the garden with Ada when I was told that someone wished to see me. Going into the breakfast room where this person was waiting, I found it to be the French maid, who had cast off her shoes and walked through the wet grass on the day when it thundered and lightning. "Mademoiselle," she began, looking fixedly at me with her 2 eager eyes, though otherwise presenting an agreeable appearance and speaking neither with boldness nor civility. "I have taken a great liberty in coming here, but you know how to excuse it, being so amiable, mademoiselle." "No excuse is necessary," I returned, "if you wish to speak to me." "That is my desire, mademoiselle. 1,000 thanks for the permission. I have your leave to speak, is it not?" she said in a quick, natural way. "Certainly," said I. "Mademoiselle, you are so amiable. Listen then, if you please. I have left my lady. We could not agree. My lady is so high, so very high. Pardon, mademoiselle, you are right." Her quickness anticipated what I might have said presently, but as yet had only thought. "It is not for me to come here and complain of my lady, but I say she is so high, so very high. All the world knows that." "Go on, if you please," said I. "Assuredly, mademoiselle, I am thankful for your politeness, mademoiselle. I have an inexpressible desire to find service with a young lady who is good, accomplished, beautiful. You are good, accomplished, and beautiful as an angel. Ah, could I have the honour of being your domestic?" "I'm sorry," I began. "Do not dismiss me so soon, mademoiselle. she said with an involuntary contraction of her fine black eyebrows. Let me hope a moment, mademoiselle. I know this service would be more retired than which I have quitted. Well, I wish that. I know this service would be less distinguished than that which I have quitted. Well, I wish that. I know that I should win less as to wages here. Good. I am content. I assure you, said I, quite embarrassed by the mere idea of having such an attendant, that I keep no maid. Mademoiselle, but why not? Why not, when you can have one so devoted to you, who would be enchanted to serve you, who would be so true, so zealous, so faithful every day, mademoiselle? I wish it with all my heart to serve you. Do not speak of money at the present. Take me as I am, for nothing. She was so singularly in earnest that I drew back, almost afraid of her, without appearing to notice it. In her ardour she still pressed herself upon me, speaking in a rapid, subdued voice, but always with a certain grace and propriety. Mademoiselle, I come from the south of the country, where we are quick and where we like and dislike very strong. My lady was too high for me. I was too high for her. It is done, past, finished. Receive me as your domestic, and I will serve you well. I will do more for you than you figure to yourself now. Chut, mademoiselle, I will no matter. I will do my utmost possible in all things. If you accept my service, you will not repent, and I will serve you well. You don't know how well. There was a lowering energy in her face as she stood looking at me while I explained the impossibility of my engaging her, without thinking it necessary to say how very little I desired to do so, which seemed to bring visibly before me some woman from the streets of Paris in the reign of terror. She heard me without interruption, and then said with her pretty accent and in her mildest voice, Hey, mademoiselle, I have received my answer. I am sorry of it, but I must go elsewhere and seek what I have not found here. Will you graciously let me kiss your hand? She looked at me more intently as she took it, and seemed to take note with a momentary touch of every vein in it. I fear I surprised you, mademoiselle, on the day of the storm, she said with a parting curtsy. I confessed that she had surprised us all. I took an oath, mademoiselle, she said, smiling, and I wanted to stamp it on my mind so that I might keep it faithfully, and I will. Adieu, mademoiselle. So ended our conference, which I was very glad to bring to a close. I suppose she went away from the village, for I saw her no more, and nothing else occurred to disturb our tranquil summer pleasures until 6 weeks were out and we returned home, as I began just now by saying. At that time, and for a good many weeks after that time, Richard was constant in his visits. Besides coming every Saturday or Sunday and remaining with us till Monday morning, he sometimes rode out on horseback unexpectedly and passed the evening with us and rode back again early next day. He was as vivacious as ever and told us that he was very industrious. But I was not easy in my mind about him. It appeared to me that his industry was all misdirected. I could not find that it led to anything but the formation of delusive hopes in connection with the suit, already the pernicious cause of so much sorrow and ruin. He had got at the core of that mystery now, he told us, and nothing could be plainer than that the will under which he and Ada were to take, I don't know how many thousands of pounds, must be finally established, if there were any sense of justice in the court of Chancery. But oh, what a great if that sounded in my ears, and that this happy conclusion could not be much longer delayed. He proved this to himself by all the weary arguments on that side he had read, and every one of them sunk him deeper in the infatuation. He had even begun to haunt the court. He told us how he saw Miss Flite there daily, and how they talked together, and how he did her little kindnesses, and how, while he laughed at her, he pitied her from his heart. But he never thought, never, my poor dear sanguine Richard, capable of so much happiness then, and with such better things before him, what a fatal link was riveting between his fresh youth and her faded age, between his free hopes and her caged birds, and her hungry garret and her wandering mind. Ada loved him too well to mistrust him in anything he said or did, and my guardian, though he frequently complained of the east wind, and read more than usual in the growlery, preserved a strict silence on the subject. So I thought one day when I went to London to meet Caddy Jellyby at her solicitation, I would ask Richard to be in waiting for me at the coach office, that we might have a little talk together. I found him there when I arrived, and we walked away arm in arm. "Well, Richard," said I, as soon as I could begin to be grave with him, "are you beginning to feel more settled down?" "Oh, yes, my dear," returned Richard. "I'm all right enough." "But settled," said I. "How do you mean settled?" returned Richard with his gay laugh. "Settled in the law," said I. "Oh, I," said Richard, "I'm all right enough." "You said that before, my dear Richard." "And you don't think it's an answer, eh?" "Well, perhaps it's not. Settled, do you mean? Do I feel as if I were settling down?" "Yes." "Why, no, I can't say I am settling down," said Richard, strongly emphasising down, as if that expressed the difference. "Because one can't settle down while this business remains in such an unsettled state. When I say this business, of course, I mean that forbidden subject." "Do you think it will ever be in a settled state?" said I. "Not the least doubt of it," answered Richard. We walked a little way without speaking. Presently Richard addressed me in his frankest and most feeling manner thus: "My dear Esther, I understand you, and I wish to heaven I were a more constant sort of fellow. I don't mean constant to Ada, for I love her dearly, and better every day, but constant to myself. Somehow I mean something that I can't very well express, but you'll make it out. If I were a more constant sort of fellow, I should have held on to either the Badger or to Kenge and Carboy, like grim death, and should have begun to be steady and systematic by this time. I shouldn't be in debt, and—" "Are you in debt, Richard?" "Yes," said Richard. "I am a little so, my dear. Also I have taken rather too much to billiards and that sort of thing. Now the murder's out, you despise me, Esther, don't you?" "You know I don't," said I. "You're kinder to me than I often am to myself," he returned. "My dear Esther, I am a very unfortunate dog not to be more settled. But how can I be more settled? If you lived in an unfinished house, you couldn't settle down in it. If you were condemned to leave everything you undertook unfinished, you would find it hard to apply yourself to anything. And yet that's my unhappy case. I was born into this unfinished contention, with all its chances and changes, and it began to unsettle me before I quite knew the difference between a suit at law and a suit of clothes. And it's gone on unsettling me ever since. And here I am now, conscious sometimes that I am but a worthless fellow to love my confiding cousin Ada." We were in a solitary place, and he put his hands before his eyes and sobbed as he said the words. "Oh, Richard," said I, "do not be so moved. You have a noble nature, and Ada's love may make you worthier every day." "I know, my dear," he replied, pressing my arm. "I know all that. You mustn't mind my being a little soft now, for I have had all this upon my mind for a long time, and have often meant to speak to you, and have sometimes wanted opportunity and sometimes courage. I know what the thoughts of Ada ought to do for me, but it doesn't do it. I'm too unsettled even for that. I love her most devotedly, and yet I do her wrong, in doing myself wrong every day and every hour. But it can't last forever. We shall come on for a final hearing and get judgment in our favour, and then you and Ada shall see what I really can be." It had given me a pang to hear him sob and see the tears start out between his fingers, but that was infinitely less affecting to me than the hopeful animation with which he said these words. "I've looked into the papers, Esther. I've been deep into them for months," he continued, recovering his cheerfulness in a moment, "and you may rely upon it that we shall come out triumphant. As to years of delay, there's been no want of them, heaven knows, and there is the greater probability of our bringing the matter to a speedy close. In fact, it's on the paper now. It will be all right at last, and then you shall see." Recalling how he had just now placed Messrs. Kenge and Carboy in the same category with Mr. Badger, I asked him when he intended to be articled in Lincoln's Inn. "There again, I think not at all, Esther," he returned with an effort. "Fancy I have had enough of it. Having worked at Jarndyce and Jarndyce like a galley slave, I have slaked my thirst for the law, and satisfied myself that I shouldn't like it. Besides, I find it unsettles me more and more to be so constantly upon the scene of action." "So what," continued Richard, Confident again by this kind, who I naturally turn my thoughts to. I can't imagine, said I. Don't look so serious, returned Richard, because it's the best thing I can do, my dear Esther. I am certain. It's not as if I wanted a profession for life. These proceedings will come to a termination, and then I'm provided for. No, I look upon it as a pursuit which is in its nature more or less unsettled, and therefore suited to my temporary condition. I may say precisely suited. What is it that I naturally turn my thoughts to? I looked at him and shook my head. What, said Richard in a tone of perfect conviction, but the army? The army, said I. The army, of course. What I have to do is get a commission, and there I am, you know, said Richard. And then he showed me, proved by elaborate calculations in his pocket-book, that supposing he had contracted, say, £200 of debt in 6 months out of the army, and that he contracted no debt at all within a corresponding period in the army, as to which he had quite made up his mind, this step must involve a saving of £400 in a year, or £2,000 in 5 years, which was a considerable sum. And then he spoke so ingeniously and sincerely of the sacrifice he made in withdrawing himself for a time from Ada, and of the earnestness with which he aspired, as in thought he always did, I know full well, to repay her love and to ensure her happiness, and to conquer what was amiss in himself, and to acquire the very soul of decision, that he made my heart ache keenly and sorely. For I thought, how would this end? How could this end, when so soon and so surely all his manly qualities were touched by the fatal blight that ruined everything it rested on? I spoke to Richard with all the earnestness I felt, and all the hope I could not quite feel then, and implored him for Ada's sake not to put any trust in Chancery. To all I said Richard readily assented, riding over the court and everything else in his easy way, and drawing the brightest pictures of the character he was to settle into. Alas, when the grievous suit should lose its hold upon him, we had a long talk, but it always came back to that in substance. At last we came to Soho Square, when Caddy Jellyby had appointed to wait for me. It was a quiet place in the neighbourhood of Newman Street. Caddy was in the garden in the centre, and hurried out as soon as I appeared. After a few cheerful words, Richard left us together. Prince has a pupil over the way, Esther, said Caddy, and got the key for us, so if you will walk round and round here with me, we can lock ourselves in, and I can tell you comfortably what I wanted to see your dear good face about. Very well, my dear, said I. Nothing could be better. So Caddy, after affectionately squeezing the dear good face, as she called it, locked the gate and took my arm, and we began to walk round the garden very cosily. You see, Esther, said Caddy, who thoroughly enjoyed a little confidence, after you spoke to me about its being wrong to marry without Ma's knowledge, or even to keep Ma long in the dark respecting our engagement, though I don't believe Ma cares much for me, I must say, I thought it right to mention your opinions to Prince. In the first place, because I wanted to profit by everything you tell me, and in the second place, because I have no secrets from Prince. I hope he approved, Caddy. Oh, my dear, I assure you he would approve of anything you could say. You have no idea what an opinion he has of you. Indeed, Esther, it's enough to make anybody but me jealous, said Caddy, laughing and shaking her head. But it only makes me joyful, for you are the first friend I ever had, and the best friend I can ever have, and nobody can respect and love you too much to please me. Upon my word, Caddy, said I, you are in a general conspiracy to keep me in a good humour. Well, my dear. Well, I'm going to tell you, replied Caddy, crossing her hands confidentially upon my arm. So we talked a good deal about it, and so I said to Prince, as Miss Summerson— hope you didn't say Miss Summerson. No, I didn't, cried Caddy, greatly pleased, and with the brightest of faces. I said Esther. I said to Prince, as Esther is decidedly of that opinion, Prince, and has expressed it to me, and always hints at it when she writes those kind notes, which you are so fond of hearing me read to you, I am prepared to disclose the truth to Ma whenever you think proper. And I think, Prince, said I, that Esther thinks it I should be in a better and truer, more honourable position altogether if you did the same to your papa. Yes, my dear, said I, Esther certainly does think so.
"So I was right, you see," exclaimed Caddy. "Well, this troubled Prince a good deal, not because he had the least doubt about it, but because he is so considerate of the feelings of old Mr. Turveydrop, and he has had his apprehensions that old Mr. Turveydrop might break his heart or faint away, or be very much overcome in some affecting manner or other, if he made such an announcement. He feared old Mr. Turveydrop might consider it undutiful, and might receive too great a shock, for old Mr. Turveydrop's deportment is very beautiful, you know, Esther," said Caddy, "and his feelings are extremely sensitive." "Are they, my dear?" "Oh, extremely sensitive. Prince says so. Now this has caused my darling child—" "I didn't mean to use the expression to you, Esther," Caddy apologised, her face suffused with blushes, "but I generally call Prince my darling child." I laughed, and Caddy laughed and blushed and went on. "This has caused him, Esther." "Caused whom, my dear?" "Oh, you tiresome thing," said Caddy, laughing with her pretty face on fire. "My darling child, if you insist upon it. This has caused him weeks of uneasiness, and has made him delay from day to day in a very anxious manner. At last he said to me, 'Caddy, if Miss Summerson, who is a great favourite with my father, could be prevailed upon to be present when I broke the subject, I think I could do it.' So I promised I would ask you, and I made up my mind. Besides," said Caddy, looking at me hopefully but timidly, "and if you consented, I will ask you afterwards to come with me to Ma. That is what I meant when I said in my note that I had a great favour and a great assistance to beg of you. And if you thought you could grant it, Esther, we should both be very grateful." "Let me see, Caddy," said I, pretending to consider. "Really, I think I could do a greater thing than that, if the need were pressing. I am at your service, and the darling child's, my dear, whenever you like." Caddy was quite transported by this reply of mine, being, I believe, as susceptible to the least kindness or encouragement as any tender heart that ever beat in this world. And after another turn or two around the garden, during which she put on an entirely new pair of gloves, and made herself as resplendent as possible, that she might do no avoidable discredit to the master of deportment, we went to Newman Street direct. Prince was teaching, of course. We found him engaged with a not very hopeful pupil, a stubborn little girl with a sulky forehead and a deep voice, and an inanimate, dissatisfied mamma, whose case was certainly not rendered more hopeful by the confusion into which we threw her preceptor. The lesson at last came to an end, after proceeding as discordantly as possible, and when the little girl had changed her shoes and had her white muslin extinguished in shawls, she was taken away. After a few words of preparation, we then went in search of Mr. Turveydrop, who we found grouped with his hat and gloves, as a model of deportment, on the sofa in his private apartment, the only comfortable room in the house. He appeared to have dressed at his leisure in the intervals of a light collation, and his dressing-case, brushes, and so forth, all of quite an elegant kind, lay about. "Father, Miss Summerson, Miss Jellyby." "Charmed, enchanted," said Mr. Turveydrop, rising with his high-shouldered bow. "Permit me," handing chairs. "Be seated," kissing the tips of his left fingers, overjoyed, shutting his eyes and rolling. "My little retreat is made a paradise," recomposing himself on the sofa like the second gentleman in Europe. "Again you find us, Miss Summerson," said he, "using our little arts to polish. Again the sex stimulates us and rewards us by the condescension of its lovely presence. It is much in these times, and we have made an awfully degenerating business of it since the days of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, my patron, if I may presume to say so, to experience that deportment is not wholly trodden under foot by mechanics, that it can yet bask in the smile of beauty, my dear madam." I said nothing, which I thought a suitable reply, and he took a pinch of snuff. "My dear son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "you have 4 schools this afternoon. I would recommend a hasty sandwich." "Thank you, father," returned the Prince. "I will be sure to be punctual. My dear father, may I beg you to prepare your mind for what I am going to say?" "Good heaven!" exclaimed the model, pale and aghast, as Prince and Caddy, hand in hand, bent down before him. "What is this? Is this lunacy, or what is this?"
"Father," returned Prince with great submission, "I love this young lady, and we are engaged." "Engaged!" cried Mr. Turveydrop, reclining on the sofa, shutting out the sight with his hand. "An arrow launched at my brain by my own child." "We've been engaged for some time, father," faltered Prince, "and Miss Summerson, hearing of it, advised that we should declare the fact to you, and was so very kind as to attend on the present occasion. Miss Jellyby is a young lady who deeply respects you, father." Mr. Turveydrop uttered a groan. "No, pray don't, father," urged his son. "Miss Jellyby is a young lady who deeply respects you, and our first desire is to consider your comfort." Mr. Turveydrop sobbed. "No, pray don't, father," cried his son. "Boy," said Mr. Turveydrop, "it is well that your sainted mother is spared this pang. Strike deep and spare not. Strike home, sir, strike home." "Pray don't say so, father," implored Prince in tears. "It goes to my heart. I do assure you, father, that our first wish and intention is to consider your comfort. Caroline and I do not forget our duty. What is my duty is Caroline's. As we have often said together, and with your approval and consent, father, we will devote ourselves to making your life agreeable." "Strike home," murmured Mr. Turveydrop. "Strike home." But he seemed to listen, I thought, too. "My dear father," returned Prince, "we well know what little comforts you are accustomed to and have a right to, and it will always be our study and our pride to provide those before anything. If you will bless us with your approval and consent, father, we shall not think of being married until it is quite agreeable to you, and when we are married we shall always make you, of course, our first consideration. You must ever be the head and master here, father, and we feel how truly unnatural it would be in us if we failed to know it, or if we failed to exert ourselves in every possible way to please you." Mr. Turveydrop underwent a severe internal struggle and came upright on the sofa again, with his cheeks puffing over his stiff cravat, a perfect model of parental deportment. "My son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "my children, I cannot resist your prayer. Be happy." His benignity as he raised his future daughter-in-law and stretched out his hand to his son, who kissed it with affectionate respect and gratitude, was the most confusing sight I ever saw. "My children," said Mr. Turveydrop, paternally encircling Caddy with his left arm as she sat beside him, and putting his right hand gracefully on his hip. "My son and daughter, your happiness shall be my care. I will watch over you. You shall always live with me," meaning, of course, I will always live with you. "This house is henceforth as much yours as mine. Consider it your home. May you long live to share it with me." The power of his deportment was such that they really were as much overcome with thankfulness as if, instead of quartering himself upon them for the rest of his life, he were making some munificent sacrifice in their favour. "For myself, my children," said Mr. Turveydrop, "I am falling into the sere and yellow leaf. It is impossible to say how long the last feeble traces of gentlemanly deportment may linger in this weaving and spinning age. But so long. I will do my duty to society, and will show myself as usual about town. My wants are few and simple. My little apartment here, my few essentials for the toilet, my frugal morning meal, and my little dinner will suffice. I charge your dutiful affection with the supply of these requirements, and I charge myself with all the rest." They were overpowered afresh by his uncommon generosity. "My son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "for all these little points in which you are deficient, points of department, which are born with a man, which may be improved by cultivation, but can never be originated, you may still rely on me. I have been faithful to my post since the days of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, and I will not desert it now. No, my son, if you have ever contemplated your father's poor position with a feeling of pride, you may rest assured that you will do nothing to tarnish it. For yourself, Prince, whose character is different, we cannot all be alike, nor is it advisable that we should. Work, be industrious, earn money, and extend the connection as much as possible." "That you may depend I will do, dear father, with all my heart," replied Prince. "I have no doubt of it," said Mr. Turveydrop. "Your qualities are not shining, my dear child, but they are steady and useful,
And to both of you, my children, I would merely observe, in the spirit of a sainted woman on whose path I have the happiness of casting, I believe, some ray of light, take care of the establishment, take care of my simple wants, and bless you both. Old Mr. Turveydrop then became so very gallant in honour of the occasion that I told Caddy we must really go to Thavies Inn at once, if we were to go at all that day. So we took our departure after a very loving farewell between Caddy and her betrothed. And during our walk she was so happy and so full of old Mr. Turveydrop's praises that I would not have said a word in his disparagement for any consideration. The house in Thavies Inn had bills in the windows announcing that it was to let, and it looked dirtier and gloomier and ghastlier than ever. The name of poor Mr. Jellyby had appeared in the list of bankrupts but a day or two before, and he was shut up in the dining room with two gentlemen and a heap of blue bags, account books and papers, making the most desperate endeavours to understand his affairs. They appeared to me to be quite beyond his comprehension, for when Caddy took me into the dining room by mistake, and we came upon Mr. Jellyby in his spectacles, forlornly fenced into a corner by the great dining table and the two gentlemen, he seemed to have given up the whole thing and to be speechless and insensible. Going upstairs to Mrs. Jellyby's room, the children were all screaming in the kitchen and there was no servant to be seen. We found that lady in the midst of a voluminous correspondence, opening, reading and sorting letters, with a great accumulation of torn covers on the floor. She was so preoccupied that at first she did not know me, though she sat looking at me with that curious, bright-eyed, far-off look of hers. "Ah, Miss Summerson," she said at last. "I was thinking of something so different. Hope you're well. I'm happy to see you. Mr. Jarndyce and Miss Clare quite well?" I hoped in return that Mr. Jellyby was quite well. "Why, not quite, my dear," said Mrs. Jellyby in the calmest manner. "He's been unfortunate in his affairs, is a little out of spirits. Happily for me, I am so much engaged that I have no time to think about it. We have at the present moment 170 families, Miss Summerson, averaging 5 persons in each, either gone or going to the left bank of the Niger. I thought of the one family so near to us who were neither gone nor going to the left bank of the Niger, and wondered how she could be so placid." "You've brought Caddy back, I see," observed Mrs. Jellyby with a glance at her daughter. "It has become quite a novelty to see her here. She has almost deserted her old employment, and in fact obliges me to employ a boy." "I am sure, ma," began Caddy. "Now you know, Caddy," her mother mildly interposed, "that I do employ a boy who is now at his dinner. What is the use of your contradicting?" "I was not going to contradict, ma," returned Caddy. "I was only going to say that surely you wouldn't have me be a mere drudge all my life." "I believe, my dear," said Mrs. Jellyby, still opening her letters, casting her bright eyes smilingly over them, and sorting them as she spoke, "that you have a business example before you in your mother. Besides, a mere drudge, if you had any sympathy with the destinies of the human race, it would raise you high above any such idea. But you have none. I have often told you, Caddy, you have no such sympathy." "Not if it's Africa, ma, I have not." "Of course you have not. Now, if I were not happily so much engaged, Miss Summerson," said Mrs. Jellyby, sweetly casting her eyes for a moment on me, and considering where to put the particular letter she had just opened, "this would distress and disappoint me. But I have so much to think of in connection with Borrioboola, and it is so necessary I should concentrate myself that there is my remedy, you see." As Caddy gave me a glance of entreaty, and as Mrs. Jellyby was looking far away into Africa, straight through my bonnet and head, I thought it a good opportunity to come on the subject of my visit and to attract Mrs. Jellyby's attention. "Perhaps," I began, "you will wonder what has brought me here to interrupt you." "I am always delighted to see Miss Summerson," said Mrs. Jellyby, pursuing her employment with a placid smile, "though I wish," and she shook her head, "she was more interested in the Borrioboolan project." "I've come with Caddy," said I, "because Caddy justly thinks she ought not to have a secret from her mother, and fancies I shall encourage and aid her, though I am sure I don't know how, in imparting." "Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, pausing a moment in her occupation, and then serenely pursuing it after shaking her head, "you're going to tell me something? You're going to tell me some nonsense?"
Caddy untied the strings of her bonnet, took her bonnet off, and letting it dangle on the floor by the strings, and crying heartily, said, "Ma, I'm engaged." "Oh, you ridiculous child," observed Mrs. Jellyby with an abstracted air as she looked over the dispatch last opened. "What a goose you are." "I'm engaged, Ma," sobbed Caddy, "to young Mr. Turveydrop at the Academy, and old Mr. Turveydrop, who is a very gentlemanly man indeed, has given his consent, and I beg and pray you'll give us yours, Ma, because I never could be happy without it. I never, never could," sobbed Caddy, quite forgetful of her general complainings and everything but her natural affection. "You see again, Miss Summerson," observed Mrs. Jellyby serenely, "what a happiness it is to be so much occupied as I am, and have this necessity for self-concentration that I have. Here is Caddy engaged to a dancing master's son, mixed up with people who have no more sympathy with the destinies of the human race than she has herself. This, too, when Mr. Quayle, one of the first philanthropists of our time, has mentioned to me that he was really disposed to be interested in her. Ma, I always hated and detested Mr. Quayle," sobbed Caddy. "Caddy, Caddy," returned Mrs. Jellyby, opening another letter with the greatest complacency, "I have no doubt you did. How could you do otherwise, being totally destitute of the sympathies with which he overflows? Now, if my public duties were not a favourite child to me, if I were not occupied with large measures on a vast scale, these petty details might grieve me very much, Miss Summerson, but can I permit the film of a silly proceeding on the part of Caddy, whom I expect nothing else, to interpose between me and the great African continent? No, no," repeated Mrs. Jellyby in a calm, clear voice, with an agreeable smile, as she opened more letters and sorted them. "No, indeed." I was so unprepared for the perfect coolness of this reception, though I might have expected it, that I did not know what to say. Caddy seemed equally at a loss. Mrs. Jellyby continued to open and sort letters, and to repeat occasionally in quite a charming tone of voice, and with a smile of perfect composure, "No, indeed." "I hope, Ma," sobbed poor Caddy at last, "you are not angry." "Oh, Caddy, you really are an absurd girl," returned Mrs. Jellyby, "to ask such questions after what I have said of the preoccupation of my mind." "And I hope, Ma, you give us your consent and wish us well," said Caddy. "You're a nonsensical child to have done anything of this kind," said Mrs. Jellyby, "and a degenerate child, when you might have devoted yourself to the great public leisure. But the step is taken, and I have engaged a boy, and there is no more to be said. Now pray, Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, for Caddy was kissing her, "don't delay me in my work, but let me clear off this heavy batch of papers before the afternoon post comes in." I thought I could not do better than take my leave. I was detained for a moment by Caddy saying, "You won't object to my bringing him to see you, Ma?" "Oh, dear me, Caddy," cried Mrs. Jellyby, who had relapsed into that distant contemplation. "Have you begun again? Bring whom?" "Him, Ma." "Caddy, Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, quite weary of such little matters. "Then you must bring him some evening which is not a parent society night, or a branch night, or ramification night. You must accommodate the visit to the demands upon my time. My dear Miss Summerson, it is very kind of you to come here to help out this silly chit. Good-bye, when I tell you that I have 58 new letters from manufacturing families anxious to understand the details of the native and coffee cultivation question this morning, I need not apologise for having very little leisure." I was not surprised by Caddy's being in low spirits when we went downstairs, or by her sobbing afresh on my neck, or by her saying she would far rather have been scolded than treated with such indifference, or by her confiding to me that she was so poor in clothes that however she was ever to be married creditably she didn't know. Gradually I cheered her up by dwelling on the many things she would do for her unfortunate father and for Peepy when she had a home of her own, and finally we went downstairs into the damp dark kitchen, where Peepy and his little brothers and sisters were grovelling on the stone floor, and where we had such a game of play with them that to prevent myself from being quite torn to pieces I was obliged to fall back on my fairy tales. From time to time I heard loud voices in the parlour overhead, and occasionally a violent tumbling about of the furniture. The last effect, I am afraid, was caused by poor Mr. Jellyby's breaking away from the dining table and making rushes at the window
with the intention of throwing himself into the area whenever he made any new attempt to understand his affairs. As I rode quietly home at night after the day's bustle, I thought a good deal of Caddy's engagement, and felt confirmed in my hopes, in spite of the elder Mr. Turveydrop, that she would be the happier and better for it. And if there seemed to be but a slender chance of her and her husband ever finding out what the model of deportment really was, why, that was all for the best too. And who would wish them to be wiser? I did not wish them to be any wiser, and indeed was half ashamed of not entirely believing in him myself. And I looked up at the stars and thought about travellers and distant countries and the stars they saw, and I hoped I might always be so blessed and happy as to be useful to someone in my small way. They were so glad to see me when I got home, as they always were, that I could have sat down and cried for joy, if that had not been a method of making myself disagreeable. Everybody in the house, from the lowest to the highest, showed me such a bright face of welcome, spoke so cheerily, and was so happy to do anything for me, that I suppose there never was such a fortunate little creature in the world. We got in such a chatty state that night, though Ada and my guardian drawing me out to tell them all about Caddy, that I went on prosing for a length of time. At last I got up to my own room, quite red to think how I had been holding forth. Then I heard a soft tap at my door, so I said, "Come in." And there came in a pretty little girl, neatly dressed in mourning, who dropped a curtsy. "If you please, miss," said the little girl in a soft voice, "I'm Charlie." "Why, so you are," said I, stooping down in astonishment and giving her a kiss. "How glad I am to see you, Charlie." "If you please, miss," pursued Charlie in the same soft voice, "I'm your maid." "Charlie?" "If you please, miss, I'm a present to you with Mr. Jarndyce's love." I sat down with my hand on Charlie's neck and looked at Charlie. "And oh, miss," says Charlie, clapping her hands, with the tears starting down her little dimpled cheeks, "Tom's at school, if you please, and learning so good. And little Emma, she's with Mrs. Blinder, miss, a being took such care of. And Tom, he would have been at school, and Emma, she would have been left with Mrs. Blinder and me. I should have been here a deal sooner, miss, only Mr. Jarndyce thought that Tom and Emma and me had better get a little used to parting first. We were so small. Don't cry, if you please, miss." "Can't help it, Charlie." "No, miss, nor can I help it," says Charlie. "And if you please, miss, Mr. Jarndyce's love, and he thinks you'll like to teach me now and then. And if you please, Tom and Emma and me is to see each other once a month. And I'm so happy and so thankful, miss," cried Charlie with a heaving heart, "and I'll try to be such a good maid." "Oh, Charlie dear, never forget who did all this." "No, miss, I never will, nor Tom won't, nor yet Emma. It was all you, miss." "I have known nothing of it. It was Mr. Jarndyce, Charlie." "Yes, miss, but it was all done for the love of you, and that you might be my mistress. If you please, miss, I'm a little present with his love, and it was all done for the love of you. Me and Tom was to be sure to remember it." Charlie dried her eyes and entered on her functions, going in her matronly little way about the room and folding up everything she could lay her hands upon. Presently Charlie came creeping back to my side and said, "Well, don't cry, if you please, miss." And I said again, "I can't help it, Charlie." And Charlie said again, "No, miss, nor I can't help it." And so after all I did cry for joy indeed, and so did she. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. An Appeal Case. As soon as Richard and I had held the conversation of which I have given an account, Richard communicated the state of his mind to Mr. Jarndyce. I doubt if my guardian were altogether taken by surprise when he received the representation, though it caused him much uneasiness and disappointment. He and Richard were often closeted together late at night and early in the morning, and passed whole days in London, and had innumerable appointments with Mr. Kenge, and laboured through a quantity of disagreeable business, While they were thus employed, my guardian, though he underwent considerable inconvenience from the state of the wind, and rubbed his head so constantly not a single hair upon it ever rested in its right place, was as genial with Ada and me as at any other time, but maintained a steady reserve on these matters. And as our utmost endeavours could only elicit from Richard himself sweeping assurances that everything was going on capitally, and that it really was all right at last, our anxiety was not much relieved by him. We learned, however, as the time went on, that a new application was made to the Lord Chancellor on Richard's behalf as an infant and a ward, and I don't know what, and there was a quantity of talking, and that the Lord Chancellor described him in open court as a vexatious and capricious infant, and that the matter was adjourned and re-adjourned and referred and reported on and petitioned about until Richard began to doubt, as he told us, whether if he entered the army at all, it would not be as a veteran of 70 or 80 years of age. At last an appointment was made for him to see the Lord Chancellor again in his private room, and there the Lord Chancellor very seriously reproved him for trifling with time and not knowing his mind. Pretty good joke, I think, said Richard, from that quarter, and at last it was settled that his application should be granted. His name was entered at Horse Guards as an applicant for an ensign's commission. The purchase money was deposited at an agent's, and Richard, in his usual characteristic way, plunged into a violent course of military study and got up at 5 o'clock every morning to practise the broadsword exercise. Thus vacation succeeded term, and term succeeded vacation. We sometimes heard of Jarndyce and Jarndyce as being in the paper or out of the paper, or as being to be mentioned or as being to be spoken of, and it came on and it went off. Richard, who was now in a professor's house in London, was able to be with us less frequently than before. My guardian still maintained the same reserve, and so time passed until the commission was obtained, and Richard received directions with it to join a regiment in Ireland. He arrived post-haste with the intelligence one evening, and had a long conference with my guardian. Upwards of an hour elapsed before my guardian put his head into the room where Ada and I were sitting, and said, "Come in, my dears." We went in and found Richard, whom we had last seen in high spirits, leaning on the chimney-piece, looking mortified and angry. "Rick and I, Ada," said Mr. Jarndyce, "are not quite of one mind. Come, come, Rick, put a brighter face upon it." "You are very hard with me, sir," said Richard. "The harder because you have been so considerate to me in all other respects, and have done me kindnesses that I could never acknowledge. I could never have been set right without you, sir." "Well, well," said Mr. Jarndyce, "I want to set you more right yet. I want to set you more right with yourself." "I hope you'll excuse me saying, sir," returned Richard in a fiery way, but yet respectfully, "I think I am the best judge about myself." "I hope you will excuse my saying, my dear Rick," observed Mr. Jarndyce, with the sweetest cheerfulness and good humour, "that it's quite natural in you to think so. But I don't think so. I must do my duty, Rick, for you could never care for me in cool blood, and I hope you will always care for me, cool and hot." Ada had turned so pale that he made her sit down in his reading chair and sat beside her. "It's nothing, my dear," he said. "It's nothing. Rick and I have only had a friendly difference, which we must state to you, for you are the theme. Now you are afraid of what's coming?" "I am not indeed, Cousin John," replied Ada with a smile, "if it is to come from you." "Thank you, my dear. Do you give me a minute's calm attention without looking at Rick, and little woman, you do likewise. My dear girl," putting his hand on hers as it lay on the side of the easy chair, "you recollect the talk we had, we four, when the little woman told me of a little love affair? It's not likely that either Richard or I can ever forget your kindness that day, Cousin John." "I can never forget it," said Richard. "And I can never forget it," said Ada. "So much the easier what I have to say, and so much the easier for us to agree," returned my guardian, his face irradiated by the gentleness and honour of his heart. "Ada, my bird, you should know that Rick has now chosen his profession for the last time, and that he has, of certainty, will be expended when he is fully equipped. He has exhausted his resources, and is bound henceforward to the tree he has planted." "Quite true that I have exhausted my present resources, and I am quite content to know it. But what I have of certainty, sir, said Richard, is not all I have. Rick, Rick, cried my guardian with a sudden terror in his manner and in an altered voice, and putting his hands up as if he would have stopped his ears. For the love of God, don't found a hope or expectation on the family curse. Whatever you do on this side of the grave, never give one lingering glance towards the horrible phantom that has haunted us so many years. Better to borrow, better to beg, better to die. We were all startled by the fervour of this warning. Richard bit his lip and held his breath, and glanced at me as if he felt, and knew that I felt too, how much he needed it. Ada, my dear, said Mr. Jarndyce, recovering his cheerfulness, these are strong words of advice, but I live in Bleak House and have seen a sight here. Enough of that. All Richard had to start him off in the race of life is ventured. I recommend to him and you, for his sake and for your own, that he should depart with us with the understanding that there is no sort of contract between you. I must go further. I will be playing with you both. You were to confide freely in me, and I will confide freely in you. I ask you wholly to relinquish for the present any tie but your relationship. Better to say at once, sir, returned Richard, that you renounce all confidence in me, and you advise Ada to do the same. Better to say nothing of the sort, Rick, because I don't mean it. You think I have begun ill, sir, retorted Richard. I have, I know. How I hoped you would begin, and how go on, I told you when we spoke of these things last, said Mr. Jarndyce, in a cordial and encouraging manner. You have not made that beginning yet, but there is a time for all things, and yours is not gone by. Rather, it is just now fully come. Make a clear beginning altogether. You two, very young, my dears, are cousins. As yet you are nothing more. What may come must come of being worked out, Rick, and no sooner. You are very hard with me, sir, said Richard, harder than I could have supposed you would be. My dear boy, said Mr. Jarndyce, I'm harder with myself when I do anything that gives you pain. You have your remedy in your own hands. Ada, it is better for him that he should be free, and there should be no youthful engagement between you. Rick, it is better for her, much better. You owe it to her. Come, each of you will do what is best for the other, if not what is best for yourselves. Why is it best, sir? Returned Richard hastily. It was not when we opened our hearts to you. You did not say so then. I have had experience since. I don't blame you, Rick, but I have had experience since. You mean of me, sir? Well, yes, of both of you, said Mr. Jarndyce kindly. The time is not come for your standing pledged to one another. It is not right, and I must not recognise it. Come, come, my young cousins, begin afresh. Bygones shall be bygones, and a new page turn for you to write your lives in. Richard gave an anxious glance at Ada, but said nothing. I have avoided saying one word to either of you or to Esther, said Mr. Jarndyce, until now, in order that we might be open as the day and all on equal terms. I now affectionately advise, I now most earnestly entreat, you two to part as you came here. Leave all else to time, truth, and steadfastness. If you do otherwise, you will do wrong, and you will have made me do wrong in ever bringing you together. A long silence succeeded. Cousin Richard, said Ada then, raising her blue eyes tenderly to his face, after what our cousin John has said, I think no choice is left us. Your mind may be quite at ease about me, for you will leave me here under his care, and will be sure that I have nothing to wish for. Quite sure if I guide myself by his advice. I don't doubt, cousin Richard, said Ada, a little confused, that you are very fond of me, and I don't think you will fall in love with anybody else. But I should like you to consider well about it too, as I should like you to be in all things very happy. You may trust in me, cousin Richard. I am not at all changeable, but I am not unreasonable, and should never blame you. Even cousins may be sorry to part, and in truth I am very, very sorry, Richard. Though I know it's for your welfare, I shall always think of you affectionately, and often talk of you with Esther, and perhaps you will sometimes think of little me, cousin Richard. So now, said Ada, going up to him and giving him her trembling hand, we are only cousins again, Richard, for the time perhaps, and I pray for a blessing on my dear cousin wherever he goes. It was strange to me that Richard should not be able to forgive my guardian for entertaining the very same opinion of him which he himself had expressed of himself in much stronger terms to me. But it was certainly the case. I observed with great regret that from this hour he never was as free and open with Mr. Jarndyce as he had been before. He had every reason given him to be so, but he was not, and solely on his side an estrangement began to arise between them. In the business of preparation and equipment he soon lost himself, and even his grief at parting from Ada, who remained in Hertfordshire, while he, Mr. Jarndyce, and I went up to London for a week, he remembered her by fits and starts, even with bursts of tears, and at such times would confide to me in the heaviest of self-reproaches. But in a few minutes he would recklessly conjure up some undefinable means by which they were both to be made rich and happy for ever, and would become as gay as possible. It was a busy time, and I trotted about with him all day long, buying a variety of things of which he stood in need. Of the things he would have bought if he had been left to his own ways, I say nothing. He was perfectly confidential with me, and often talked so sensibly and feelingly about his faults and his vigorous resolutions, and had dwelt so much upon the encouragement he derived from these conversations, that I could never have been tired if I had tried. There used in that week to come backward and forward to our lodging to fence with Richard, a person who had formerly been a cavalry soldier. He was a fine, bluff-looking man, of a frank, free bearing, with whom Richard had practised for some months. I heard so much about him, not only from Richard, but from my guardian too, that I was purposely in the room with my work one morning after breakfast when he came. "Good morning, Mr. George," said my guardian, who happened to be alone with me. "Mr. Carstone will be here directly. Meanwhile, Miss Summerson is very happy to see you, I know. Sit down." He sat down, a little disconcerted by my presence, I thought, and without looking at me, drew his heavy sunburnt hand across and across his upper lip. "You're as punctual as the sun," said Mr. Jarndyce. "Military time, sir," he replied. "Force of habit. A mere habit in me, sir. I am not at all businesslike." "Yet you have a large establishment too, I am told," said Mr. Jarndyce. "Not much of a one, sir. I keep a shooting gallery, but not much of a one." "And what kind of shot and what kind of swordsman do you make of Mr. Carstone?" said my guardian. "Pretty good, sir," he replied, folding his arms upon his broad chest, and looking very large. "If Mr. Carstone was to give his full mind to it, he would come out very good." "But he don't, I suppose," said my guardian. "He did at first, sir, but not afterwards. Not his full mind. Perhaps he has something else upon it. Some young lady, perhaps." His bright eyes glanced at me for the first time. "He has not me upon his mind, I assure you, Mr. George," said I, laughing, "though you seem to suspect me." He reddened a little through his brown, and made me a trooper's bow. "No offence, I hope, miss. I'm one of the roughs." "Not at all," said I. "I take it as a compliment." If he had not looked at me before, he looked at me now in 3 or 4 quick successive glances. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said to my guardian with a manly kind of diffidence. "You did me the honour to mention the young lady's name." "Miss Summerson." "Miss Summerson," he repeated, and looked at me again. "Do you know the name?" I asked. "No, miss. To my knowledge I never heard it. I thought I had seen you somewhere." "I think not," I returned, raising my head from my work to look at him, and there was something so genuine in his speech and manner that I was glad of the opportunity. "I remember faces very well." "So do I, miss," he returned, meeting my look with the fullness of his dark eyes and broad forehead. What set me off now upon that?" His once more reddening through his brown and being disconcerted by his efforts to remember the association brought my guardian to his relief. "Have you many pupils, Mr. George?" "They vary in number, sir, mostly but a small lot to live by." "And what classes of chance people come to practise at your gallery?" "All sorts, sir. Natives and foreigners, from gentlemen to apprentices. I've had a Frenchwoman come before now, and show themselves dabs at pistol shooting. Mad people out of number, of course, but they go everywhere where the doors stand open." "People don't come with grudges and schemes of finishing their practice with live targets, I hope," said my guardian, smiling. "Not much of that, sir, though it has happened. Mostly they come for skill or idleness, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
"I beg your pardon," said Mr. George, sitting stiffly upright and squaring an elbow on each knee, "but I believe you're a Chancery suitor. Have I heard correct?" "I am sorry to say I am." "I have had one of your compatriots in my time, sir." "A Chancery suitor?" returned my guardian. "How was that?" "Why, the man was so badgered and worried and tortured by being knocked about from post to pillar, and from pillar to post," said Mr. George, "that he got out of sorts. I don't believe he had any idea of taking aim at anybody, but he was in that condition of resentment and violence that he would come and pay for 50 shots and fire away till he was red hot. One day I said to him when there was nobody by, and he'd been talking to me angrily about his wrongs, 'If this practice is a safety valve, comrade, well and good, but I don't altogether like your being so bent upon it in your present state of mind. I'd rather you took to something else.' I was on my guard for a blow, he was that passionate, but he received it in a very good part and left off directly. We shook hands and struck up a sort of friendship." "What was that man?" asked my guardian in a new tone of interest. "Why, he began by being a small Shropshire farmer before they made a baited bull of him," said Mr. George. "Was his name Gridley?" "It was, sir." Mr. George directed another succession of quick, bright glances at me as my guardian and I exchanged a word or two of surprise at the coincidence, and I therefore explained to him how we knew the name. He made me another of his soldierly bows in acknowledgment of what he called my condescension. "I don't know," he said as he looked at me, "what it is that sets me off again, but bosh, what's my head running against?" He passed one of his heavy hands over his crisp dark hair, as if to sweep the broken thoughts out of his mind, and sat a little forward with one arm akimbo and the other resting on his leg, looking in a brown study at the ground. "I'm sorry to learn that the same state of mind has got Miss Gridley into new troubles and that he's in hiding," said my guardian. "So I am told, sir," returned Mr. George, still musing and looking on the ground. "So I am told." "You don't know where?" "No, sir," returned the trooper, lifting up his eyes and coming out of his reverie. "I can't say anything about him. He will be worn out soon, I expect. You may file a strong man's heart away for a good many years, but it will tell all of a sudden at last." Richard's entrance stopped the conversation. Mr. George rose, made me another of his soldierly bows, wished my guardian a good day, and strode heavily out of the room. It was the morning of the day appointed for Richard's departure. We had no more purchases to make now. I had completed all his packing early in the afternoon, and our time was disengaged until night, when he was to go to Liverpool for Holyhead, Jarndyce and Jarndyce being again expected to come on that day. Richard proposed to me that we should go down to the court and hear what passed. As it was his last day and he was eager to go, and I had never been there, I gave my consent and we walked down to Westminster, where the court was then sitting. We beguiled the way with arrangements concerning the letters that Richard was to write to me, and the letters that I was to write to him, with a great many hopeful projects. My guardian knew where we were going, and therefore was not with us. When we came to the court, there was the Lord Chancellor, the same who I had seen in his private room in Lincoln's Inn, sitting in a great state and gravity on the bench, with the mace and seals on a red table below him, and an immense flat nosegay like a little garden which scented the whole court. Below the table again was a long row of solicitors, with bundles of papers on the matting at their feet, and then there were the gentlemen of the bar in wigs and gowns, some awake, some asleep, one talking, and nobody paying much attention to what he said. The Lord Chancellor leaned back in his very easy chair, with his elbow on the cushioned arm, and his forehead resting on his hand. Some of those who were present dozed, some read the newspapers, some walked about or whispered in groups. All seemed perfectly at their ease, by no means in a hurry, very unconcerned, and extremely comfortable. To see everything going on so smoothly, and to think of the roughness of the suitors' lives and deaths, to see all that full dress and ceremony, and to think of the waste and want and beggared misery it represented, to consider that while the sickness of hope deferred was raging in so many hearts, this polite show went calmly on from day to day and year to year, in such good order and composure, and to behold the Lord Chancellor and the whole array of practitioners under him looking at one another and the spectators as if nobody had ever heard that all over England the name in which they were assembled was a bitter jest.
was held in universal horror, contempt, and indignation, was known for something so flagrant and bad that little short of a miracle could bring any good out of it to anyone. This was so curious and self-contradictory to me, who had no experience of it, that it was at first incredible I could not comprehend it. I sat where Richard put me, and tried to listen and looked about me, but there seemed to be no reality in the whole scene, except poor little Miss Flite, the madwoman, standing on a bench and nodding at it. Miss Flite soon espied us and came to where we sat. She gave me a gracious welcome to her domain, and indicated with much gratification and pride its principal attractions. Mr. Kenge also came to speak to us, and did the honours of the place in much the same way, with the bland modesty of a proprietor. It was not a very good day for a visit, he said. He would have preferred the first day of term, but it was imposing. It was imposing. We'd been there half an hour or so the case in progress, if I may use such a phrase so ridiculous in such a connection, seemed to die out of its own vapidity, without coming or being by anybody expected to come to any result. The Lord Chancellor then threw down a bundle of papers from his desk to the gentleman below him, and somebody said, "Jarndyce and Jarndyce." Upon this there was a buzz and a laugh, and a general withdrawal by the bystanders, and a bringing in of great heaps and piles and bags full of papers. I think it came on for further directions about some bill of costs, to the best of my understanding, which was confused enough. But I counted 23 gentlemen in wigs who said they were in it, and none of them appeared to understand it much better than I. They chatted about it with the Lord Chancellor, contradicted and explained among themselves, and some of them said it was this way, and some of them said it was that way, and some of them jocosely proposed to read huge volumes of affidavits. And there was more buzzing and laughing, and everybody concerned was in a state of idle entertainment, and nothing could be made of it by anybody. After an hour or so of this, and a good many speeches being begun and cut short, it was referred back for the present, as Mr. Kenge said, and the papers were bundled up again before the clerks had finished bringing them in. I glanced at Richard on the termination of these hopeless proceedings, and was shocked to see the worn look of his handsome young face. "Can't last for ever, Dame Durden. Better luck next time," was all he said. I had seen Mr. Guppy bringing in papers and arranging them for Mr. Kenge, and he had seen me and made me a forlorn bow, which rendered me desirous to get out of the court. Richard had given me his arm and was taking me away when Mr. Guppy came up. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Carstone," he said in a whisper, "and Miss Summerson's also. There's a lady here, a friend of mine, who knows her and wishes to have the pleasure of shaking hands." As he spoke I saw before me, as if she had started into bodily shape from my remembrance, Mrs. Rachel of my godmother's house. "How do you do, Esther?" said she. "Do you recollect me?" I gave her my hand, and told her yes, and that she was very little altered. "I wonder you remember those times, Esther," she returned with her old asperity. "They are changed now. Well, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you are not too proud to know me." But indeed she seemed disappointed that I was not. "Proud, Mrs. Rachel?" I remonstrated. "I am married, Esther," she returned, coldly correcting me, "and I am Mrs. Chadband. Well, I wish you good day, and hope you will do well." Mr. Guppy, who had been attentive to this short dialogue, heaved a sigh in my ear, and elbowed his own and Mrs. Rachel's way through the confused little crowd of people coming in and going out, which we were in the midst of, and which the change in the business had brought together. Richard and I were making our way through it, and I was yet in the first chill of the late unexpected recognition, when I saw coming towards us, but not seeing us, no less a person than Mr. George. He made nothing of the people about him as he tramped on, staring over their heads into the body of the court. "George," said Richard, as I called his attention to him. "You are well met, sir," he returned. "And you, miss? Could you point a person out for me I want? I don't understand these places." Turning as he spoke, and making an easy way for us, he stopped when we were out of the press in a corner behind a great red curtain. "There's a little cracked old woman," he began. "That—" I put up my finger, for Miss Flite was close by me, having kept beside me all the time, and having called the attention of several of her legal acquaintances to me, as I had overheard to my confusion, by whispering in their ears, Hush! Jarndyce on my left. Said Mr. George. You remember, miss, that we passed some conversation on a certain man this morning, Gridley, in a low whisper behind his hand. Yes, said I. He's hiding at my place. I couldn't mention it, hadn't his authority. He's on his last march, miss, and has a whim to see her. He says they can feel for one another, and she has been almost as good as a friend to him here. I came down to look for her, for when I sat by Gridley this afternoon, I seemed to hear the roll of the muffled drums. Shall I tell her, said I? Would you be so good, he returned with a glance of something like apprehension at Miss Flite. It's a providence that I met you, miss. I doubt if I should have known how to get on with that lady. And he put one hand on his breast and stood upright in a martial attitude as I informed little Miss Flite in her ear of the purport of his kind errand. My angry friend from Shropshire, almost as celebrated as myself, she exclaimed. Now really, my dear, I will wait upon him with the greatest pleasure. He's living concealed at Mr. George's, said I. Hush, this is Mr. George. Indeed, returned Miss Flite. Very proud to have the honour. A military man, my dear. You know, a perfect general, he whispered to me. Poor Miss Flite deemed it necessary to be so courtly and polite as a mark of her respect for the army, and to curtsy so very often that it was no easy matter to get her out of the court. When this was at last done, and addressing Mr. George as General, she gave him her arm, to the great entertainment of some of the idlers who were looking on. He was so discomposed and begged me so respectfully not to desert him that I could not make up my mind to do it, especially as Miss Flite was always tractable with me, and she said too, Jarndyce, my dear, you will accompany us, of course. As Richard seemed quite willing and even anxious that we should see them safely to their destination, we agreed to do so, and as Mr. George informed us that Gridley's mind had run on Mr. Jarndyce all afternoon after hearing of their interview in the morning, I wrote a hasty note in pencil to my guardian to say where we were gone and why. Mr. George sealed it at a coffee house that it might lead to no discovery, and we sent it off by ticket porter. We then took a hackney coach and drove away to the neighbourhood of Leicester Square. We walked through some narrow courts for which Mr. George apologised, and soon came to the shooting gallery, the door of which was closed. As he pulled a bell handle which hung by a chain to the doorpost, a very respectable old gentleman with grey hair, wearing spectacles, and dressed in a black spencer and gaiters and a broad-brimmed hat, and carrying a large gold-beaded cane, addressed him. I ask your pardon, my good friend, said he, but is this George's shooting gallery? It is, sir, returned Mr. George, glancing up at the great letters in which that inscription was painted on the whitewashed wall. Oh, to be sure, said the old gentleman, following his eyes. Thank you. Have you rung the bell? My name is George, sir, and I have rung the bell. Oh, indeed, said the old gentleman. Your name is George. Then I am here as soon as you see. You came for me, no doubt. No, sir, you have the advantage of me. Oh, indeed, said the old gentleman. Then it was your young man who came for me. I'm a physician and was requested 5 minutes ago to come and visit a sick man at George's shooting gallery. The muffled drums, said Mr. George, turning to Richard and me and gravely shaking his head. It's quite correct, sir. Will you please to walk in? The door being at that moment opened by a very singular-looking little man in a green baize cap and apron, whose face and hands and dress were blackened all over. We passed along a dreary passage into a large building with bare brick walls, where there were targets and guns and swords and other things of that kind. When we had all arrived here, the physician stopped, and taking off his hat, appeared to vanish by magic and to leave another and quite different man in his place. Now look'ee here, George, said the man, turning quickly round upon him and tapping him on the breast with a large forefinger. You know me, and I know you. You're a man of the world, and I'm a man of the world. My name's Bucket, as you are aware, and I've got a peace warrant against Gridley. You have kept him out of the way for a long time, and you've been very artful in it, and it does you credit. Mr. George, looking hard at him, bit his lip and shook his head. Now, George, said the other, keeping close to him, you're a sensible man and a well-conducted man. That's what you are, beyond a doubt. And mind you, I don't talk to you as a common character, because you've served your country, and you know that when duty calls we must obey. Consequently, you're very far from wanting to give trouble. If I required assistance, you'd assist me. That's what you do, Phil Scrood. Don't you go sidling round the gallery like that." The dirty little man was shuffling about with his shoulder against the wall, and his eyes on the intruder in a manner that looked threatening. "Because I know you, and I won't have it." "Phil," said Mr. George. "Yes, governor." "Be quiet." The little man, with a low growl, stood still. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Mr. Bucket, "you'll excuse anything that may appear to be disagreeable in this, for my name is Inspector Bucket of the Detective, and I have a duty to perform. George, I know where my man is, because I was on the roof last night and saw him through the skylight, and you along with him. He's there, you know," pointing. "That's where he is, on a sofy. Now I must see my man, and I must tell my man to consider himself in custody. But you know me, and you know I don't want to take any uncomfortable measures. You give me your word, as from one man to another, and an old soldier, mind you, likewise, that it's honourable between us two, and I'll accommodate you to the utmost of my power." "I'll give it," was the reply. "But it wasn't handsome in you, Mr. Bucket." "Gammon, George, not handsome," said Mr. Bucket, tapping him on the broad breast again and shaking hands with him. "Now, I don't say it wasn't handsome in you to keep my man so close, do I? Be equally good-tempered to me, old boy. Old William Tell, old Shaw, the Life Guardsman, why, he's a model of the whole British Army in himself, ladies and gentlemen. I'd give £50 note to be such a figure of a man." The affair being brought to this head, Mr. George, after a little consideration, proposed to go in first to his comrade, as he called him, taking Miss Flite with him. Mr. Bucket agreeing, they went away to the further end of the gallery, leaving us sitting and standing by a table covered with guns. Mr. Bucket took this opportunity of entering into a little light conversation, asking me if I were afraid of firearms, as most young ladies were, asking Richard if he were a good shot, asking Phil Scrood which he considered to be the best of those rifles, and what it might be worth first hand, telling him in return that it was a pity he ever gave way to his temper, for he was naturally so amiable he might have been a young woman, and making himself generally agreeable. After a time he followed us to the further end of the gallery, and Richard and I were going quietly away when Mr. George came after us. He said that if we had no objection to see his comrade, he would take a visit for us very kindly. The words had hardly passed his lips when the bell was rung, and my guardian appeared. On the chance, he slightly observed, of being able to do any little thing for a poor fellow involved in the same misfortune as himself, we all four went back together and went into the place where Gridley was. It was a bare room, partitioned off from the gallery with unpainted wood, as the screening was not more than 8 or 10 feet high, and only enclosed the sides, not the top. The rafters of the high gallery roof were overhead, and the skylight through which Mr. Bucket had looked down. The sun was low, near setting, and the light came in redly above. Without descending to the ground, upon a plain canvas-covered sofa, lay the man from Shropshire, dressed much as we had seen him last, but so changed that at first I recognised no likeness in his colourless face to what I recollected. He had been still writing in his hiding-place, and still dwelling on his grievances hour after hour. The table and some shelves were covered with manuscript papers, and with worn pens and a medley of such tokens, touchingly and awfully drawn together. He and the little madwoman were side by side, as it were, alone. She sat on a chair holding his hand, and none of us went close to them. His voice had faded with the old expression of his face, with his strength, with his anger, with his resistance to the wrongs that at last subdued him. The faintest shadow of an object full of form and colour is such a picture of it as he was of the man from Shropshire with whom we had spoken with before. He inclined his head to Richard and me and spoke to my guardian. "Mr. Jarndyce, it's very kind of you to come and see me. I'm not long to be seen, I think. I'm very glad to take your hand, sir. You're a good man, superior to you in justice, and God knows I honour you." They shook hands earnestly, and my guardian said some words of comfort to him. "It may seem strange to you, sir," returned Gridley. "I should not have liked to see you if this had been the first time of our meeting. But you know I made a fight for it. You know I stood up with my single hand against them all. You know I told them the truth to the last, and told them what they were, what they had done to me. so I don't mind you seeing me this wreck." "You have been courageous with it, many and many a time," returned my guardian. "Sir, I have been," with a faint smile. "I told you what would come of it when I ceased to be so. And see here, look at us, look at us." He drew the hand of Miss Flite held through her arm, and brought her something nearer to him. "This ends it. Of all my old associations, of all my old pursuits and hopes, of all the living and the dead world, this one poor soul alone comes natural to me, and I am fit for. There is a tie of many suffering years between us two, and it is the only tie I ever had on earth that Chancery has not broken." "Accept my blessing, Gridley," said Miss Flite in tears. "Accept my blessing. I thought boastfully that they could never break my heart, Mr. Jarndyce. I was resolved that they should not. I did believe that I could and would charge them with being the mockery they were, until I died of some bodily disorder. But I am worn out. How long I have been wearing out I don't know. I seem to break down in an hour. I hope they may never come to hear of it. I hope everybody here will lead them to believe that I died defying them, consistently and perseveringly, as I did through so many years." Here Mr. Bucket, who was sitting in a corner by the door, good-naturedly offered such consolation as he could administer. "Come, come," he said from his corner, "don't go on in that way, Mr. Gridley. You're only a little low. We are all of us a little low sometimes. I am. Hold up, hold up. You'll lose your temper with the whole round of them again and again, and I shall take you on a score of warrants yet, if I have luck." He only shook his head. "Don't shake your head," said Mr. Bucket. "Nod it. That's what I want to see you do. Why, Lord bless your soul, what times we've had together. Haven't I seen you in the Fleet over and over again for contempt? Haven't I come into court 20 afternoons for no other purpose than to see you pin the Chancellor like a bulldog? Don't you remember when you first began to threaten the lawyers, and the peace was sworn against you 2 or 3 times a week? Ask the little old lady there. She's always been present. Hold up, Mr. Gridley. Hold up, sir." "What are you going to do about him?" asked George in a low voice. "I don't know yet," said Bucket in the same tone. Then, resuming his encouragement, he pursued aloud. "Worn out, Mr. Gridley, after dodging me for all these weeks, and forcing me to climb the roof here like a tomcat, and to come to see you as a doctor. That ain't like being worn out. I should think not. And I'll tell you what you want. You want excitement, you know, to keep you up. That's what you want. You're used to it, and you can't do without it. I couldn't myself. Very well, then. Here's this warrant got by Mr. Tulkinghorn of Lincoln's Inn Fields, and backed into a half a dozen county suits. What do you say to coming along with me upon this warrant, and having a good angry argument before the magistrates? It'll do you good. It'll freshen you up, and get you into training for another turn at the Chancellor. Give in? I am surprised to hear a man of your energy talk of giving in. You mustn't do that. You're half the fun of the fair at the Court of Chancery. George, you lend Mr. Gridley a hand, and let's see now whether he won't be better up than down." "He's very weak," said the trooper in a low voice. "Is he?" returned Bucket anxiously. "I only want to rouse him. I don't like to see an old acquaintance giving in like this. It would cheer him up more than anything if I could make him a little waxy with me. He's welcome to drop into me, right and left if he likes. I shall never take advantage of it." The roof rang with a scream from Miss Flite, which still rings in my ears. "Oh no, Gridley," she cried, as he fell heavily, calmly back before her. "Not without my blessing after so many years." The sun was down, the light had gradually stolen from the roof, and the shadow had crept upward. But to me the shadow of that pair, one living and one dead, fell heavier on Richard's departure than the darkest night. And though Richard's farewell words, I heard it echoed, "Of all my old associations, of all my old pursuits and hopes, of all the living and the dead world, this one poor soul alone comes natural to me, and I am fit for. There is a tie of many suffering years between us two, and it is the only tie I ever had on earth that Chancery has not broken." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Mrs. Snagsby Sees It All. There is a disquietude in Cook's Court, Cursitor Street. Black suspicion hides in that peaceful region. The mass of Cook's courtiers are in their usual state of mind, no better and no worse, but Mr. Snagsby is changed, and his little woman knows it. For Tom all-alones and Lincoln's Inn Fields persist in harnessing themselves, a pair of ungovernable coursers, to the chariot of Mr. Snagsby's imagination. And Mr. Bucket drives, and the passengers are Joe and Mr. Tulkinghorn, and the complete equipage whirls through the law stationery business at wild speed all around the clock. Even in the little front kitchen where the family meals are taken, it rattles away at a smoking pace from the dinner table, when Mr. Snagsby pauses in carving the first slice of the leg of mutton, baked with potatoes, and stares at the kitchen wall. Mr. Snagsby cannot make out what it is that he has had to do with it. Something is wrong somewhere, but what something, what may come of it, to whom, when, and from which unthought of and unheard of quarter is the puzzle of his life. His remote impressions of the robes and coronets, the stars and garters that sparkle through the surface dust of Mr. Tulkinghorn's chambers, his veneration for the mysteries presided over by that best and closest of his customers, whom all the Inns of Court, all Chancery Lane, and all the legal neighbourhood agree to hold in awe, his remembrance of Detective Mr. Bucket, with his forefinger and his confidential manner, impossible to be evaded or declined, persuade him that he is a party to some dangerous secret without knowing what it is. And it is the fearful peculiarity of this condition that, at any hour of his daily life, at any opening of the shop door, at any pull of the bell, at any entrance of a messenger, or any delivery of a letter, the secret may take air and fire, explode and blow up. Mr. Bucket only knows whom. For which reason, whenever a man unknown comes into the shop, as many men unknown do, and says, "Is Mr. Snagsby in?" or words to that innocent effect, Mr. Snagsby's heart knocks hard at his guilty breast. He undergoes so much from such inquiries that when they are made by boys he revenges himself by flipping up their ears over the counter and asking the young dogs what they mean by it, and why they can't speak out at once. More impracticable men and boys persist in walking into Mr. Snagsby's sleep, terrifying with unaccountable questions, so that often, when the cock at the little dairy in Cursitor Street breaks out in his usual absurd way about the morning, Mr. Snagsby finds himself in a crisis of nightmare, with his little woman shaking him and saying, "What's the matter with the man?" The little woman herself is not the least item in his difficulty. To know that he is always keeping a secret from her, that he is under all circumstances to conceal and hold fast a tender double tooth, which her sharpness is ever ready to twist out of his head, gives Mr. Snagsby, in her dentistical presence, much of the air of a dog who has a reservation from his master, and will look anywhere rather than meet his eye. The various signs and tokens marked by the little woman are not lost upon her. They impel her to say, "Snagsby has something on his mind," and thus suspicion gets into Cook's Court, Cursitor Street, from suspicion to jealousy. Mrs. Snagsby finds the road as natural and as short from Cook's Court to Chancery Lane, and thus jealousy gets into Cook's Court, Cursitor Street. Once there, and it was always lurking thereabout, it is very active and nimble in Mrs. Snagsby's breast, prompting her to nocturnal examinations of Mr. Snagsby's pockets, to secret perusals of Mr. Snagsby's letters, to private researches in the day book and ledger, till, cash box and iron safe, to watching at windows, listening behind doors, and a general putting of this and that together by the wrong end. Mrs. Snagsby is so perpetually on the alert that the house becomes ghostly with creaking boards and rustling garments. The apprentices think somebody may have been murdered there in bygone times. Guster holds certain loose atoms of an idea, picked up at Tooting when they were found floating among the orphans, that there is buried money underneath the cellar, guarded by an old man with a white beard, who cannot get out for 7,000 years because he said the Lord's Prayer backwards. Who was Nimrod? Mrs. Snagsby repeatedly inquires of herself. Who is that lady, that creature? And who is that boy? Now Nimrod, being as dead as the mighty hunter, whose name Mrs. Snagsby has appropriated, and the lady being unproducible, she directs her mental eye for the present with redoubled vigilance to the boy. And who, quoth Mrs. Snagsby for the 1001st time, is that boy? Who is that? And there Mrs. Snagsby is seized with an inspiration. He has no respect for Mr. Chadband, no, to be sure, and he wouldn't have, of course. Naturally, he wouldn't under those contagious circumstances. He was invited and appointed by Mr. Chadband. Why, Mrs. Snagsby heard it herself with her own ears, to come back and be told where he was to go, to be addressed by Mr. Chadband, and he never came. Why did he never come? Because he was told not to come. Who told him not to come? Who? Ha ha! Mrs. Snagsby sees it all. But happily, and Mrs. Snagsby tightly shakes her head and tightly smiles, that boy was met by Mr. Chadband yesterday in the streets, and that boy is affording a subject which Mr. Chadband desires to improve for the spiritual delight of a select congregation, was seized by Mr. Chadband and threatened with being delivered over to the police unless he showed the reverend gentleman where he lived, unless he entered into and fulfilled an undertaking to appear in Cook's Court tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Mrs. Snagsby repeats for mere emphasis, with another tight smile and another tight shake of her head. Tomorrow night that boy will be here. Tomorrow night Mrs. Snagsby will have her eye upon him, and upon someone else, and oh, you may walk a long while in your secret ways, says Mrs. Snagsby with haughtiness and scorn, but you can't blind me. Mrs. Snagsby sounds no timbrel in anybody's ears, but holds her purpose quietly and keeps her counsel. Tomorrow comes, the savoury preparations for the oil trade come. The evening comes Mr. Snagsby in his black coat. Come the Chadbands, come when the gorging vessel is replete, the apprentices and Guster to be edified. Come at last with his slouching head and his shuffle backward and his shuffle forward and his shuffle to the right and his shuffle to the left, and his bit of fur cap in his muddy hand, which he picks at as if it were some mangy bird he had caught and was plucking before eating raw. Joe, the very, very tough subject Mr. Chadband is to improve. Mrs. Snagsby screws a watchful glance on Joe as he is brought into the little drawing-room by Guster. He looks at Mr. Snagsby the moment he comes in. Aha! Why does he look at Mr. Snagsby? Mr. Snagsby looks at him. Why should he do that? But that Mrs. Snagsby sees it all. Why else should that look pass between them? Why else should Mr. Snagsby be confessed and cough a signal cough behind his hand? It is clear as crystal that Mr. Snagsby is that boy's father. Peace, my friend, says Chadband, rising and wiping the oily exudations from his reverend visage. Peace be with us, my friends. Why with us? Because, with his fat smile, it cannot be against us, because it must be for us. Because it is not hardening, because it is softening. Because it does not make war like the hawk, but comes home unto us like the dove. Therefore, my friends, peace be with us. My human boy, come forward. Stretching forth his flabby paw, Mr. Chadband lays the same on Joe's arm, considers where to station him. Joe, very doubtful of his reverend friend's intentions, and not at all clear but that something practical and painful is going to be done to him, mutters, "You let me alone. I never said nothing to you. You let me alone." "No, my young friend," says Chadband smoothly, "I will not let you alone. And why? Because I am a harvest labourer, because I am a toiler and a moiler, because you are delivered over unto me, and are become as a precious instrument in my hands. My friends, may I so employ this instrument as to use it to your advantage, to your profit, to your gain, to your welfare, to your enrichment. My young friend, sit upon this stool." Joe, apparently possessed by an impression that the reverend gentleman wants to cut his hair, shields his head with both arms and is got into the required position, with great difficulty and every possible manifestation of reluctance. When he is at last adjusted like a lay figure, Mr. Chadband, retiring behind the table, holds up his bear's paw and says, "My friends." This is the signal for a general settlement of the audience. The apprentices giggle internally and nudge each other. Guster falls into a staring and vacant state. compounded of a stunned admiration of Mr. Chadband and a pity for the friendless outcast whose condition touches her nearly. Mrs. Snagsby silently lays trains of gunpowder. Mrs. Chadband composes herself grimly by the fire and warms her knees, finding that sensation favourable to the reception of eloquence. It happens that Mr. Chadband has a pulpit habit of fixing some member of his congregation with his eye and fatly arguing his points with that particular person, who is understood to be expected to be moved to an occasional grunt, groan, gasp, or other audible expression of inward working, which expression of inward working being echoed by some elderly lady in the next pew, and so communicated like a game of forfeits through a circle of the more fermentable sinners present, serves the purpose of parliamentary cheering, and gets Mr. Chadband's steam up. For mere force of habit, Mr. Chadband, saying, "My friends," has rested his eye on Mr. Snagsby, and proceeds to make that ill-starred stationer, already sufficiently confused, the immediate recipient of his discourse. "We have among us here, my friends," says Chadband, "a Gentile and a heathen, a dweller of the tents of Tom All-Alones, and a mover upon the surface of the earth. We have here among us, my friends," and Mr. Chadband, untwisting the point with his dirty thumbnail, bestows an oily smile on Mr. Snagsby, signifying that he will throw him an argumentative backfall presently, if he be not already down. "A brother and a boy, devoid of parents, devoid of relations, devoid of flocks and herds, devoid of gold and silver and of precious stones. Now, my friends, why do I say he is devoid of all these possessions? Why? Why is he?" Mr. Chadband states the question as if he were propounding an entirely new riddle of much ingenuity and merit to Mr. Snagsby, and entreating him not to give it up. Mr. Snagsby, greatly perplexed by the mysterious look he received just now from his little woman, at about the period when Mr. Chadband had mentioned the word parents, is tempted into modestly remarking, "I don't know, I'm sure, sir." On which interruption Mrs. Chadband glares, and Mrs. Snagsby says, "For shame." "I hear a voice," says Chadband. "It is a still, small voice, my friends. I fear not, though I would fain hope so." "Ah," from Mrs. Snagsby, which says, "I don't know. Then I will tell you why. I say this brother present here among us is devoid of parents, devoid of relations, devoid of flocks and herds, devoid of gold, of silver, and of precious stones, because he is devoid of the light that shines upon some of us." What is that light? What is it, I ask you? What is that light? Mr. Chadband draws back his head and pauses, but Mr. Snagsby is not to be lured on to his destruction again. Mr. Chadband, leaning forward over the table, pierces what he has got to follow directly into Mr. Snagsby with the thumbnail already mentioned. "It is," says Chadband, "the ray of rays, the sun of suns, the moon of moons, the star of stars. It is the light of the truth." Mr. Chadband draws himself up again and looks triumphantly at Mr. Snagsby as if he would be glad to know how he feels after that. "Of the truth," says Mr. Chadband, hitting him again. "Say not to me that it is not the lamp of lamps. I say to you it is. I say to you 1,000,000 of times over, it is. It is. I say to you that I will proclaim it to you, whether you like it or not. Nay, but the less you like it, the more I will proclaim it to you. With a speaking trumpet, I say to you that if you rear yourself against it, you shall fall. You shall be bruised. You shall be battered. You shall be floored. You shall be smashed." The present effect of this flight of oratory, much admired for its general power by Mr. Chadband's followers, being not only to make Mr. Chadband unpleasantly warm, but to represent the innocent Mr. Snagsby in the light of a determined enemy to virtue, with a forehead of brass and a heart of adamant, that unfortunate tradesman becomes yet more disconcerted, and is in a very advanced state of low spirits and false position, when Mr. Chadband accidentally finishes him. "My friends," he resumes after dabbing his fat head for some time, and it smokes to such an extent that he seems to light his pocket handkerchief at it, which smokes too after every dab. "To pursue the subject we are endeavouring with our lowly gifts to improve, let us in the spirit of love inquire what it is, the truth to which I have alluded. For, my young friends," suddenly addressing the apprentices and Guster to their consternation, "I am told by the doctor but calomel or castor oil is good for me. May I naturally ask, what is calomel and what is castor oil? I may wish to be informed of that before I dose myself with either, or with both. Now, my young friends, what is this truth then? Firstly, in the spirit of love, what is the common sort of truth? The working clothes, the everyday wear, my young friends. Is it deception? Ah, from Mrs. Snagsby. Is it suppression? A shiver in the negative form from Mrs. Snagsby. Is it reservation? A shake of the head from Mrs. Snagsby, very long and very tight. No, my friends, it is neither of these. Neither of these names belongs to it. When this young heathen now among us, who is now, my friends, asleep, the seal of indifference and perdition be set upon his eyelids. But do not wake him, for it is right that I should have to wrestle and to combat and to struggle and to conquer for his sake. When this young hardened heathen told us the story of a cock, and of a bull, and of a lady, and of a sovereign, was that the truth? Was that the truth? No. Or if it was partly, it was wholly and entirely no, my friends, no. If Mr. Snagsby could withstand his little woman's look as it enters at his eyes, the windows of his soul, and searches the whole tenement, he were other than the man he is. He cowers and droops. Or, my juvenile friends, says Chadband, descending to the level of their comprehension with a very obtrusive demonstration in his greasily meek smile of coming a long way downstairs for the purpose, if the master of this house was to go forth into the city and there see an eel, and was to come back, and was to call unto him the mistress of this house, and was to say, Sarah, rejoice with me, for I have seen an elephant, that would be the truth. Mrs. Snagsby in tears. Or to put it, my juvenile friends, that he saw an elephant, and returning said, Lo, the city is barren, I have seen but an eel. Would that be the truth? Mrs. Snagsby sobbing loudly. Or put it, my juvenile friend, said Chadband, stimulated by the sound, that the unnatural parents of this slumbering heathen, for parents he had, my juvenile friends, beyond a doubt, after casting him forth to the wolves and the vultures and the wild dogs and the young gazelles and the serpents, went back to their dwellings and had their pipes and their pots and their flutings and their dancings and their malt liquor and the butcher's meat and poultry. Would that be the truth? Mrs. Snagsby replies by delivering herself a prey to spasms, and not unresisting prey, but a crying and tearing one, so that Cook's Court re-echoes with her shrieks. Finally becoming cataleptic, she has to be carried up the narrow staircase like a grand piano. After an unspeakable suffering productive of the most utmost consternation, she is pronounced by express from the bedroom free from pain, though much exhausted. In which state of affairs Mr. Snagsby, trampled and crushed in the pianoforte removal, and extremely timid and feeble, ventures to come out from behind the door in the drawing-room. All this time Joe has been standing on the spot where he woke up, ever picking his cap and putting bits of fur in his mouth. He spits them out with a remorseful air, for he feels that it's in his nature to be an unimprovable reprobate, and that it's no good his trying to keep awake, for he won't never know nothing. Though it may be, Joe, that there is a history so interesting and affecting, even to minds as near as the brute's as thine, recording deeds done on this earth for common men, that if Chadbands, removing their own persons from the light, would but show it thee in simple reverence, would but leave it unimproved, but regard it as being eloquent enough without their modest aid, it might hold thee awake, and thou might learn from it yet. Joe never heard of any such book. Its compilers and the Reverend Chadband are all one to him, except that he knows the Reverend Chadband, and would rather run away from him for an hour than hear him talk for 5 minutes. It ain't no good my waiting here no longer, thinks Joe. Mr. Snagsby ain't going to say nothing to me tonight, and downstairs he shuffles. But downstairs is the charitable Guster, holding by the handrail of the kitchen and stairs, and warding off a fit, as yet doubtfully, the same having been induced by Mrs. Snagsby's screaming. She has her own supper of bread and cheese to hand to Joe, with whom she ventures to interchange a word or so
for the first time. "Here's something to eat, poor boy," says Guster. "Thank ye, mum," says Joe. "Are you hungry?" "Jist," says Joe. "What's gone off your father and mother, eh?" Joe stops in the middle of a bite and looks petrified. For this orphan charge of the Christian saint, whose shrine was at Tooting, has patted him on the shoulder, and it is the first time in his life that any decent hand has been so laid upon him. "I never knowed nothing about 'em," says Joe. "No more I didn't of mind," cries Guster. She is repressing symptoms favourable to the fit, when she seems to take alarm at something and vanishes down the stairs. "Joe," whispers the law stationer softly as the boy lingers on the step. "Here I am, Mr. Snagsby." "I didn't know you were gone. There's another half-crown, Joe. It was quite right of you to say nothing about the lady the other night when we were up together. It would breed trouble. You can't be too quiet, Joe." "I'm fly, master." "And so good night." A ghostly shade, frilled and nightcap, follows the law stationer to the room he came from, and glides higher up. And henceforth he begins to go where he will, to be attended by another shadow than his own, hardly less constant than his own, hardly less quiet than his own, and into whatsoever atmosphere of secrecy his own shadow may pass. Let all concerned in the secrecy beware, for the watchful Mrs. Snagsby is there too, bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh, shadow of his shadow. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Sharpshooters. Wintry morning, looking with dull eyes and sallow face upon the neighbourhood of Leicester Square, finds its inhabitants unwilling to get out of bed. Many of them are not early risers at the brightest of times, being birds of night, who roost when the sun is high, and are wide awake and keen for prey when the stars shine out. Behind dingy blind and curtain, in upper story and garret, skulking more or less under false names, false hair, false titles, false jewellery, and false histories, a colony of brigands lie in their first sleep. Gentlemen of the Green Baize Road, who could discourse from personal experience of foreign galleys and home treadmills, spies of strong governments that eternally quake with weakness and miserable fear, broken traitors, cowards, bullies, gamesters, shufflers, swindlers, and false witnesses, some not unmarked by the branding iron beneath their dirty braid, all with more cruelty in them than was in Nero, and more crime than in Newgate. For howsoever bad the devil can be in fustian or smock frock, and he can be very bad in both, he is more designing, callous, and intolerable devil when he sticks a pin in his shirt front, calls himself a gentleman, and backs a card or colour, plays a game or so of billiards, and knows a little bit about bills and promissory notes than in any other form he wears. And in such form Mr. Bucket shall find him when he will, still pervading the tributary channels of Leicester Square. But the wintry morning wants him not, and wakes him not. It wakes Mr. George of the shooting gallery, and his familiar. They arise, roll up, and stow away their mattresses. Mr. George, having shaved himself before a looking-glass of minute proportions, then marches out, bareheaded, bare-chested, to the pump in the little yard, and anon comes back, shining with yellow soap, friction, drifting rain, and exceedingly cold water. As he rubs himself upon a large jack-towel, blowing like a military sort of diver just come up, his hair curling tighter and tighter on his sunburnt temples the more he rubs it, so that it looks as if it could never be loosened by any less coercive instrument than an iron rake or a curry-comb. As he rubs and puffs and polishes and blows, turning his head from side to side, the more conveniently to excoriate his throat, and standing with his body well bent forward to keep the wet from his martial legs, Phil, on his knees lighting a fire, looks round as if it were enough washing for him to see all that done, and sufficient renovation for one day to take in the superfluous health his master throws off. When Mr. George is dry, he goes to work to brush his head with two hard brushes at once.
to that unmerciful degree that Phil, shouldering his way around the gallery in the act of sweeping it, winks with sympathy. This chafing over the ornamental part of Mr. George's toilet is soon performed. He fills his pipe, lights it, and marches up and down smoking, as his custom is, while Phil, raising a powerful odour of hot rolls and coffee, prepares breakfast. He smokes gravely and marches in slow time. Perhaps this morning's pipe is devoted to the memory of Gridley in his grave. "And so, Phil," says George of the shooting gallery, after several turns in silence, "you were dreaming of the country last night." Phil, by the by, said as much in a tone of surprise as he scrambled out of bed. "Yes, governor." "What was it like?" "I hardly know what it was like, governor," said Phil, considering. "How did you know it was the country?" "On account of the grass, I think, and the swans upon it," says Phil, after further consideration. "What were the swans doing on the grass?" "They was eating of it, I expect," says Phil. The master resumes his march, and the man resumes his preparation of breakfast. It is not necessarily a lengthened preparation, being limited to the setting forth of a very simple breakfast requisites for two, and the broiling of a rasher of bacon at the fire in the rusty grate. But as Phil has to sidle round a considerable part of the gallery for every object he wants, and never brings two objects at once, it takes time under the circumstances. At length the breakfast is ready, Phil announcing it. Mr. George knocks the ashes out of his pipe onto the hob, stands its pipe itself in the chimney corner, and sits down to the meal. When he has helped himself, Phil follows suit, sitting at the extreme end of the little oblong table, and taking his plate on his knees, either in humility or to hide his blackened hands, or because it is his natural manner of eating. "The country," says Mr. George, plying his knife and fork. "Why, I suppose you never clapped your eyes on the country, Phil?" "I see the marshes once," says Phil, contentedly eating his breakfast. "What marshes?" "The marshes, Commander," returns Phil. "Where are they?" "Don't know where they are, master," says Phil, "but I sees 'em, governor. They was flat and misty." Governor and commander are interchangeable terms with Phil, expressive of the same respect and deference, and applicable to nobody but Mr. George. "I was born in the country, Phil." "Was you indeed, commander?" "Yes, and bred there." Phil elevates his one eyebrow, and after respectfully staring at his master to express interest, swallows a great gulp of coffee, still staring at him. "There's not a bird's note that I don't know," says Mr. George. "Not many an English leaf or berry that I couldn't name. Not many a tree that I couldn't climb yet if I was put to it. I was a real country boy once. My good mother lived in the country." "She must have been a fine old lady, governor," Phil observes. "Ay, and not so old either. 35 years ago," says Mr. George. "But I'll wager that at 90 she would be as near as upright as me, and near as broad across the shoulders." "Did she die at 90, governor?" inquires Phil. "No, bosh. Let her rest in peace, God bless her," says the trooper. "What set me on about country boys and runaways and good for nothings? You, to be sure. So you never clapped your eyes upon the country, marshes and dreams excepted, eh?" Phil shakes his head. "Do you want to see it?" I don't know as I do particular," says Phil. "The town's enough for you, eh?" "Well, you see, commander," says Phil, "I ain't acquainted with anything else, and I doubt if I ain't a getting too old to take to novelties." "How old are you, Phil?" asks the trooper, pausing as he conveys his smoking saucer to his lips. "I'm something with an 8 in it," says Phil. "Can't be 80, nor yet 18. It's betwixt them somewheres." Mr. George, slowly putting down his saucer without tasting its contents, is laughingly beginning, "What a deuce, Phil," when he stops, seeing that Phil is counting on his dirty fingers. "I was just 8, says Phil, "agreeable to the parish calculation, when I went with the tinker. I was sent on an errand, and I see him a sitting under an old building with a fire all to himself, wery comfortable, and he says, 'Would you like to come along of me, my man?' I says, 'Yes,' and him and me and the fire goes home to Clerkenwell together. That was April Fool Day. I was able to count up to 10, and when April Fool Day came round again, I says to myself, 'Now, old chap, you're 1 and an 8 in it.' April Fool Day after that, I says, 'Now, old chap, you're 2 and an 8 in it.' In the course of time I come to 10 and an 8 in it, 2 10s and an 8 in it,
when it got so high, it got the upper hand of me. But this is how I always know there's an 8 in it. Ah, says Mr. George, resuming his breakfast, and where's the tinker? Drink put him in the hospital, governor, and the hospital put in the glass case, I have heard, replies Phil mysteriously. Well, that means you got promotion, took the business, Phil. Yes, Commander, I took the business, such as it was. It wasn't much of a beat. Round Saffron Hill, Hatton Garden, Clerkenwell, Smithfield, and their poor neighbourhood where they used up the kettles till they were past mending, most of the tramping tinkers used to come and lodge at our place. That was the best part of my master's earnings, but they didn't come to me. I wasn't like him. He could sing 'em a good song. I couldn't. He could play 'em a tune on any sort of pot you please, so as it was an iron and block tin. I never could do nothing with a pot but mend it or boil it. I never had a note of music in me. Besides, I was too ill-looking, and their wives complained of me. They were mighty particular. You would pass muster in a crowd, Phil, says the trooper with a pleasant smile. No, governor, returns Phil, shaking his head. No, I shouldn't. I was passable enough when I went with the tinker, though nothing to boast of then. But what with blowing the fire with my mouth when I was young, and spoiling my complexion, and singeing my hair off, and swallowing the smoke, and what with being naturally unfortunate in a way of running against hot metal, and marking myself by such means, and what with having turn-ups with the tinker as I got older, almost whenever he was too far gone in drink, which was almost always, my beauty was queer, very queer even at that time. As to since, what with a dozen years in the dark forge, where the men was given to larking, and what with being scorched in an accident at a gasworks, and what with being blowed out of a window case filling at the firework business, I'm ugly enough to be made a show on. Resigning himself to which condition with a perfectly satisfied manner, Phil begs the favour of another cup of coffee. While drinking it, he says, It was after the case filling blow up when I first see you, Commander. You remember? I remember, Phil. You were walking along in the sun. Crawling, governor, against the wall. True, Phil. Shouldering your way on. In a nightcap, exclaims Phil, excited. In a nightcap. And hobbling with a couple of sticks, cries Phil, still more excited. With a couple of sticks, when you stops, you know, cries Phil, putting down his cup and saucer and hastily removing his plate from his knees, and says to me, What, comrade, you've been in the wars? I didn't say much to you, Commander, then, for I was took by surprise that a person so strong and healthy and bold as you was should stop to speak to such a limping bag of bones as I was. But you says to me, says you, delivering it out of your chest as hearty as possible, so that it was like a glass of something hot. What accident have you met with? Have you been badly hurt? What's amiss, old boy? Cheer up and tell us all about it. Cheer up? I was cheered already. I says as much to you. You says more to me. I says more to you. You says more to me. Here I am, Commander, cries Phil, who has started from his chair and unaccountably began to sidle away. If a mark's wanted, or if it will improve the business, let the customers take aim at me. I can't spoil my beauty. I'm all right. Come on, if they want a man to box at, let them box at me. Let them knock me well about the head. I don't mind. If they want a lightweight to be throwed for practice, Cornwall, Devonshire or Lancashire, let them throw me. They won't hurt me. I've been throwed all sorts of styles all my life. With this unexpected speech, energetically delivered, and accompanied by action illustrative of the various exercises referred to, Phil Squad's shoulders his way around 3 sides of the gallery, and abruptly tacking off at his commander, makes a butt at him with his head, intended to express for devotion to his service. Then he begins to clear away the breakfast. Mr. George, after laughing cheerfully and clapping him on the shoulder, assists in these arrangements and helps to get the gallery into business order. That done, he takes a turn at the dumbbells. Afterwards, weighing himself and opining that he is getting too fleshy, engages with great gravity in solitary broadsword practice. Meanwhile, Phil has fallen to work at his usual table, where he screws and unscrews and cleans and files and whistles into small apertures, and blackens himself more and more, and seems to do and undo everything that can be done and undone about a gun. Master and man are at length disturbed by footsteps in the passage, where they make an unusual sound, denoting the arrival of unusual company. These steps, advancing nearer and nearer to the gallery, bring into it a group at first sight
scarcely reconcilable with any day in the year but the 5th of November. It consists of a limp and ugly figure carried in a chair by two bearers, and attended by a lean female with a face like a pinched mask, who might be expected immediately to recite the popular verses commemorative of the time when they did contrive to blow old England up alive, but for her keeping her lips tightly and defiantly closed as the chair is put down, at which point the figure in it, gasping, "Oh Lord, oh dear me, I'm shaken," adds, "How do you do, my dear friend? How do you do?" Mr. George then descries the procession, the venerable Mr. Smallweed out for an airing, attended by his granddaughter Judy as a bodyguard. "Mr. George, my dear friend," says Grandfather Smallweed, removing his right arm from the neck of one of his bearers, whom he has nearly throttled coming along, "how do you do? You surprised to see me, my dear friend?" "I should hardly have been more surprised to have seen your friend in the city," returns Mr. George. "I'm very seldom out," pants Mr. Smallweed. "I haven't been out for many months. It's inconvenient and it comes expensive. But I long so much to see you, my dear Mr. George. How do you do, sir?" "I'm well enough," says Mr. George. "I hope you're the same." "You can't be too well, my dear friend." Mr. Smallweed takes him by both hands. "I brought my granddaughter Judy. I couldn't keep her away. She longs so much to see you." She bears it calmly," mutters Mr. George. So we got a hackney cab and put a chair in it, and just round the corner they lifted me out of the cab and into the chair, and carried me in here that I might see my dear friend in his own establishment. "This," says Grandfather Smallweed, alluding to the bearer, who's been in danger of strangulation, and who withdraws, adjusting his windpipe, "is the driver of the cab. He has nothing extra. It is by agreement included in his fare. This person," the other bearer, "we engaged in the street outside for a pint of beer, which is twopence. Judy, give the person twopence. I was not sure you had a workman of your own here, my dear friend, or we needn't have employed this person." Grandfather Smallweed refers to Phil with a glance of considerable terror and half subdued. "Oh Lord, oh dear me!" nor in his apprehension on the surface of things without some reason, for Phil, who has never beheld the apparition in the black velvet cap before, has stopped short with a gun in his hand, with much of the air of a dead shot intent on picking Mr. Smallweed off as an ugly old bird of the crow species. "Judy, my child," says Grandfather Smallweed, "give the person his twopence. It's a great deal for what he has done." The person, who was one of those extraordinary specimens of human fungus that spring up spontaneously in the western streets of London, ready dressed in an old red jacket, with a mission for holding horses and calling coaches, received his twopence with anything but transport, tosses the money into the air, catches it overhanded, and retires. "My dear Mr. George," says Grandfather Smallweed, "would you be so kind as to help to carry me to the fire? I'm accustomed to a fire. I'm an old man, and I soon chill. Oh dear me!" His closing exclamation is jerked out of the venerable gentleman by the suddenness of which Mr. Squad, like a genie, catches him up, chair and all, and deposits him on the hearthstone. "Oh Lord," says Mr. Smallweed, panting. "Oh dearie me, oh my stars, oh dear friend, your workman is very strong, very prompt. Oh Lord, he is very prompt. Judy, draw me back a little. I'm being scorched in the legs," which indeed is testified to the noses of all present by the smell of his worsted stockings. The gentle Judy, having backed her grandfather a little way from the fire, and having shaken him up as usual, and having released his overshadowed eye from its black velvet extinguisher, Mr. Smallweed again says, "Oh dearie me, oh Lord," and looking about and meeting Mr. George's glance, again stretches out both hands. "My dear friend, so happy in this meeting, and this is your establishment. It's a delightful place. It's a picture. You never find anything that goes off here accidentally, do you, my dear friend?" adds Grandfather Smallweed, very ill at ease. "No, no fear of that. And your workman, oh dear me, he never lets anything off without meaning it, does he, my dear friend?" "He's never hurt anybody but himself," says Mr. George, smiling. "But he might, you know. He seems to have hurt himself a good deal, and he might hurt somebody else," the old gentleman returns. "He mightn't mean it, or he might even. Mr. George, will you order him to leave his infernal firearms alone and go away?" Obedient to a nod from the trooper, Phil retires empty-handed to the other end of the gallery. Mr. Smallweed, reassured, falls to rubbing his legs. "Are you doing well, Mr. George?" he says to the trooper, squarely standing faced about towards him with his broadsword in his hand. "You're prospering, please the powers." Mr. George answers with a cool nod, adding, "Go on, you have not come to say that, I know." "You are so sprightly, Mr. George," returns the venerable grandfather. "You are such good company." "Go on," says Mr. George. "But, my dear friend, that sword looks awful gleaming and sharp. It might cut somebody by accident. Makes me shiver, Mr. George." "Curse him," says the excellent old gentleman apart to Judy, as the trooper takes a step or two away to lay it aside. "He owes me money, and might think of paying off old scores in this murdering place. I wish your brimstone grandmother was here, and he'd shave her head off." Mr. George, returning, folds his arms, and looking down at the old man, sliding every moment lower and lower in his chair, says quietly, "Now for it." "Ho!" cries Mr. Smallweed, rubbing his hands with an artful chuckle. "Yes, now for it. Now for what, my dear friend?" "For a pipe," says Mr. George, who with great composure sets his chair in a chimney corner, takes his pipe from the grate, fills it and lights it, and falls to smoke peacefully. This tends to the discomfiture of Mr. Smallweed, who finds it so difficult to resume his object, whatever it may be, that he becomes exasperated, and secretly claws at the air with an impotent vindictiveness expressive of an intense desire to tear and rend the visage of Mr. George. As the excellent old gentleman's nails are long and leaden, and his hands lean and veinous, and his eyes green and watery, and over and above this, as he continues while he claws to slide down in his chair and to collapse into a shapeless bundle, he becomes such a ghastly spectacle, even in the accustomed eyes of Judy, that young virgin pounces at him with something more than the ardour of affection, and so shakes him up, and pats and pokes him in divers parts of his body, but particularly in that part which the science of self-defence would call his wind, that in his grievous distress he utters enforced sounds like a paviour's rammer. When Judy has by these means set him up again in his chair, with a white face and a frosty nose, but still clawing, she stretches out her weazen forefinger and gives Mr. George one poke in the back. The trooper raising his head, she makes another poke at her esteemed grandfather, and having thus brought them together, stares rigidly at the fire. "Aye, aye, ho, ho," shatters Grandfather Smallweed, swallowing his rage. "My dear friend," still clawing. "I tell you what," says Mr. George, "if you want to converse with me, you must speak out. I'm one of the roughs, and I can't go about and about. I haven't the art to do it. I'm not clever enough. It don't suit me. When you go winding round and round me," says the trooper, putting his pipe between his lips again, "damn me if I don't feel as if I was being smothered." And he inflates his broad chest to its utmost extent, as if to assure himself that he is not smothered yet. "If you have come to give me a friendly call," continues Mr. George, "I'm obliged to you. How are you? If you come to see whether there's any property on the premises, look about you. You're welcome. If you want to out with something, out with it." The blooming Judy, without removing her gaze from the fire, gives her grandfather one ghostly poke. "You see, it's her opinion too. And why the devil the young woman won't sit down like a Christian," says Mr. George, with his eyes musingly fixed on Judy, "I can't comprehend." "She keeps at my side to attend to me, sir," says Grandfather Smallweed. "I'm an old man, my dear Mr. George, and I need some attention. I can carry my years. I'm not a brimstone poll parrot," snarling and looking unconsciously for the cushion, "but I need attention, my dear friend." "Well," returns the trooper, wheeling in his chair to face the old man, "now then." "My friend in the city, Mr. George, has done a little business with a pupil of yours." "Has he?" says Mr. George. "I'm sorry to hear it." "Yes, sir." Grandfather Smallweed rubs his legs. "He's a fine young soldier now, Mr. George, by the name of Carstone. Friends came forward and paid it all up honourable." "Did they?" returns Mr. George. "Do you think your friend in the city would like a piece of advice?" "I think he would, my dear friend, from you." "I advise him, then, to do no more business in that quarter. There's no more to be got by it. The young gentleman, to my knowledge, is brought to a dead halt." "No, no, my dear friend. No, no, Mr. George. No, 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 sir. remonstrates Grandfather Smallweed, cunningly rubbing his spare legs. "It's not quite a dead halt, I think. He has good friends, and he's good for his pay, and he's good for the selling price of his commission, and he's good for his chance in a lawsuit, and he's good for his chance in a wife. And do you know, Mr. George, I think my friend would consider the young gentleman good for something yet," says Grandfather Smallweed, turning up his velvet cap and scratching his ear like a monkey. Mr. George, who has put aside his pipe and sits with an arm on his chair back, beats a tattoo on the ground with his right foot, as if he were not particularly pleased with the turn the conversation has taken. "But to pass from one subject to another," resumes Mr. Smallweed, "to promote the conversation, as the joker might say, to pass, Mr. George, from the ensign to the captain." "What are you up to now?" asked Mr. George, pausing with a frown in stroking the recollection of his moustache. "What captain?" "Our captain, the captain we know of, Captain Hawdon." "Oh, that's it, is it?" says Mr. George, with a low whistle, as he sees both grandfather and granddaughter looking hard at him. "You are there. Well, what about it? Come, I won't be smothered any more. Speak." "My dear friend," returns the old man, "I was applied— Judy, shake me up a little. I was applied to yesterday about the captain, and my opinion still is that the captain is not dead." "Bosh!" observes Mr. George. "What was your remark, my dear friend?" inquires the old man with his hand to his ear. "Bosh!" "Oh," says Grandfather Smallweed, "Mr. George, of my opinion you can judge for yourself according to the questions asked of me and the reasons given for asking them. Now, what do you think the lawyer making the inquiries wants?" "A job," says Mr. George. "Nothing of the kind." "Can't be a lawyer then," says Mr. George, folding his arms with an air of confirmed resolution. "My dear friend, he is a lawyer, and a famous one. He wants to see some fragment in Captain Hawdon's writing. He don't want to keep it, he only wants to see it and compare it with the writing in his possession." "Well?" "Well, Mr. George, happening to remember the advertisement concerning Captain Hawdon and the information that could be given respecting him, he looked it up and came to me, just as you did, my dear friend. Will you shake hands? So glad you came that day. I should have missed forming such a friendship if you hadn't come." "Well, Mr. Smallweed," says George again, after going through the ceremony with some stiffness, "I had no such thing. I had nothing but his signature." "Plague, pestilence, famine, battle, murder, and sudden death upon him," says the old man, making a curse out of one of his few remembrances of a prayer, and squeezing up his velvet cap between his angry hands. "I have 500,000 of his signatures, I think. But you," breathlessly recovering his mildness of speech, as Judy readjusts the cap on his skittle ball of a head, "you, my dear Mr. George, are likely to have some letter or paper that would suit the purpose. Anything would suit the purpose, written in the hand." "Some writing in that hand," says the trooper, pondering. "Maybe I have, my dearest friend. Maybe I have not." "Oh," says Grandfather Smallweed, crestfallen. "But if I had bushels of it, I would not show as much as would make a cartridge without knowing why." "Sir, I have told you why, my dear Mr. George. I have told you why." "Not enough," says the trooper, shaking his head. "I must know more and approve it." "Then will you come to the lawyer, my dear friend? Will you come and see the gentleman?" urges Grandfather Smallweed, pulling out a lean old silver watch with the hands like a leg of a skeleton. "I told him it was probable I might call upon him between 10 and 11 this forenoon, and it is now half after 10. Will you come and see the gentleman, Mr. George?" He says gravely, "I don't mind that, though why this should concern you so much I don't know." "Everything concerns me that has a chance of it bringing anything to light about him. Didn't he take us all in? Didn't he owe us an immense sums all round? Concern me? Who can anything about him concern more than me?" "Not, my dear friend," says Grandfather Smallweed, lowering his tone, "that I want you to betray anything. Far from it. Are you ready to come, my dear friend?" Come in a moment. I promise nothing, you know." "No, my dear Mr. George, no." "And you mean to say you're going to give me a lift to this place, wherever it is, without charging for it?" Mr. George inquires, getting his hat and his thick wash leather gloves. The pleasantry so tickles Mr. Smallweed that he laughs long and low before the fire. But ever while he laughs he glances over at his paralytic shoulder at Mr. George, and eagerly watches him as he unlocks the padlock of a homely cupboard at the distant end of the gallery, looks here and there upon the higher shelves, and ultimately takes something out with a rustling of paper and folds it and puts it in his breast. Then Judy pokes Mr. Smallweed once, and Mr. Smallweed pokes Judy once. "I'm ready," says the trooper, coming back. "Phil, you can carry this old gentleman to his coach and make nothing of him." "Oh, dear me, oh Lord, stop a moment," says Mr. Smallweed. "He's so very prompt. Are you sure you can do it carefully, my worthy man?" Phil makes no reply, but seizing the chair and its load, sidles away, tightly hugged by the now speechless Mr. Smallweed, bolts along the passage as if he had an acceptable commission to carry the old gentleman to the nearest volcano. His shorter trust, however, terminating at the cab, he deposits him there, and the fair Judy takes her place beside him, and the chair embellishes the roof, and Mr. George takes the vacant place upon the box. Mr. George is quite confounded by the spectacle he beholds from time to time as he peeps into the cab through the window behind him, where the grim Judy is always motionless, and the old gentleman with his cap over one eye is always sliding off the seat into the straw and looking upward at him out of his other eye with a helpless expression of being jolted in the back. End of chapter 26.